Again, Brother Bobby Hemmitt, welcome to TransAtlantic Production Studio and for giving us this interview tonight. We're going to be dealing with a very special topic. It's one that our people, our young people especially, have asked me to tackle, to look at. And it is the topic of from ancient pharaonic Egypt to enslaved Negro and the empowerment of the black race. So we want to go from our classical history and look at what that history was in terms of its spirituality, who we are, who we were, who we are. And that reflected in terms of the temples, why were they built, what were the meaning of how we lived as a people and related to one another. What happened that we lost our great abilities to balance ourselves with the universe, to have the great powers of the spoken word. In fact, in ancient times, we believed that our word was so powerful that when we spoke, we brought things into being. I want to look at what happened that we lost that great ability, that great insight we had to the universe. Or perhaps maybe we haven't lost it, but let's look at how we became an enslaved people after looking first at our great accomplishments. And looking at who we are now, that we have been a conquered people, but are we really conquered? So we want to look at beyond slavery. So Bobby, if you would, let's begin with looking at that great period of time when we were masters of ourselves and rulers of the world.
Okay, my entry into this is going to be one, not so much clearly the historical period of where we, the pharaohs, because that's clear. We are the pharaohs. We are the Camites or the Egyptians, and that has been well covered.
Can perhaps, Bobby, would you touch on that? What are some of the things that today we can look at and say, yes, we are.
We are.
In terms of coming
Well,
together?
there's a good argument was made, one that was not entered into the great Afrocentric movement, where we covered so much of this information, because we didn't have this particular piece, which would have been Exhibit A, and not only that, it would have clarified some things. We know that we are the Egyptians or the Camites, but if you talk about documentation, unfortunately, this one single piece would have been something that would have been so awesome. At that particular time, 9, 10, 11, 12 years ago, 8 years ago, 7 years ago. But never late. We do have some document that I want to speak on that is profound. There's a guy, let's see, this guy's name is, he wrote a book in 1937 called God Wills the Negro. His name is Theodore P. Theodore P.
No, I have that. You want me to get it right quick?
Yeah,
I have that.
yeah, a copy of it.
Looking at some of the evidence that we can put our hands on that can show us that we are really descendants of ancient pharaonic Egyptians.
Yes, document came out in 1939. A guy that went to the University of Chicago named Theodore P. Ford, PhD. Yep, Theodore P. Ford. Wrote a book called God Wills the Negro. And in that book, he gave a great synopsis of what went on in Kemet during the last invasion, which would be the Arab invasion of Kemet. And in so many words, what happened was a lot of people fled Kemet. The Egyptians fled and basically went in mass to West Africa. And in so many words, what the book is saying is that once the slave trade came years later, that the West Africans, in so many words, when the slave traders came, they allowed the slave traders to capture the Egyptians and the Canaanites because the Egyptians were homeless. They didn't have a home anymore. So let's just say that you are a leader or a king. Your loyalty and your responsibility is to the people in your tribe, your kingdom, or your nation. So since the Canaanites were no longer in power, didn't have a nation because it was overrun by the Arabs, they were looked on as homeless. And so some of the chiefs or the actual kings gave the Egyptians up as some of the first slaves because their loyalties was with the people that they had to rule over. So as a result, some of the first population of the Americas and of South America, of Central America, South America, and North America, but especially especially Central America and South America, were in large Canaanites or Egyptians, based on the people who gave them up said, you know, but they don't have anything to hide. These people are homeless. Or we're not really losing anything. These people are not a part of our nation and they're homeless. And these were very advanced people, people that had a certain air about them, that even if Theodore P. Ford said, it raised certain attitudes towards them as being people that were so advanced till other tribes or other nations got jealous of them and had no problem enslaving them or catching them and capturing them for the white slavers.
So we're talking about perhaps 15 to 1800 years later.
Yes.
You know, somewhere from 13
Yes.
to
Exactly.
1800 years
Exactly.
later. How would they still be a homeless people?
Homeless as if they might not necessarily have been indigenous to the area, and to the point where as they probably set up their own state. But remember, because we know the Dogon, case in point, is descendants from the ancient Egyptians. You know? Because even the Dogon even say that they came to the West Africa during the time of Timbuktu from Kemet. You see, from Kemet. You know we talking about people that have a profound oral history. West African, East African. So the West Africans could doggone sure know who just got there lately. Even if it's 1800 years? You see what I'm saying? They sure could tell who just got there lately. For the simple fact that you know, even in modern Africa right now, customs are very important. You might go up the street and do something, and they might love it, and you might do the same thing up the street in another area, and they might offend somebody. So we're talking about people that literally can identify new people to the area even 1,800 years later just by their customs. And these people had to have been some people that if they were Egyptians, then there had to be no mistake about it, that they were some very sophisticated people. And this is where Theodore P. Ford is saying that there was some jealousy going on. You see what I'm saying? I'm much inclined to believe him on this particular aspect. Number one, he went to the University of Chicago. He went at a time in the early ages of Egyptology, because even at the beginning of the 20th century, they went at a time of the early ages of Egyptology. We're talking about around the time that Rockefeller was pumping a whole lot of money up in there, who basically, literally, built the School of Egyptology with James Henry Breasted. So this person, by him being a person that is at the University of Chicago at a time when it was not...
Actually, it was 1919.
Yeah, 1919. University of Chicago at a time when, because the book came out in 1939, at a time when it wasn't even popular for blacks to even be in some type of program like that, because today it's still not popular. We have only a few people. So therefore, he would probably be able to get a little more access to things back then than you can now, based on the political aspect of them, the Europeans, knowing that we're looking for our ancient history. And he was probably the prototype and the model in which the Europeans looked at and said, we're going to make sure that nobody else gets deep into this particular information to write this type of book, because the government came in and confiscated the majority of the books of his book in 1939. This guy even went as far as to showing the black women in Chicago at the time. It's not so much far removed from slavery. If you're talking 1919, we're not talking about a people that could be amalgamated in European features. We would even say that before 1950, there was probably tons of black people, you see what I'm saying, with the original stock of the original phenotypes of Africans.
In the South.
In the South and in Chicago, because remember now Chicago is a great migration point from Mississippi and Alabama and Georgia. You see what I'm saying? New York is a great migration point, you see what I'm saying, from South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia. So in Chicago, we still have these Southerners that is migrating into the North. And this migration period, although it was a great migration, it's probably started as early as the late 1800s. It probably wasn't a boom, but they've always had a migration pattern. And we got to also break this stuff down, that things happen that's spiritual. So we can't never rule out the possibility that everything has to be on a European left-brain scholarship in the way that things happen. Things happen spiritually. Now, in his book, he showed the phenotypes of Chicago women, black women from the South, put up against statues and drawings at the University of Chicago of the Pharaonic people. And it was an uncanny resemblance. You see what I'm saying? It was an uncanny resemblance. I mean, you know, there's no way that if they, let's put it this way, if we argue that these people had European mixture, they still wouldn't look like the Egyptians. And if they didn't have it, then where did they get these phenotypes from? They got it from ancient Kemet, because this means that we had a heavy Camite or Egyptian settlement in America. Give you some other history other than that one. And I try to, because history is always an ongoing process. I think whenever we say, no, this is absolutely, positively the way history is, history shows us different.
Correct. Yes.
And it busts up our thesis. You see? Now, we know that these people, the Egyptians, had full access to the earth. We have maps that is drawn on the complete earth, of the complete earth. Thousands and thousands of years old. And there's only one way this could have happened. Number one, they got it from a concept of space, or they actually traveled the globe. Now, one of the other stories is coming that I got from Memphis, Tennessee in 1993. Now, I don't let people tell me how scholarship is supposed to come to, or the conclusion of how scholarship is done. There is such thing as empirical evidence, case study, field work, and anthropological study, where you get certain things based on folklore, based on narratives of people in geographical locations just as authentic as you find in a rock or some type of artifact. Now, interesting story, when I was in Memphis, Tennessee in 1993, doing a lecture down there. Did a lecture for the Nation of Islam. Sister came through, one of the sisters of the community. She invited me to a house on the Underground Railroad. And we went in the house, and I did a lecture in the house, and then she took me downstairs where the slaves used to have to hide out in the basement. Mm-hmm. And she shut the doors on a couple of us, and it was pitch black under the house. And she even mentioned that how they had to either drug the babies, or by keeping the babies drunk half the time, or they have to knock them out if company came to the house with the white man upstairs. And these babies start crying up under the house. This particular point on the Underground Railroad, it was said that they made it to this particular point in Memphis, Tennessee, that it would be a breeze to go straight up north, undetected. But they had to go through rough terrain from all parts of the South to make it to this particular house in Memphis, Tennessee. This is a woman that did the history on this. She said, what made this house so special was one thing that we witnessed when we went up under the basement where the slaves used to hide out. There was actually railroad tracks up under the house. And she's saying that this house could very well be the house in which the word Underground Railroad was named. Because there was railroad tracks under the house. We actually did see this. And we know the house was one of the last stops in Memphis, Tennessee, before you go on into freedom in the north, where the other safe passages. But if you got to that particular house, you pretty much could bet that it was going to be an easy ride. But she told me a curious story. A white person knew about her, knew that she had done a lot of work in the black community, and knew that she was about uncovering knowledge of her people. And she said somewhere in the late 80s or the early 90s, white guy was dying. And he called on her, because he'd seen pictures. He always saw her popping up in the newspaper, uncovering this and uncovering that. And she had already done a whole lot of publicity and a whole lot of information on that Underground Railroad. So he called her at house So he called her over. And apparently there was a little island in the river near Memphis. And the water subsided and the island got bigger and bigger and bigger. The University of Tennessee, which got the big old glass pyramid down there. You've been down there and saw this thing?
I've seen it.
And the statue of Ramesses that the president of Hemmitt gave them, a replica of Ramesses. They went and excavated the land, and they dug up a lot of ancient black bodies. In that land, on that island in the river in Memphis, Tennessee. The lady went on to say that based on legend has it, that when the Europeans got to Memphis, Tennessee, they didn't name Memphis, Tennessee based on their knowledge of Memphis, Egypt, or Memphis, Kemet, based on them being Masons or whatever. In this particular case, what happened is, the legend has it, is when they first settled the land, the Native Americans, or the Native Indigenous people that we call Indians, or the Native Americans, said that this particular place is called Memphis. And they insisted upon it that this place was to remain Memphis. And it was the Native Americans that taught the European settlers about Memphis. And they went into the story. This is remarkable stuff. They went into the story that at their first beginning of whenever they migrated in, there were these Egyptians living on the land in Memphis. That was a subsidiary of original Memphis, Egypt.
What period are we talking
It's hard to say because we're talking about, we have to find out the period of when these particular Native Americans got there. So it had to be a very early period, probably a couple of hundred years before the European settlers got there. So it's not going to be that hard to do the work on when the Europeans settled Memphis. And they said, the story goes that this is Memphis, named after groups of Egyptians or black people that was here when we got in, when we migrated into the land, the Native Americans. And the story goes that, as you know, in Africa and in Egypt, they didn't have a real jail system because certain things were taboo. So somebody says it's kind of hard to believe that death is taboo because we have so much people being murdered around us till it's a way of life, until it's kind of hard to perceive that death can be taboo. But if you just notice black people right in the 20th century, before the 1980s, we had several things in our community we just didn't do. You know, there's several things that was taboo, and we could go on and on list of things we just didn't do. For an example, let's even talk about killing. Now, John Henry Clark said that he believed that Malcolm X was murdered by a higher power as far as the United States government, because you have to study black people's killing style. He said a black person will never go stand over somebody and empty the gun in them, not unless they was ordered specifically to do that. We usually just kill because we get probably mad and out of our mind. But after we shoot the person, we come to our senses and probably recognize what we did. But we wouldn't violently stand over a person with the purpose of emptying the guns in the chest. That's just not our killing style. And we talk about if we got killing patterns, we could take the killing patterns from just the 20th century when we fell into this foolishness of murder. We just didn't do certain things. You see what I'm saying? This might be a little raunchy for some people, but I remember as late as the 1980s and as late as the early 80s and the mid 70s, where it was taboo for a black man to even admit that he had oral sex. You just didn't do it. You see, even Richard Pryor commented on it on one of his tapes. You know, black man don't never admit that he ate something. You see what I'm saying? So we know that there's several taboos that we just didn't do. You see what I'm saying? There's several things that we see white children would do that we wouldn't dare do in front of our parents.
That's true.
You see what I'm saying? In front of our parents. Now, going back to this, because we didn't have a jail system, some of the penalties were, because it wasn't probably some real vicious things, but if you did some stuff that was just taboo or unforgivable at that particular point, you just were allowed to leave the community. And that was enough punishment to be uprooted from your original dwelling place or habitat, which, because culture was everything, but outside of culture, you were nothing. So it would be taboo, or it would be just as much psychological punishment to be banished from a society. Well, the legend has it is that there was a new state set up in the Americas for people who, number one, were banished from the societies, and they would settle in remote places. Well, the legend has it that one of the places was Memphis, Egypt. First, it was a settlement for people who were banished from the societies, and later on, based on visitation and trade with these particular people, it later on became a province of ancient Kemet, and was named Memphis. This is the information that the sister gave based on the legends of the Native Americans. You see what I'm saying? Now, there's all kind of Masonic history the European is hiding. In Richard Noon's book, Ice the Ultimate Disaster, 5/5/2000, Ice the Ultimate Disaster, he quotes several Masonic organizations that had held on certain information that is also quoting the early white settlers, here again, in America, when he said that when the white settlers settled Maine, the state of Maine, they found Egyptians or Canaanites reading, writing, and speaking hieroglyphics in that area. As well as to go on to say that in the early 1800s in Oklahoma, they found a stela or a stone tablet, a writer of Akhenaten. Long before Akhenaten's hymns, long before they even knew who Akhenaten was, long before they even excavated Tel Alamana. Because, you know, he was the heretic king stricken from the monuments. But they found stelas, or these stone plates, in Oklahoma long before they even knew who Akhenaten was. There's reports of whole temples, the temple of Isis, the temple of Osiris, in the Grand Canyon. Now all of a sudden, mysteriously, you can't go to certain parts. Just as that book what's called God Rules the Negro. Why, if it's false, why would the government bother to come in and confiscate almost 95% of all the books that they could find, or 98% of all those books, if it didn't have some truth? You see what I'm saying? If it didn't have some truth. So you hear these Moorish organizations saying that there was Egyptians and ancient people over here long before the slaves got here. And this is probably some of the greatest mysteries on the earth. You see what I'm saying? But we cannot do like the European and set certain standards that later on will hinder us from looking into greater insights, even into history, by saying, no, this is the way it is. You know what I'm saying? This is the way it is. We can't do that. So there's just as much a Camite history of America that's connected with us as it is West Africa. Now let me give you some metaphysical aspects of why this is to be. Because we can always rely on the text. Now the text say,
No, keep going.
okay, the text say that a great text that says, and this is the Hebrew one, and the Egyptian ones, out of Egypt I will call my son.
Yes. All black people know that text.
That text. Out of Egypt I will call my son.
Yeah.
Now to break this down,
Ethiopia shall stretch forth her hand to God.
yeah, Ethiopia will stretch forth a hand to God. Okay. Or you also hear of the Son of Man being in the West. That's also in the Bible, you know. Well, let me give you some deeper insights into this.
Okay.
The esoteric tradition, which is your metaphysical tradition of the Old Testament, would be your Kabbalah.
All right.
Now, the Kabbalah states that there will be what is called a great mixing bowl in the West.
Okay.
The great mixture of souls in the West.
I'm with you.
And what it means is this, also to give you another one. The Hermetic text that I often quote from say that there will be a land that will be in the West or at the ends of the earth that all types of race would come to and dwell in that land. But there will be an extremity or a appendage or a extract of ancient Kemet that will be in that land also. There will be some Egyptians that will be in that land also. And those Egyptians will establish Mayat.
Well, okay, all right.
So we have texts. See, if we're talking about several ways we want to look at, what we call truth or proof. Well, we just go and see what the records with the Egyptians said. There's even been translations of the word Osiris or Osar that meant the West. It means the West.
I'm not familiar with that, Bobby.
Yes. It meant the West. It might be, if I'm not mistaken, in this book, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, or going forth, the book of Going Forth by Day, translated by Raymond Faulkner. This particular book, that, if I'm not mistaken, I've even found references to it in this particular book. about the West being named after Osiris. So it's talking about a Western body of Egyptians that is extracted from the mainland, torn apart, and scattered throughout the land, and then put back together in the West by our set, Isis. But there's a form of Isis called the winged Isis, which is Mayat. You see? Which is Mayat. Now let me give you a greater scientific terminology of what the great mixing bowl in the West is. The people in Africa are so old until there is no birth records.
What do you mean? No birth records.
Well, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, as a symbolic number, we're 66 trillion years old. It's a symbolic number to represent there is no beginning. As long as you want a doggone record history, we were there. Now, they got some translations of some Arabic texts in Europe. They got there by the way of the Moors. But the texts are so old until the original or your regular Arabs, or what you call your regular Arabic or modern day Arabic, is different from it. It means that this came from an older people and an older dialect and older linguistics of this Arabic. In order for them to translate it, they had to go and search the land in remote parts of Arabia to find people of the Cushite Arab, which was the original people who settled that land before the Indo-European came in and mixed with all different types of race. They had Cushite Arabs, which were Ethiopians.
Yeah, but isn't Arab a recent...
Well, I'm not talking about the recent thing that we call Arab. I'm just talking about Arabians.
Okay.
See, there's Arabia land existed before the modern day person we call an Arab.
All right. But
So
they
Cushite
weren't called Arabs.
No, they would call Arabs. We just talk about Cushite Arabia.
Okay, right. So we leave the word Arab off.
Leave the word Arab out, and we only using the word Arabia as a geographical location.
Okay. All right. We got it.
So we're just talking about northeast Kush.
Yeah.
You see?
Right.
And for the lack of a better word, Cushite Arabians.
Okay.
Which in some historical aspects, including Sheikh Anta Diop, had even recognized Muhammad's, if there was a person, father, as being one of these Cushite Arabians, or these people of Cush. Drusilla Dundee Houston's book, The Wonderful Ethiopians in the Cushite Empire, talks about that settlement of Arabia with Cushite or Ethiopians on up into Indus Kush, which is your Indus Valley, which is India. So wherever this writing was, they had to go find a family old enough to translate this. When they translated it, it had a timeline on it of 2 billion years.
2 billion years.
2 billion years are not no ape man, but advanced beings Yes, because see, we have to do this if we're going to say we're superior, then we're going to have to believe in not what modern scholarship says the way you're going to look at things. We got to believe in what the Egyptians say. The Egyptians, to this day, I'm ready to debate anybody where they can show me that the ancient Egyptians say that we came from apes. Or to say we came from these different hominid stages that they are claiming. So we got two kind of histories. We're not necessarily saying that they didn't find bones of these older people, these older hominid type of animal people or whatever, but it could very well be bones of a series of apes and not necessarily the original man.
Yes, yes.
You see,
Yeah.
we still get this foolishness from Charles Darwin.
Yes.
And as far as the European is concerned, if you're going to be in his university, you got to make a choice. You either got to believe in the theory of evolution of this ape thing
Right.
and natural selection, or you got to believe in theology. You see, you got to believe in theology. So let's say if you say you don't believe in the ape thing, they'll say, well, we'll put that in the category of theology. But let's say if you're saying you are a man of science, and you don't necessarily want to put it under the category of theology, then based on his universities, you got to agree
With the Darwin theory.
with the Darwin theory.
Right, because they only have two ways.
Two ways of looking at this thing. That is his way of defining things. And it might not necessarily be, well, it's not the way that the original man looks at things. And so what we're talking about here is a political way to still shut us out of ancient history by lessening the timeline so that somehow he can fit his way as being the ancient man or not far removed from the ancient man. You see what I'm saying? I want you to hold this thought for a minute. What we're saying here is we're going to have to say if we are the greatest people that ever graced this planet, and if we are so advanced as Egyptians, then we're going to have to believe in what the Egyptians say, what the ancient Africans say. And there's a saying, Alvin Boyd Kuhn, in his book, Who is This King of Glory, and the book Lost Light, one of John Henry Clark's scholars that he likes to quote a lot, this book, Who is This King of Glory?
Correct.
And in there, one of the chapters, it said that mythology is truer than history. So that means that someone has come in, and over the course of the last couple of 100 years, let's say European scholarship at its apex that we are involved in, it is mainly late 1800s, when we were thrust in this thing, late 1800s and the 20th century.
Well, Bobby, just let me ask you, if you know, how was European history created, initiated? Because history is something that primarily only Europeans write.
Yeah, okay, well let me...
And when did they base it on?
Okay, well I'll answer that one by giving you this particular information. In this, mainly in this 20th century, they have convinced the world that mythology is some type of secondary, primitive, pseudo saying of ancient people who in so many words didn't know what they were talking about. This is more mind control and by design to cover up truths of history. In Jeremiah's book, Natural Genesis, he said that the word mythology in Africa is called mutu, which means truthful history are truthful sayings. So because someone tells you that mythology is basically a lie, because we even use it in terminologies, well, that's a myth, as to say that it is unimportant or less important than what he defines as truth and reality. So when we look at mythology, we have a different view on it. My mother, when I was trying to explain to her about Isis and Osiris, she was like, well, that's mythology. Give me something else. That's mythology. As if to say that mythology has no merit when it comes to so-called quote-unquote truth. Well, what is truth? And what is fact? We know that half the thing that the white boy called fact 100 years ago has been disproven. Half the stuff he called fact 30 years ago has been disproven. You know? So fact is always changing every day. You see what I'm saying? So that means there's an old saying, nothing is true, all is permitted, which would be the best thing that you can go by in a modern time of what this is, year 2001. There's so much lies and so much misconception till we'll go, well, nothing is true, all is permitted. And we'll have to sift this down to the least common denominator on what makes the most sense. Now, what do we do as the measurement on how we do this? What you do is you take a principle, an underlining principle, that I don't care what customs you have or what culture or what language you have. If you have a story told around the world and the principle always ends up the same, then that's closer to the truth. Because here it is, how can you have different culture, different language, different people, and a different mythology or a different folklore, but the underlying principle means the same? That's closer to the truth. And that's how you get to the truth. When you can find a synchronicity and a comparativeness throughout the world or throughout centralized customs and cultures, where you have the principle underlining is the same. And no other discipline on the earth does this over and over and over again like mythology. And although they'll tell you that mythology is some stuff that you cannot rely on, but yet white people get PhDs in mythology all the time. But it don't supposed to be important. And if you ever studied mythology, you'll find out you're going up against a science. And I believe in some cases it would probably be easier to study mathematical equations than to try to get a greater understanding and grasp this mythology. The woman Wendy O'Flaherty of the University of Chicago said, I have translated texts 30 years ago in the early 70s, or in the late 60s, early 70s. And now I'm in the 90s, late 90s, and I'm translating the same text and I get something totally, completely different. So it means that these particular mythology can meet the level of consciousness based on where your consciousness is. So it's multidimensional, which makes for a greater science of understanding if we didn't have somebody brainwashing us, telling us, no, it's about the way I say, you got to look at reality. You understand where I'm coming from here? Now, going back to the ancient Egyptians or the ancient Africans as proof, we don't have us coming from no apes in the mythology. But here's the scientific department saying, well, we got all these hominid stages. We got proof, we got all these bones. And we don't necessarily say that these bones don't exist, because clearly they do. What we're saying is the black man didn't come up out of it. it could very well be different hominid stages of apes. That is something totally different than man. But only because the European, based on the Darwin's theory, who was a part of a secret society that wanted to cover up ancient history of black people being on the earth so old, until when you look at it this way, white people don't even supposed to even be important in the scheme of things based on our age. So that's a very tricky thing. Here you are ruling the world. And if you're going to tell the truth that the black man has been here for millions of years, or billions of years ruling on a high level of intellect, a high level of sophistication, and a high level of technology, but yet you're the new ruler of the world, and this stuff gets out and it is commonplace that we are these type of people, that means in actuality you would give the people another world view of who these people really are. Well, obviously they got to be a great people because they've been around for millions of years. So what better way if you're going to rule people or colonize a people is you got to wipe out that history. And in order to make it authentic, so that you can say that I'm a central player in this game of life or history, tell them we all come from apes and shorten the timeline to a couple of thousand years. And therefore, white people can justify being around just as long as we were by saying that in actuality, what the Egyptians say, that when man first hit the earth, he wasn't no ape. We were always here. Right here in this Book of the Dead, right here, they say the great ones. And some say the great old ones. And we don't have any text. So who am I going to believe? See, this argument now, even against anybody, and I don't care how great a scholar you are, this argument is futile, not unless you can tell me or find ancient pharaonic, ancient African records where they say in their narratives, which is called mythology, that we came from apes. Until I get it, I'm not going for the bull. But then again, on the other hand, we have to also look and say, at this particular time, we got to even look and find out when we define things, is it the white man's definition that we are defining things by as the yardstick where we measure, or is it our definition? You say, well, how do we know what our definitions are? Because we left enough records behind. Yeah, there's been thousands of records that's been destroyed, but we got enough access to the records behind if we would just study the ancient mythology to get closer to the truth. And all of that ancient mythology says that we have been on the earth for millions of years. And so this argument, I'm just as much as legitimate for looking in Egyptian texts and finding us being here for a considerable amount of years and not finding us coming from apes as some fool agreeing to something that some white university standard says is the law of the land.
Bobby, this is very interesting insight. Now, who is if the black man has been here for millions,
Right.
and the
Right.
European, where did he come from, and when did he get here? What's his history? And we've been here for millions of years and then mutate into a Caucasian,
Right.
and a Caucasian shows up
Right.
2,000 or 3,000 years ago, let's say 5,000 or 6,000 years
Right.
ago, 10 or 11,000 years ago. How did he arrive? What is he?
Well, based on the text, this mutation or this particular climate adaptability that so many black scholars go by is only a theory. We don't have any records on that, but we do have records. One very important one. One very important one, and it is not anything that's Christian in origin. There's a text called the Apocryphon of John, coming out of the book called the Nag Hammadi or Nag Hammadi Library, dug up in 1945 in Nag Hammadi, Egypt. And these ancient texts that somehow didn't get translated into English until 1977. But in these texts, especially that Apocryphon of John, they clearly state that you have the original person, what they call the true beings, and then you have what is called a counterfeit spirit or a later spirit or a later being that is separated from the original being by a single essence. Which means in actuality you can have a physical body, but that essence that they're separated is the melanin. So now all of a sudden, I don't want to hear a theory when we have text like this showing up. You see, in text at the Ramesses V tomb of Temple of Abydos in the Holy Land, where they say that the Egyptians and the West Africans created the white man.
Now wait a minute, you said there's a text at Abydos to say?
Yeah, Temple of Ramesses V, Biblim El Manuk. To quote it, you can find it documented in Jeromancer's Book of the Beginnings, Volume 1, page 27. And you can also get a fuller story of it in Sheikh Anta Diop's book, Ancient African Civilization, Myth or Reality, which, you know, the African origins of civilization, myth or reality, where he talks about the Tamahu, which means the Tamahu, but he omits that part when Jeromancer's Book of the Beginnings, Volume 1, page 27, said that the word Tamahu means, Tama meaning a created, and Hu meaning white, light, and bright. Thus, Tamahu means the created white people. And it goes on at the end of the text, coming from Biblim El Manuk, or on the walls of the tombs of Ramesses V, where they say the Ruti, which is supposed to be your East African, and your Suti, which is supposed to be your West African, created the Tamahu.
Now, if you want me, I'll go get you Book of the Beginnings, Jeromancer, Volume 1, and you can point it out.
Yeah.
I can also get you Sheikh's book.
Just get that one, the Volume 1.
Okay, I think it's in there.
Yes.
All right, let's hold that up there. Hold the Book of the Beginnings round so I can see what we're dealing with. And that's by Jeromancer?
Yep.
Yes. Now, okay, turn to that. That's Volume 1?
Volume 1, page 27, Exhibit 8.
All right.
We'll identify where it's coming from and what it is talking about. The Egyptians identified themselves on the monuments as the R-U-T, root. A pictorial representation found in the tomb of Seti I. There are 4 races of people arranged in groups of 4 men each. These are the Neshi, or the Nashi, which means Negroes, Hemu, which means light brown hue, with blue eyes and their hair in a bag. So that would be more of a mixture of a mulatto. The Tamahu, who are fair as Europeans, and the Rut, who are Egyptians. These typical groups, not meant merely for conquered races, as may be gathered from signification of their names. The Tamahu are light-complected people. The Egyptian word Tama means people, and created. Hu means white, light, and ivory. Tamahu are the created white people. You got it in black and white right there. The ne is black. The na means black ink. Ne means blackbird. Shu means person of birth. Nashu, which means black born, or in Egyptian phrase, the black born from the egg, shu. Him means rudder, to paddle. Fish means hemi, paddle, fish. Hemi, to steer. The Hemu is indicated as sailors or seafarers of the people of the Isles. That might be a form of your Phoenicians later on. The Isles are the Gentiles that might be rendered in Egyptians by the Isles of the Anu, or Amu, or Hemu. Now, to cut to the chase, the Egyptians were the true root ones of primordial people who first took conscious hold of the earth, retained a knowledge of the fact, and retained the knowledge of the fact that they was the first people to be on the damn earth. The land is the footstool. The land of Egypt, is the footstool root, or root. The people were the feet, root, on which the human being first arose erect to attain full stature. Identically, however, when we learn that the Egyptians recognized the black race to be the first created men, the people of Ra were born from the Great One who is in the heavens. The root are born of his eye, and in the persons of superior men. Now this is the key. He also created the Amu and the Tamu as he has confronted himself with the multitudes who came from him in the shape of Negroes, by which expressly and said Horus is created him, and he defends their souls. So in so many words, they go in and they say that the Egyptians, in so many words in this passage, created, or the first black man created the Amu, which is another fair-skinned race, and the Tamahu, which is the created white men. This is all coming from the temple of Seti I at Abydos, the first Holy Land. So now we have a page of history that don't suggest no ape man. This is what the Egyptians are saying, and they say they call them the created white people. You see? Diop in his book, it's not Pre-Colonial Black Africa, it's the other one, Egyptian Origins of, African Origins of Civilization, Myth, and Reality. In that book, he goes all into the Tamahu, but he omits this page where it says they are the created white people. You see what I'm saying? So we have counter history that suggests other than this ape thing. We can prove this over and over through mythology.
Okay, so the white race being a created race, then how do we sync their history up with being a created people and then overpowering the people who were knowledgeable enough and powerful enough to create them?
My take on it, based on the mythology again, is it didn't really overpower them. If you've been on the earth for a couple of million years, and even Dr. Ben said that he gets more of a deterioration or time just ran out than he does someone coming and knocking us from the throne. Which means if you've been on the earth for millions of years, there has to be an intermission. We were weak from our infrastructure of being here thousands and thousands and millions of years. Physically, psychologically, and mentally. You see what I'm saying? Clearly, if the Africans were not weak psychologically and mentally, and the biggest the continent of Africa is, and all those Africans, they could have got together, crossed cultural lines, and stopped the European if they wanted to. We're talking about a small group of people. Here's the people that we say are so spiritually in tune. Why is it that they couldn't communicate with each other? We're talking about mass amount of black Africans in numbers that couldn't stop this thing. But in so many words, what we have is some type of catatonic state where these people were so old into the concept of even securing themselves based on a defense system didn't even register. And one of the reasons why it didn't register because we had deteriorated to the point whereas we didn't look at each other in unity when it comes to color. The concept of color, if you're on a continent of Africa and everything you see is black all your life, the concept of color would not be the defining factor. It would be culture, language, customs, which in the case of deterioration, we had grown into too many of these cultures that saturated the central power. That meant that in these ancient civilizations, at the height of our power, those civilizations were vast. To have thousands of people under the same culture. As time went on, these civilizations started deteriorating, which creates smaller civilizations on down to tribes. So therefore, the smaller the civilization gets, the weaker it gets, because they don't have the central power of mass number under the organized culture. So as the civilizations get smaller, customs and culture become sectarian, different, multiple. The ways of communication breaks down. So when the outside invader comes in, there's no such thing as a central organization where you can even communicate on a mass level for a great defense system. Meanwhile, he comes in and pits these people against each other because these people have deteriorated enough down to really think that their culture suggests that they are a different race of people than the brother next door, which is the same thing. Now going back to mythology, mythology say that this would happen. they said that they would have to take an extract. You got all these thousands of cultures. This is very profound here. To try to understand what's going on. In so many words, what went on was not necessarily a fall, it was a divine plan. The ancient mystical masters that ran the earth understood that one day there would be a deterioration period which would separate mass populations of people who had a consensus of knowledge, information, and science under one cultural system, or 4 or 5 major cultural systems which were strong. And they understood that these systems would deteriorate and become multiple systems with fragmented cultures. So they understood that the central plan was to take those fragmented cultures, Egyptian, West African, Central African, extrapolate or extract the best, the strongest out of those cultures, remove them and put them all the way in the West. And then those cultures come together sexually on a procreation process that make a new creation. So those new creation, what would make that new creation a unifying factor that the African didn't have by deterioration? Because in us, there's something that's going on that the Africa is separated by. What do we mean by that? You got Evo, Hausa, Dogon, Timbuktu, Egyptian, Cushite, Punt, Somali, Libyan, Nigerian, Ghanaian, Senegalese. Right. But over here, you create a new person that is mixed together of all these different Africans, because the simple fact, over here you were just a black person, so they just put you together and made it you. But in our blood system, we got Dogon, because we've been a great mixing bowl in the West that it talks about in the Kabbalah. Out of Eden I will call my son. These houses will come back into covenant, God's covenant, which is the tribes of Israel, Isis, Ra, and Elohim, which is Horus, being reunited. And when they come back together, in our blood, we will have Egyptian, Dogon, Hausa, Nigerian, ancient Yoruba, ancient Bambara, you know what I'm saying, the Fawn, the Dahomey, all in the central blood system, which is a reunited Africa of the ancient world, in the new people, because we are a mixture. Whereas the other Africa had broken apart and made other cultures. In us, we represent the uniting, the solidarity, and the merging back into those ancient cultures, which is called the smooth ashlar, or the crown jewel, or the finishing product. The ancient mystical Africans, recorded in the doggone mythology, we got so much of it, understood this. And that would become the body of Osiris, connected back together. You see? So here's a whole nother form of history that is told in various forms of mythology. The scattered tribes of Israel. The scattered houses. But in that ancient mythology, they always talk about a gathering. So right in this judgment scene, in the book of Coming Forth by Day, to look at this on another level, you got these different netters, which represents different energies, different aspects of the planet Earth, all assembled, all going through a filtering process of the weighing of the heart and the balancing of the scale, which in turn is the finished product again of Osiris on the throne. So this picture of Osiris, or Osir, these netters, or these particular entities you see here, these gods, these netters, these judgments, are nothing but components inside of this one God. So all of these is in him. And all of these represent the mechanisms that work to put all of these back together.
Now, it's interesting, you're saying these represent the mechanisms. Well, let's talk about those mechanisms and what that really means.
Well, you got the feather of Mayat right here. Now, let's go into ancient esoteric information. Mayat also is this balancing scales. The royal art of ancient Kemet, or ancient Egypt, is the mystical art called alchemy, which is the study of melanin in so many words. The royal art is going on inside of the body of Osiris, therefore, as represented of inside of the body of the original people on earth, which is us. We are the Osirians. The different Anubis would be a gateway that these gods would filter through to become the one Osiris. Mayat, the feather, would be a gateway or a form of balancing that these netters would come through and filter through and sift through like a milling process to become the body of Osiris. The god Hemmitt, which is the eater of souls, which in actuality would break down the process of the individual souls to mix it back in to make the perfect elixir. And the god Tahuti, which in so many words is showing that these particular entities here are intelligence, because he's recording it. In so much as recording it, he's a form of the synthesizing process of this consciousness that's coming up out of this whole thing, which is the consciousness of Osiris, which would be our higher consciousness. So there's a physiological or cultural level of the same court system and how they do all that. They got that from Kemet. But the court system in ancient Kemet, that now we even have the judge Osiris in the modern time, because if you go to England, they might have a white wig on, but the judge, his wig has nappy hair in the top of it. So they have these white wigs on in England. And all the jury or whoever is judging, their wigs is smooth. But the judge, the main judge, he might have smooth hair on the side, but in the top is nappy little peppercorn beads within the white wig. So we have a prototype of ancient Kemet being copied by the Europeans, but even that prototype of the law and the court of ancient Kemet is only a manifestation of something that's going on inside of the body also too, a judgment of energies.
What do you mean? A judgment
Judging, in so many words, it just means balancing out. Balancing out. Bringing two forces together and balancing them. In our body, the central staff that balances out all of these latent energies in our body that we call our spiritual self or our soul, has one central balancing system that shoots up the spine, which is called a kundalini force, which is represented in ancient cultures as the staff of Tahuti, the staff of Moses. Moses takes the staff and parts the Red Sea. The Red Sea is the blood vessels that surrounds the spinal system. You see, it's 32 vertebrae in the spine, 32 degrees, and 33 degrees, which is which would be the final one in Western Masonic aspect. All of this stuff is talking about a balancing that's going on in the body, which is recorded as a balance that should go on in society. As within, so without. As above, so below. That's what balance is. You see.
While we're on this, Bobby, I think it's a good place to segue into looking at the spiritual essence of Kemetic Egypt and how that was reflected in everyday life, in social life, in values, in morality, in the ability to accomplish the things like building pyramids. And what did they represent?
Okay. And then we're going to go into that in a few seconds. Aspect of ancient Kemet. We must understand what did they know about their remote history, and what about that remote history that they knew about that would give them the insight in the spirituality to produce a practice and produce various ways of spirituality and scientific ways of looking at things, a research in trying to find out what is needed to be done to get to a higher spiritual level. What was it in their remote past, that brought them to these conclusions? Apparently, these are the most illumined people on earth. And they were the most illumined people on earth because they knew something generally about where they came from and how they got to where they were and basically where they were going. And all the stuff in between is the process and the steps that they took to ensure themselves the final solution. So in order to understand that, we must understand the beginning. The Egyptian beginning or the Kamite beginning, in so many words, to cut through all of the different aspects of ideology, in so many words, they understood that there used to be another primordial entity that somehow was thrust into a new reality of physical existence. And that primordial entity woke up one day and found itself to be human and having a human experience in a new situation that is totally different than the prior situation of the divine, and to put it in so many words, the prior situation of being gods. Omnipotent beings. That's a hell of a information and a blueprint to start off with that would make you superior in a sense that you know that you were these advanced beings that one day was shifted into a new paradigm of human existence. That's what the Camite and Egyptians knew. That they were shifted into a new paradigm of human existence. And number two, they had to live out this human existence of several eons. Only to come to the final solution or the final metamorphosis or manifestation back into the original aspect, but not necessarily the same. It's the concept of a caterpillar going into a cocoon and becoming a butterfly. The caterpillar was the original larva of creation. The human is the cocoon stage of something that is not finished. I don't care how much of human civilization we go through. It is always in the process of becoming the butterfly, which is a metamorphosized caterpillar, god, cocoon stage human. Butterfly represents the finished product. In Egypt, you always saw this scarab. Let me see if I got my ring. This scarab. This scarab, which represents dormancy, will one day grow into the winged beetle Kephra. Kephra, which is the finished product. But as long as you have these two principles in ancient Hemmitt, it means that humanity is never going to be the final stage. We can never go back to kindergarten, no matter how advanced we thought it was. We have to become something new. This is the fundamental and central to all world mythology and all world religions. In Christianity, we call it the Christ. That is a metamorphosis. In ancient Egypt, the central royal art, or what you would call the highest mystery that goes beyond worshiping the gods, the highest mystery was what these gods were composed of. What were the energies? What is this energy, this substance, these compounds, these elixirs that later day mythology calls the gods. What is this force? And that's where the royal art of ancient Egypt, which is the highest form of any spiritual science on the planet, is that of alchemy, which is the study of the breakdown of the particles in the universe and the particles in man. As above, so below.
May I just throw out, to interject in this. If we look at the earth is always traveling through space. We are not today when we were yesterday.
Right.
We are, in effect, millions of miles
Right.
from the point today that we were yesterday.
Right.
And we are breathing air, which is the breath of life, and living and blowing through us, the water, the earth, the sun, which are things that are part of us, which is alive. Without it, we ain't nothing. And these energies are trapped within a vibratory
Right.
point,
Right.
which is us, vibratory.
Right.
But we are the universe.
That's right.
And the ancient Egyptians understood that
Understood this.
principle and began to lay out a study and then reflected it in temples and in its,
Exactly.
worldview. And I want you to go ahead and talk about that. I just wanted to throw that in because I wanted you to know I understand
Okay.
where you are.
Okay.
But I want you to break that down
Okay.
so that we can understand.
Okay, first of
and
all,
move from there.
this one saying, both man and God, whereas God is all potential, he manifests through man. He is all potential, but man is the perfecting agent of the energy of God. God, or the great goddess, is simply called nothingness, but it is from the nothingness that you get the absolute. If I want to hit you up against the head with a rock, I damn sure can't get it if the rock is a mountain. That means I got to break a smaller piece off to be affected. We are the smaller piece. So in so many words, we are the perfecting agent, because we can synthesize that which is mass and cannot know itself only through breaking itself down. The Egyptian temples were astronomical temples, but they were also physiological temples in the aspect that they were built like humans. Clearly, you got this in R.E. Swallow and Lubbock's Temple in Man. The same breakdown of the human body is the same building structure of ancient Egyptian temples. Going from the lowest level when you first walk into the door to the sanctum sanctorum when you finish, where it's only the high priest can go in that particular area, which represents highest form of consciousness. So every aspect of the priest that was a part of that building complex, let's take the Temple of Karnak, which is 80,000 students at one time. Those 80,000 students at one time, on a microcosmic level, would be 80,000 cells in the body, all striving to learn and to be unified in a force field, which would be completed as the high priest, which would be all consciousness. So everything works in the universe, works the same way in the everyday life. Meanwhile, in order for the high priest to function as an advanced body of effective brotherhood and sageship, there has to be a vast amount of learning. Man, know thyself.
Is this, can you point out any temple that man know thyself is written on that I may see it?
We know what it is. This is amazing because about 10 years ago, I didn't know what temple it was, and I think it might be the Temple of Karnak. I know it's written on the colonnades. The colonnades that's what you see when you go to France and you see the Champs-Élysées. The two structures, it's like a big doorway. They stood in front of all the temples. Before you walk through the colonnade, then you go down the Hall of Sphinx into the temple, that colonnade.
Yes.
On one of the colonnades, and I believe it's the Temple of Karnak, and it might not even be standing now. But it might be. Man, know thyself is on it. Don't quote me on this, but we know. But I believe it was found on a colonnade. You see.
I want to go back to the temples, and you said that the temples reflected the body of man.
Yeah.
Can you be more precise and illuminate on that?
Well, the different compartments. Now let's take the Temple of Karnak. They got these columns in the Temple of Karnak. One is called a hypostyle hall, these different columns. We know that on the earth level, they represent different forms of the reeds of the field, or the papyrus reeds. But it also could represent different forms of trees. That's why they have they're not necessarily, one would be this high, one would be this high, and they won't be in the same proportion to each other. And the Europeans couldn't understand it at a particular time because he was thinking, these people here got the worst architecture in the world, because he didn't understand that they were actually creating the forest. So that's one level. The other level of those columns also represented different structures in the body. You got a spinal column that has so many vertebrae. Well, in the middle of the Karnak temple, out in the yard, where they don't even have it wasn't even designed to have a top on it, you got these columns standing up in the middle of the yard, which also represent not only something that's in the body, certain structures in the body, maybe the lungs, maybe the spinal column, maybe the kidneys or whatever, in proportion. You see what I'm saying? They not only represented the forces in the body, but they could have represented something physiological. You know? We don't have vast representations of these temples left anymore. But R.A. Schwaller de Lubitz, who spent 15 years at the Temple of Luxor alone, proved that this was nothing but a breakdown of the body of Osiris. In that case, the breakdown of the body of the black man. So let's go to mythology. Because in ancient Hebrew mythology, before it is turned into a Hebrew history, it is a Hebrew mythology that coincides with all of the Camite people. Camite and Cushite people. The Temple of Solomon, which is supposed to be a great temple that was built and torn down. It's nothing but the temple of Osiris. Built, Osiris is cut up into the pieces. Temple of Solomon is built, then also dismantled. Temple of Solomon, Sol, which means sun, Amen, which means hidden. Hidden sun, Amen Ra, Solomon. But if it's the hidden sun, what it is hidden into? It's hidden into the temple. The temple is what? The body. And oh, here I am black and comely, the black body. House of the black God, Beth, house, Ham, black, Bethlehem, house of the black God. You see. Well, what is all this coming from? These are ancient mystical stories that can be traced back to the temple of Luxor, temple, which is the temple of Osiris, because Osiris is nothing but doggone Solomon. The temple of Amen Ra at Karnak. Amen, Ra, which is sun, solar, which is Sol, which means sun, Solomon. So Solomon is Osiris, the physical body, or the structure. And inside of Osiris rests the hidden God, Amen, which means hidden, and Ra, which means sun, a particle of light, is inside of Osiris, which Amen, Ra, and Osiris is one and the same. You got the temple of Luxor and the temple of Karnak. You see. And then you got a later mythology talking about the temple of Solomon. They just talking about the same doggone temples that's in Hemmitt. But Solomon is, oh yeah, I am black and comely. But Solomon represents the black person. You see, King Solomon. The word king, we could even be found in we don't want to use the word Babylonia, but for the lack of a better word, we will talk about northeast Kemet. In the mythology, the word Kingu, which means a substance inside of the blood. So the word king actually means melanin. And one must have melanin to be king. The blackness that's inside of the central nervous system, and that central nervous system, you have a purple looking substance, dark purple, depends on how the light hit it, from black to dark purple, which is melanin. And purple is royalty. You see. In India, they talk about the same melanin in two forms, a plant, but in the body it's also a form, and that substance is called sama. But it says not only sama, that they call king sama. Sama is the substance that is needed to make a person a king. You see, make a person a king. So even the word king, which is Pharaoh, has a connection with the blood and with the alchemical makeup of the body, which goes back down to melanin. There's linguistics modification. The word Pharaoh is the same as the word Hero or Heru. Pharaoh or Pharaoh, Heru, which is the Christ. But the Christ is also called a king. This royal house, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. You see. All of this is nothing but the breakdown of the magnitude of who the Egyptians were. A kingly people, a priestly people. But what makes them kingly people and priestly people is the physiological makeup of the body and the spiritual makeup of the body. The physiological structures are also represented in the Egyptian temples. And the spiritual structures that's inside of the body can be traced back all the way to the known universe called dark matter, which is nothing but carbon, 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons.
That's what carbon is?
Yes. And melanin is nothing but carbon.
Blackness.
Blackness. We are carbon beings. Europeans are carbon-based beings.
What's the difference?
A carbon being is the true substance, the original blueprint. A carbon-based being is, number one, a mock being, a hybrid being. And although it might have trace elements of carbon, it's not pure carbon. You see?
What would be the dynamic difference in the two?
One is a residue. One is pure. The difference would be something watered down can only be a shadow of something. So the capabilities of it is limited because it is not pure. You see, it is not pure.
Now,
Give you an example.
I was going to ask you how is that reflected into.
Yeah, let me give you one example on a. You could take some acrylic paint. You know, they used to have oil paint. Still got oil paint. Let's take oil paint. You could have oil paint. Then you could take some thinner and put in that paint. And you could thin it all the way down to whereas it could be light. Let's say if you take black, you can thin it all the way down till it might be light gray. But that's the weaker strand. On the other end of the spectrum is pure black. So the difference is one can only be a slight phase of the original. It can only have limited capabilities and sometimes very brief capabilities. Whereas the most potent substance is capable of being all the time if it understands the process and the mechanisms that go into operating that machine. You understand what I'm saying? The other watered down version, number one, might have aspects of greatness at limited amounts of time, or it might just be set. And it can maximize maximize the optimal level of what it can be capable of doing, but not necessarily go beyond that. Whereas the original version can go far beyond that. So, let me give you one other example. We have the ability to transform back beyond creation.
Wait a minute.
Before there was creation, we were. Our world is built off of several of the primal worlds that existed before our world. Not necessarily the earth, but our universe is built off of several other primal universes that existed before this universe. This universe is just the later phase of it. We, our substance, our energy, is primordial, that comes beyond known creation. That which is created in the context of creation can only function in the context of creation. You see? And can only have the ability to copy what is already created for it. Whereas the one that comes from beyond creation has the ability to go beyond this, to go beyond creation, because it came from beyond creation. So it has the ability to go beyond the creation pattern that is set for it, because it's greater than the creation pattern that is set for it. And not only is it greater than the creation pattern that it is set in, it can have no problem creating anytime it wants in that pattern of creation that is limited. If it's at its maximum power, it can manipulate that particular creation that it finds itself trapped in. Whereas that which is created in that particular creation, that didn't come from beyond that creation, he can only copy the manipulation that came from beyond the creation can do so easily by manipulating. So we talking about black man and white man, the essence. You see what I'm saying? In so many words, they only feed off the energy of the real true being. And everything they do, from a social aspect to a physiological aspect to a spiritual aspect, is nothing but borrowing a limited amount of power from the medium or the true, thorough power, which is us. You see what I'm saying? They don't never create nothing. They only copy, dissect, and even modify sometimes to the lesser degree until they kill it off.
Now I'm going to come back to this, but I want to continually look at the Egyptian society or civilization, is a better word for it. In particular, in one of these books, I'm going to draw it down, when you lay out a picture of the Nile Valley, you see temples all up and down.
Right.
You see pyramids. You see
Right.
The creation of things like the zodiac.
Yeah.
You see, when you look at the pyramids, you're looking at trigonometry, all forms of high math, an understanding of the movement of stars and planets and the creation of calendars and time. I wanted you to talk about this so we'll get a sense of who we are and what we've done, but that we may know ourselves. Man, know thyself. I mean, you have begun to talk about it, but I want you to expand upon it.
Well, I mean, a lot of it has pretty much been set. Like right here, you have the Temple of Dendera, this zodiac. This was in the top of the Temple of Dendera that now rests in the Louvre in Paris. In the Louvre in Paris. To expound upon this and expand upon this, this zodiac is 90,000 years old. You know, the geomancy states, although the Temple of Dendera that may have this zodiac is one that is built in the Ptolemy period of when the Greek ruled. Basically, the Greeks were not in charge of building the temples. The Egyptian priests were. The Greeks wouldn't know what to put on them. The Temple of Dendera, come to find out that it basically is the same representation of an older temple that just was deteriorating, but had a papyrus stuck in the cracks of the wall that they pulled out and reconstructed the same temple with just new material. So in so many words, the material might be new, but the architecture of the temple, as well as the metaneta on the temple, is 90,000 years old.
90,000 years old?
Yeah.
Where do you get that?
It's geomancy states it. He alludes to it also when he tries to break down this zodiac of Dendera in Book of the Beginnings, Volume 2, on the last couple of pages.
Well, what are some of the indications of its 90,000-year-old? Why would one say? How would you calculate that?
Well, they would calculate it based on the calendar, whether it's a stellar calendar, you know what I'm saying, solar calendar, and you know. And what is the oldest? The stellar?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and then they would calculate from that is, well, how long the existence can be of the stellar calendar. Then there could be another possibility that would suggest it's 90,000 years old. Is that the white man is holding on to papyruses that suggest, that literally say that it's 90,000 years old. That geomancy, in so many words, had access to when he translated this stuff at the British Museum. Now I know that it can be that way because I in the one I mentioned called the Apocalypse or the Apocryphon of John in the Nag Hammadi Library, they literally go through millions of years of history all the way into the future within 6 or 7 pages. You see. So going back again, mythology can literally tell you that things are that old.
And wouldn't it also change gears? My brother Bobby Hemmitt, it is great pleasure that we're here with you again tonight in the studio here.
It's great to be back.
One of the things that I'd like to do is you have a book in front of you on Egyptian history and kind of like the history of the West. But one of the history of Europeans' encounter with Africa. One of the things I like to begin with is there's one picture in there
Yeah, I think I just slipped up and
where the European
lost it, but I'm gonna find it.
is saying that that he had the unfortunate pleasure of seeing the African king order the decapitation of
Right.
several of his villagers to celebrate this European arrival.
First of all, I'll get the picture and we'll put it on the film for the people to see. But first of all, certain things just don't even make historical sense. Now, clearly, the African had been, at this particular time, hundreds of years of antagonistic elements against outside people. So there's no way that he's going to celebrate the same old oppressor to come. You see what's coming in.
Well, I'll put the picture up there a little later. What I want you to do is kind of look into the camera. So
Yeah. Okay.
and you
Yeah.
can talk directly.
Yeah, you know, the old oppressor coming in. Remember now, this is Victorian art, which goes along with the same, the same attitude towards black people. Because remember now, majority of the time, the discovery of the Nile was late 1700s, early 1800s. So we weren't even out of slavery yet on this particular aspect of it. We know that the Napoleon expeditions actually started the whole discovery of the Nile again, rediscovery of the Nile. And you know, Napoleon didn't really necessarily like blacks after getting his ass kicked by Toussaint L'Ouverture. So my point is we're not just talking about somebody who's a racist based on some political stance. We talking about a person that's based on the nature. And so it just goes without saying that as we go deeper into it, we're talking about a person that also, I mean, if he calls himself superior, and one brother made this point, if this man calls himself superior, why is it that he has to literally hate other people? You figure if you're superior over most of the races on the earth as they claim, then you would have a little more compassion for the simple fact that you feel you better than them. You know, you wouldn't really get mad at a dog for being a dog. You figure you could superior. So my point is why is it if he thinks he's so superior, why is it that he never gets along with nobody on the planet? And never has had a history of getting along with anybody on the planet. It's always a master-slave relationship.
Bobby, maybe before we go a little further, you said something tonight about the white man being made. I think you said you had read that.
Yeah.
And that some people were made without a soul.
Yeah.
I think we need to
some
explore that a little bit.
Yeah.
And if we can-
Well, you know, the last tape I did with you, I went into some of the science on that. And basically we just have new light into this. As a matter of fact, it was so much information in the ancient world that I've come across. I put out a book, The Human Artificial, back in 1994. And man, the book has been Xerox so much until it's just a piece. It's like connect the dots with the graphics breaking down. But since then, I mean, I've found so much information on the European being created that supports the whole Yakub theory. To literally, I would have to spend all my time just in this subject alone. It's just that much information. Some of the most hard evidence is what is called the corpus hermeticus. Now let me explain what this is. When the Greeks came into to Egypt in the Ptolemy period, they wrestled a whole lot of stuff out of the Library of Alexandria that they so-called built, or also the temples. And some of these materials that they wrestled out of there or stole was in actuality called the Hermetic materials, which is the wisdom of Tahuti. The wisdom of Tahuti. So we're talking about not only that, we're talking about, as some people say, that this particular stuff is the basis to Western civilization. this particular corpus hermeticus, and which is very advanced stuff. So much that it hadn't even been explored. And in so many words, some of the stuff in the Hermetic text, one I'll give you, because we'll deal with several of it tonight. One will be, there's mention in there that the biggest mistake that the Egyptians made was to make another man. Or the biggest mistake that the most ancient man made was to create another man. And this is documented in the so-called Hermetic materials, which is the wisdom of Tahuti. Tahuti in Greece is Hermes. So Hermes is the Egyptian god Tahuti. The Hermetic material, are we still on?
Oh, yeah.
The Hermetic material is very advanced stuff. As a matter of fact, they don't even mention it, but it is basically some of the origin of Western thought. It covers a lot of the basis of Western thought, and basically this has been reserved for the last 700 years since the Moors were kicked out of Spain. Most of your Hermetic material has been reserved for the secret societies. Several books you can get if you can find them. One is called Thrice Great Hermes by G.R.S. Mead. The other one is called Hermetica by Walter Scott. All of these are still in print. Walter Scott's book is in print. You can get the G.R.S. Mead one in print. It was in print in hardback in 1992 for $50, 3 volumes for $50 with black and buy it. So as a result, now you can go to the Kessinger Publishing Company, which is, they do a lot of out-of-print books. They took up where, what's her name left off, Health Research, which now somebody bought the Health Research Company, and now they are now printing the books in regular format. The newer book is called Hermetica by Copenhagen. The other 2 books came out at the turn of Thrice Great Hermes came out at the turn of the century. 1907. There was 2 other books that's still available called The Virgin of the World is one, and The Divine Pramanda. Divine Pramanda is part 1, and The Virgin of the World is part 2. They came out in the late 1800s by Anna Kingsford and Maitland. I can't think of the last names, the guy's first name, but Anna Kingsford. It's called Kingsford and Maitland. The Virgin of the World and the Divine Pramanda, and both of those books are still in print. So that's the 18th century stuff. The 19th century would be Thrice Great Hermes, 3-volume sets, 1907 by G.R.S. Mead, which is now in print by Kessinger Publishing Company. Then in the 1930s, you would have Walter Scott's book, Hermetica. And this is the one that I'm quoting from, about, the biggest mistake is for the ancient man or the Egyptian is the biggest mistake that they made was to make another man. Then your newer book that came out in 1992 is by Copenhagen, which is the same Hermetica. Now, in all these Hermetic texts, it also goes in to say that there's various degrees of people that's on the earth. One of the degrees of the people that come to earth is the person who has the soul or the original blueprint. The other degree of the people that's on the earth is some of them, a great deal of them, don't have souls. And it literally says there are people with souls and people that's soulless. All of this is introduced in the Hermetic material. Another thing, one of the greatest things in the Hermetic material is you have a section called the Perfect Sermon. Now, the Perfect Sermon is comprised of a conversation that's going on between Imhotep, which is the first father of medicine, and the god Tahuti. So literally he is either having a conversation by channeling this information and writing it down. And this was a conversation that was going on between spirit and human at the time. The god Tahuti, so it's actually his own inner self that's dealing with this particular information. You will know Imhotep because he is known in the Hermetic material as Asclepius, which, as you know, is the god that the Hippocratic Oath is praying to. is giving homage to, which is nothing but Imhotep, which is also documented in the new book, Copenhagen's book, on Hermetica, 1992. But in the actual book, and in the actual perfect sermon, which you can get in all the ones that give you that same caption, which there's a new book that just came out, I think right after Christmas, called Hermetica, another one that actually deals with it. A little smaller book, but it doesn't have the great volume of the other books, but it does have the prophecy. And the prophecy is a prophecy that is going on between Imhotep and his higher self, which in this particular case, he's channeling from the great Godhead, Tahuti. And in there, Tahuti tells him that I have you know that Egypt is the envy of the whole world. It is the most spiritual and centerpiece of the whole world, or Hemmitt. It also says that not only that Egypt, that the gods that used to rule in heaven are now transferred down on earth, and they now rule in the domains of Hemmitt, which is the fountain piece at the center of the earth. He also says, but there will become a time when Egypt, or Hemmitt, well, it's saying Egypt in the text, will not be as it is the glory of the world. And the gods will abandon Egypt. And it said, what once used to be the envy of all religions and of the world will now become one big graveyard. And it says those Egyptians in the later days will take on a form where in so many words it goes and says that the weak man that will be on the earth will be considered strong, and the strong man will be considered weak. And Egypt will be overrun with all different other barbaric races. This is what it says. It says the pious man, which you know is spiritual and righteous, will be considered impious. And the impious man will be considered noble and wise. It also goes in to say that you Egyptians, or you pious people, the people that's impious will be admired and considered noble, but you Egyptians, or you Camites, will be treated as a common criminal in these particular days in the future.
Now that's actually written.
This is actually written, and this is written in every Hermetic text you can get. You can find that particular one. The two that's available right off hands is Copenhagen's Hermetica. And the new one that just came out, although it's a small book, it does put that prophecy on page 1. You see what I'm saying? On Hermetica. But any of the Hermetic texts will give you that particular one.
Now, at what point, what year, or what period was that written in?
We're talking about something. That, although Imhotep, who builds the first pyramid at Saqqara, is mentioned, we can say that these texts, although he's getting the same thing, we could say that these texts can go back at a minimum of 5,000 years. You see. It also goes in and says, because he starts to crying, Imhotep starts to crying. They say, "Oh, Asclepius, why are you weeping?" And Imhotep, in so many words, say, "Well, listen, will you think we'll ever get out of this?" The man say, "Well, death will be preferred than life." Imhotep say, "Will we ever get out of this?" He says, Maya will be established again, which is, balance, order. He says, but where? He said, there will be a land that is not yet established, that all races from around the world will speed to by various forms of transportation, that is not yet established, and they will all go to this particular land by various forms of transportation. He said, and in that land there will be an extremities or a remnant of Egypt in that land. Now he's both talking about a implant or a supplanting of the original Egyptian through lineage, through slavery, that will be in the land. But he's also talking about a new Egypt that was built by Benjamin Banneker and the Moors, and you know happens to be Washington, D.C., as well as New York City, as well as all major cities have some type of Kemetic structures to them. One of your newest Kemetic cities is Atlanta, Georgia. I think I explained that on the last tape, where all of the buildings are built based on Syriac architecture, where they are built in the circumference of the cycle of Sirius, which is taken from a papyrus from the British Museum, which is also mentioned in the Hermetica book by the Thrice Great Hermes by G.R.S. Mead. But if you can't find it, you need to get Murray Hope's book, Ancient Egypt, the Sirius Connection, and she has a section in there called Syrian Heritage, where she quotes that actual part on how you build a city with Syriac architecture using pyramids, temples, and obelisks. And that new city that's built that way is Atlanta, Georgia. It's full of pyramids, temples, and obelisks. But all cities have remnants of that. So, in so many words, they say it will be a new Egypt. So the new Egypt will be not only a place to structure, you know, the dollar bill, you've heard all this stuff before. But also they say there will be a people that will be in this land at the last days. And these people will reestablish Mayat, or literally the kingdom of heaven. Do you know that your Exodus story is copied from this Hermetic text, where they say you'll be in a land in bondage for 400 years that you don't know? Well, before it was Egypt, it was this far off land. Egypt had the same Exodus story. It is this Hermetic text. After, you know, your Torah is written 400 years after the death of Moses, of this Musa priest. And they took the same Hermetic knowledge to make that story, but they historicalize it, and you think that happened in Egypt, when it's called eschatology, and it happens now. So the Exodus story is a story of us in America. That same story travels to Scotland by the Moors in text that's now under the custodian of the Rosicrucians, or some ancient, or some secret society that's been established since the Moors. And in that text, we don't have the actual text because it's property of that secret society, but they made a movie of that text in 1985 called Highlander 1, where Sean Connery is talking, and he said, we are immortal. He said what? He said, we are immortal and we cannot die. We are supposed to roam the earth until the last days, where we will be gathered together in a land that's not built yet. And this is somewhere in the Dark Ages, or right after the expulsion of the Moors, or might be during the time of the Moors, of a land that's doesn't exist yet. And the gathering came about in 1985, when, you know, we're basically modern time, as in New York City. So basically still talking about Egyptians or ancient Africans in America. You see what I'm saying? Now, did you see the movie The Matrix?
No, I missed that.
Well, the movie The Matrix is based on a series of talking about this entire realm that we live on is only an illusion. It's only a series of emanations that is projected through the brain but does not necessarily exist. Well, I've been talking on this stuff since 1995. They just put out a movie to talk about some of the stuff that I've been talking about. But the movie is also verbatim from the Hermetic text, as well as, because the Hermetic text, and I guess we should call this lecture Hermetica, since we're going through that, but we're going to go through some other phases also in a few minutes. The Hermetic text also talks of where there's a conversation with Tahuti talking to his son Tot. Now Tot of the Tat cross is also just talking about the soul. So this is a conversation that's whoever is recording it down. So it's a series of channels that's going on. And in there he says, Tahuti reveals to him that this doesn't exist. The guy said, well, wait a minute. How can this not exist? He said, if this was real, it could never deteriorate. For the mere fact that this thing is always deteriorating, and nothing on this particular planet never really stays the same as it is. It's always in a process of regeneration or deterioration. Means that it's not real. That which is real is forever. These are a series of illusions. He said, well, is not the man, the baby, real? The woman real? He said, no, the man and the baby and the woman, they are not real as with the way you perceive them in the physical. They are a series of emanations of something that's real someplace else. And it just so happens to appear to be real. It's only a projection of the soul. But somewhere down the line, the soul started believing that this was real. Now, in other texts, it says when man fell into the physical realm, at first he had the knowledge of the universe and everything else. But as time went on, he fell senses, he fell prey to the physical body, and all of the awareness dried up into 5 senses, and he only fell prey to the 5 senses that is around him, and he lost that connection to that other world. In Australia, they call it the dream time. And you go to that other world when you go to dreams, when you go to sleep at night. And it's a whole different world that doesn't look nothing like this. But because your mind is because your brain can only receive things on this realm, by the time you wake up, it tries to compensate for the things that you saw on that realm. It tries to put physical objects that you know in this world. And that's why sometimes the dream don't make no sense. That is because the phenomenon that is in the other dimension cannot coincide in this dimension. So your psyche has to overcompensate for those particular things. And sometimes that's why you having sex, or you riding a bicycle, or eating ice cream, or some crazy shit. But every now and then you have what is called lucid dreaming, where literally you wake up in your dream and you are aware of different things. So this particular material has a whole lot to do with the basis of Western civilization, as well as the white boy has synthesized this stuff now. Whereas the education that he gives most black people, the reason why he can afford to educate us, is because somewhere around the late 60s, they abandoned all Western education. And they're not even on the stuff that we generally get educated, trained for a job. They're on new stuff, quantum physics, chaos mathematics. You see, so this whole holographic universe that I was telling you about that doesn't exist, this is accepted fact in physics now and in science. And there's a great book out called The Holographic Universe by Michael Talbot, which is not no voodoo book. You can go right to the physics section and get this. There's several books on the holographic mind. There's a book called June Singer's book, Seeing Through the Physical World. You see, seeing through the physical world. You see. So they have abandoned what we call basic education. There's an excellent book out called The Magician, The Studies in Affected Magic. Now, I want you to get the book, and you don't even necessarily have to use the magic in there, as long as you just get the concept of what's going on. And the basic premise to this concept is that your subconscious mind can do anything in the physical world that you want it to do. You just have to convince the subconscious mind that what you want it to do is real. You ever heard Think and Grow Rich? If you can believe, achieve, and these are metaphors, but there's a greater science on that. There's a book called The Magician, The Studies in Effective Magic by Philip Cooper. And I want you to just get the book, cost about $13, just to understand the subconscious mind. And it says the subconscious mind creates what you want. Even after you die, it keeps creating for you. It's just that since you was a child, you have been convinced of certain facts that somebody gave you, the church, the teachers, your parents, the society. Now, what is a fact? Do you know that 90% of what we thought was fact 100 years ago has been disproven? Just about 60% of what we thought is fact in 1970 is just disproven when it comes to European science. So because you think something is a fact, now doesn't necessarily make it real. And this is the problem that we have as Africans, that we have bought into. The white man's world, that everything has to be a certain way of reality, and reality is only a perception. You see what I'm saying? Reality is only what you told yourself it was. Doesn't necessarily mean what it really is. You see what I'm saying? And black people, the history of black people that has defied all what we call fact. We have shown just from the first, just for the 90 years of the 20th century, we have shown that everything that's so-called fact doesn't necessarily register with us. Give you an example. I thought in 1977 that black people had come up with all the dances they could. It's just dancing. And this was years before break dancing, that pop lock, just things where, just years before MC Hammer. You see what I'm saying? So it was saying that there is no end. Mathematical equation, there is no end in what the black person can do with his human body just in the sphere of dancing. You see? So because somebody says something is a law or the fact, you see what I'm saying? That's just his perception of the fact. In this case, whenever the European gives us a fact, it's usually the opposite, because he keeps the general information that he has about the reality of the world. He keeps that as an exclusive set. Now, to an exclusive people. Now, there's only one other thing also too. See, now it's a little bit different. He doesn't have to keep things locked away in vaults. Just about everything now is printed in books. And you can go to your regular store and just about read just about everything I'm talking about. It's just that now we live in a non-literary society. Whereas he will put it in the book because he knows books is damn near obsolete. You're not going to spend the time to go look the stuff up. You see what I'm saying? That's why we have to do tapes like this. So the real secret to the secret society is there are no secrets. Everything is revealed. It's just that the people are so dumbed down and so zombified until if it ain't about making money or the Kellogg's cornflakes on their table, really they couldn't give a fuck. That's called a postmodern society where you dumb down the people to the point whereas knowledge becomes obsolete. And we've seen that even when it comes to our people, where it's only, we go to these conscious meetings and it be the same people over and over. It's almost like a family reunion. You see the same people over and over. But as far as the influx of new people, other than the initial stage of this thing in the late 80s, early 90s, Nothing. You see what I'm saying? That's because knowledge is, this man has made knowledge obsolete because he kept the general knowledge from the people so long until when he starts to give it out, they would not even be trained on what it is. You see what I'm saying? If you keep something from a person so long, it's just like any other faculty. They tell you right now that they used to say too much sex you won't be able to perform when you're older. Now we know that it's just like any other muscle. If you stop using it, the less you use it, the less it performs. You see? So it's just like any other organ or muscle in your body. The more you don't use it, the more it disappears. You see what I'm saying? So basically he's kept general concept of knowledge away from the people until it's literally something that is out of the ordinary. Because when you go to college and stuff, you're so busy learning some subordinate subsequent education that's based on training until you don't even know what real knowledge is in the first place. You see what I'm saying? That's training. That's not education. Never was and never will be as far as the white man is concerned. You see what I'm saying? As far as the white man is concerned, it never will be education. You see? But on the other hand, he's putting out all these new laws and what they call new physics, making of a new science. And all this shit is stuff that they had since they've been getting it 150 years ago. But the white boy will have some stuff and shelve it, put it out of existence for 100 years, 50 years, 20 years until he comes up with a mathematical formula to explain it. Because he wants to say that I came up with this. And he'll give you his equation. Although the ancients told him this years ago, and he read this thing probably in the early 19th century. Yes. But until he comes up with a way that he can explain it in his field of science, he will say it doesn't exist. And that's a form of mind control. Like Amos Wilson said, you think the white man is great because he's convinced you that he's synonymous to technology. You see what I'm saying? Whereas in actuality, he don't run nothing. He might run around this motherfucker, but he don't run shit. And what I mean by that is this. I was in New Jersey. I was in Philly doing the Million Woman March. I had a lecture that day. A sister told me of a brother. She said, this brother came to her and said, look, in some of these buildings, they got machines. There's some kind of space age thing that they do something with it. Might be some type of genetic gene splicing, cloning, just all kind of stuff they do. He said, well, sometime the person who made the machine may be over in Europe or maybe out west. And the machine might malfunction and they don't have time to go get the person from Europe or the person from out west or whatever. They will go and they will get a black man that's standing out on the corner around some fucking liquor store. And the black man will go up in there and go, I can fix that. Just like niggas used to fix cars and nobody taught them nothing. See, we always decided ours and always got something for the white boy when he count us out. He always find out, I've tried everything, and he always got something new for me. This brother that was talking about this was one of those brothers. He said, I don't know what the machine was. All I know is I could fix it. He said, and every so often, it would break down and they would come get me. And I would fix it until they had me on salary. He said, until one day, I decided I didn't want to fix it no more. And they probably, at that time, they probably had a new brother that could fix it. They go, okay, you don't have to fix it. But I tell you what, you can't never leave Philadelphia. We'll give you a check or whatever, but you can't never leave Philadelphia. And he's one of the lucky ones. You see what I'm saying? He got out with his life. So my point is, there is no end to the genius. But that genius that we think Einstein and all that is embedded in every one of us is just dormant. The problem is what really shuts it down is this, and let me explain. This is an advanced stuff, and this is going to be an excellent tape. One thing that shuts it down is monotheistic religion. In this concept of what the white boy was trying to put forth by saying that the pagans worship many gods. First of all, we didn't worship many gods. We understood that we worship different aspects of the same entity. But we were so advanced we could break it down to the mathematical equation, and we needed the different equations to understand a complex thing. So it's like putting a puzzle together. You see what I'm saying? In your mind, there's different regions of your mind that it needs to be explored. The ancients would map out the different archetypes in the regions of the mind to tap into those regions of the mind, and he did it through the large pantheon of gods, multiple deities that represented the one. When modern day religion came and shut it down and say pray to one God and all this kind of thing, they shut down the important mechanisms in the African brain that made him capable of tapping into advanced levels of his own reality through his own religious and spiritual systems. You see what I'm saying? And after so long of bowing down and not using these latent energies that is used based on multiple deity systems, the brain becomes atrophied or dormant. You see what I'm saying?
Then is it possible that some of the things that were attributed to the African priests in ancient times, like transforming, being taught
exactly
as a reality?
It was a reality. Rudolf Steiner, in his book Universe, Earth, and Man, I give text, quotes that they could quote that the African priests, number one, surgery was always the last resort. They could bypass surgery. You could have a busted spleen or messed up liver or whatever. And basically they would take the person into the temple, lay him out. They knew that there was different entities. And entities is actually energies. Same as science. Earth, water, air, fire. They were actually energies or formulas that these gods are. And they could take several formulas and call on these formulas or do certain things to these formulas. I'm going to show you how they do it. That would literally come in, and the counterpart that they wanted to be healed within the body, it would actually heal the body based on, they would match up a certain electromagnetic force field in the body by taking something out of the body that has the same component of the same electromagnetic force field. So I was talking to this white boy, and he was like, I said, this stuff was very advanced. And he was like, I said, he'd get an egg, a coconut, some root. And he's like, oh, now I got your ass now. Now you're going to have to explain that. He thought he had me. And at the time, I was just basically observing what I saw the Africans do. But as far as me actually knowing the science on how it really worked, I didn't really know. I never really contemplated on how it actually was done. But that day when the white boy put me on the spot, I literally told him for the first time of me hearing it and his ass hearing it. And I immediately, in a split second, used the same science that I was telling him the Africans did. I did it to explain to him. He said, explain to me how an egg, a coconut, some roots, some leaves, and some stuff like that can heal the body. I said, well, first of all, the Africans, or the ancient ones, knew that everything in the universe had an electromagnetic force field. And they knew that your body has a series of electromagnetic force fields. So the only thing they had to do was find something in nature that was equivalent to the electromagnetic force field inside of your body and match it up just like a damn TV antenna. And whatever they matched up from nature that was equivalent to the electromagnetic force field in your body or the energies in your body, they could heal your body by taking a wide range of things out of nature, and they could heal your body by crossing them up. You see? So there's a guy by the name of Peter Redgrave wrote a book called The Black Goddess and the Unseen Real. Book came out, one print. After it comes out the first print, you don't hear from the book no more.
Black Goddess
And the Unseen Real. And he mentioned in there that the African could look at animals and know everything about the nature of the animal inside and outside by observing the animal's movement. Whereas the white boy would have to go and dissect the animal. And it might take him years based on dissecting about a couple of thousand till he finally comes halfway to knowing what the damn animal was about. You see what I'm saying? Knowing what the animal was about. So basically they used to heal spiritually, but to get it off of the root doctor work, because they always want to show you the Africans as some primitive witch doctor with some bone. They didn't realize that the African was creating the same science that the so-called scientist was doing with all their chemicals. It's just that he could do it through nature, and the white boy has to break it down to the least common denominator to find it, because his brain don't work that way. You see what I'm saying? His brain don't work that way. You see, and this is some stuff that this is the way that they actually did things on those particular levels. I want to deal with something also to go deeper in this, and I was trying to cover this tonight,
Wonderful.
but time didn't permit, so this would be the extension of that. The word Damien or demon. Demon comes from the word Damien or Damon. And the word Damon comes from the word Amen or Amen. And the word Amen comes from the word Amen, which means hidden forces. So you took a word, the demon of the Agos Damien, which meant something totally different in the ancient world, ancient Hemmitt, and even in ancient Greece, the black Greece that I was telling you about. And even what Plato and all them stole, they understood this. You took something that meant something totally different. That by the time Paul and them come by at the Christian age, and they're only interested in religious rule, took something and made it into something else. So Damien becomes demon, but demon becomes a negative connotation. And Damien, or demon, is the true essence of these geniuses that I was telling you about that we needed to tap into. But all because you got a new something that tells you that don't mess with none of that, you don't tap into it. And that's what I was talking about, the origins of evil. Now let me explain. In Rome, which is also Phoenician origin, I told you about the Etruscans and the original Greek and the original Romans were black people.
Yeah.
And just like they do now, like the original Americans used to be Native Americans or Moors, and then they killed off them people and, but took the culture. Anyway, and as Hakeem Bey said, the Greeks probably never were white. That was a new fabrication that probably came down recently. But anyway, the word jinn, you hear the word jinn in the Quran and all that, and you think that's the evil. The word jinn comes from the word genie.
Correct.
The word genie also means genius. And one's genius is a combination of entities or spirits that live inside of you. And these entities and spirits is the one that gave the brother the mathematical equation he said came with. He was talking about the brother. Well, that brother basically is tapped into his genius or his genius or his daemons in this daemonic reality, which is all on the inside of you. Which in actuality is dead people in one's head. Now what does it mean by that? When your ancestors die, because we are all a part of the same elemental forces. The melanin is made up of the elemental forces: water, earth, fire, and air. Those same elemental forces that makes you up, that is your soul and everything else, when your ancestors die, they go to live inside of you. You see. So by praying to the ancestors or giving libation to the ancestors, you are enhancing your own spiritual essence, because they go to live inside of you. And those are the ones they call demons or daemons. So to cut off from a multi-deity worship or level of understanding of what you call spooks and images like that is to cut yourself off from the real knowledge. Now what happens is this. After years of believing of not believing or not understanding the latent forces that's on the inside of you, when you do tap into them, it's a horrible experience because you're so far removed from that. So they say man looks back in the past and see his original self, and he's frightened at what he sees because he's so far removed from that which he really used to be. You understand what I'm saying? It's just like, you're a mother and the baby all over you, and the baby just loves you to death, and then you go off and you stay for 3, 4, 5 months, and the baby don't recognize you, and the baby on the other mama hand or somebody's raising, and you go to get it, and the baby starts hollering and crying because it's so far removed from what it is, it doesn't remember. So what we're talking about here is this, and what I was trying to tell the people also too, and this may be a greater explanation. Somewhere around the 2,000 year mark that we had the establish of organized religions other than educational systems of spirituality, that the ancient world, they decided that all aspects of the inner workings of the soul had to be isolated and put into something evil. And they turned away from it. So what was called a whole underworld level, which means you go deep within inside. The underworld just means the inner world. The dark side just means the inside. Give you an example. You confused right now. If you confused, the first thing you'll do is you'll close your eyes. Then you go, oh, I got it. That means you had to go in the inside, into the darkness, to pull something out that you needed for this world. So all major religions have been fighting to keep you from that level. And that's to keep you in a state of slavery. So because all of the other modern day religion had cut out that particular force and made all that evil satanic. Now all of a sudden, you are scared of any doggone thing. You see what I'm saying? And you don't tap into those particular latent powers. You see what I'm saying? You see?
Absolutely.
You see, and so these are some things that's actually happening. And so now we must get over the fears of what we read in some religious book. But remember now, I want to show you this here too. These entities, remember I said that your subconscious mind will create what it wants for you, but you got to convince your subconscious mind that it's real. Well, it works the other way too. If you convince your subconscious mind that that is evil, then it becomes a force of evil. To a child, the booger man is real. If you don't think that, see, to you, the boogeyman is just a myth. But if you're a child, the boogeyman is just as serious as the person putting a damn gun in your damn face. And you're a grown man. But as he grows older, he convinces himself that it's not. And some people are never convinced that. You got grown people now that won't sleep in the dark. You see what I'm saying? So my point is all our perceptions and our realities is a series of perceptions on how you perceive things based on a series of programs. So if you are programmed that everything that you can't see or everything that is given to you has to be in the text of the way the European explains it to you or the way modern day religion explains it to you, then therefore everything else is going to look like the devil. Whereas you can go right in that same damn Bible. See, the Bible, if you go by the Bible from A to Z, page to page, it might not line up. But because the Bible is made of ancient fragments, you can go in the Bible and find just that. One chapter is Matthew, Isaiah 45. Let me see. Yeah, Isaiah chapter 45. It says in there, I will give you the treasures of darkness. So, wait a minute. Darkness, why is darkness a treasure? Darkness is melanin. I will give you the treasures of darkness. Isaiah 45.
Treasures.
The treasures of darkness. You see what I'm saying? So if you go and take the Bible and take it out of the theological context on where you was taught it, and go back and just look, you will find these passages throughout the whole Bible. You see what I'm saying? So, Revelations is a book that explains the unveiling of your soul through different seals, different symbols, the dragon, and all these particular things. And somebody teaches you that this is some horrible thing that's going to happen in the last days physically or whatever type thing, and you were trained on it that way, then you will never get the true meaning on what it's talking about, and you will literally be afraid of it. Revelation is 99% of what's going on in your body. You got 7 seals, you got 7 chakras. You got the great dragon, where you got the Kundalini energy, which is the serpent that rises up the staff of Tahuti.
Now that's the great dragon.
That's the great dragon. You got the beast, which is the number of a man. 666. You got 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, which is carbon. And carbon is the basis of melanin. Melanin is carbon. We are carbon beings. White people are carbon-based beings.
Explain what you're saying. Explain that.
Melanin is the triple blackness of space, which is carbon. We are carbon beings because we have the original blueprint, the melanin, the black dot, the third eye, the eye of Heru. Europeans are carbon-based beings, which means that they are a hybrid species that is based off carbon, but they are not carbon beings.
Ooh, you just said something so heavy, brother. I think you better go deeper. That's heavy now. That goes back to the white man being a created.
He's a created, right?
And having no soul. You're going to have to talk with it. Hold on 1 second. Brother Bobby, you've got to talk about this melon.
We're going to break this thing down.
Break this down.
Okay, we're going to break it down. And I know why I came here tonight. I came here tonight to do this tape. That's what I came to New York for, do this tape.
God is good. God is good all the time. You roll
Right.
it. You roll it.
The melanin is carbon. And the carbon makes up the outermost ether or fabric of the universe. but of the outer universe. I'll explain what that means also too. And we are carbon beings. Europeans are carbon-based beings. We have the original blueprint of the omniverse. The white boy, by being a created person, he has a Mach nuclei with one ring of consciousness. Now what does that mean? Anything Mach is something that is not the original, it's a copy. He has a Mach nuclei, and nuclei is the center of the nuclei is literally the 0 point, which is the really us. That is the apex of the soul. The most minute piece particle of the soul, called the God particle or the Dracula particle. I'll get into that in a few minutes. He has a Mach nuclei with one ring of consciousness, which means we have several rings of consciousness, which is spiral consciousness. He has one ring of consciousness. You see? So they'll tell you, there's the movie Fifth Element. If you get that movie, they'll talk about how the regular DNA is 2 spiral double helix spirals, where they said this particular entity here had hundreds of those spirals. They were talking about black people. The DNA that they're talking about that they can't explain, they'll say we have DNA, which is 2 spirals of DNA for them. Are you still on? It's 2 spirals of DNA for them. The DNA that they can't explain, they call it junk DNA. That means that they can't explain it because they don't have it. This is what we come comprised of. And all of this is in the melanin molecule, which is called the Dracula particle. Now, what do they mean by the Dracula particle? Well, let's look at Dracula, because the whole thing is a mythology that goes all the way back to Greece and even Mesopotamia. And it's not necessarily talking about a person that dies, and then a person that has to live off blood. Melanin, Dracula sleeps in the day and comes out at night. Melanin is dormant in the day but secretes at night. It's a night hormone called melos in Greece and tosos. Melos means black and tosos means worker. You see, or you get the word Malektos. That's another name for the Most High God in Mesopotamia. The word mel means black. Melos means black. It also means apple. You get the apple, you cut the apple, you see the melanin when it browns. But also God said don't bite off the apple. He was talking about don't tap into the third eye, because you will become God. And they tapped into the third eye, they bit the apple, they tapped into the third eye, and what happened? They saw. They could see. See what I'm saying? They could see. The melanin heals overnight. That's why you ever heard the thing, it even, not only just physically, but mentally. You ever heard the whole thing, sleep on it? Yeah. And the next morning it is not as bad. But if you sleep on it the next couple of nights, each time you sleep on it, it gets minute where you can look back and laugh at the shit. That's because of a series of psychological healings. But then again, on the other hand, that also has to do with it used to heal us physically. So on the other hand, you see with the Dracula thing, he can heal. So melanin comes out at night. Dracula comes out at night. Dracula sucks the blood. The melanin, what does it do? It bathes the whole central nervous system. You see what I'm saying? Dracula sleeps in a casket. Osiris sleeps in a sarcophagus. Christ sleeps in a tomb. This is mythology explaining deeper aspects of our soul. Melanin is called the dark night of the soul. In Jung psychology, which Jung tapped into a whole lot of African stuff, melanin is also called the shadow. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. You see. And because you have, they say, you will know the elect in the last days because they will shine like lights. That's in Revelation also, in some part of Matthew.
Oh, I read it.
So what do you mean by shining like lights? Because you have the super melanin, your aura extends. So they said, the sky opened and I saw a rider on a white horse and he had the white garments and the army that was with him had white garments also. What do they mean by the white garments? That means that they are auras. They call the vesture of their auras was shining because they have the deepest part of the black core, the yin and the yang. Light is nothing but the shine off of melanin. In the beginning it was darkness, and then came the light.
Correct.
So the light of creation, you see, or the light, we create the light. We have the original blueprint room, the dark substance, called soot. Our word soot or smut comes from the word soot. The most ancient form of God on the male form who has a mother is called Soot. Sutek, Setesh, or later on Set. Now Set later on becomes the killer of Osiris or whatever, or the prototype of the devil. But you got Sutek, Melchizedek. Mel on the beginning is the Greek word means black. Anytime you hear the word male on the beginning, that's Greek for black. You get Robert Graves. If you just get Robert Graves' book, Greek Myths, and just look in the index and just look at all the words for black. Melos, black. Melanor, blackfoot. The black one, the black. Melchizedek. It means the black, it means the melanin carriers are the black ones.
Then male, M-A-L-E, means black. Then man, since male is man,
That's
man
right.
is black. Explain that.
Black man. Do you know the original? So they say the word for species, Homo sapiens sapien, Homo habilis, Homo. Do you know the word Homo means black?
No.
The word Homo in Egypt means Kim, and the word Kim means black.
If I would look up homo in the encyclopedia,
You're not gonna find it in there. It's because the European is so crafty that he can take so many words off the word. He can take it out of function within the matter of years. So in the 1800s, you get Gerald Massey's book, Natural Genesis. He shows that the word homo in Egypt is Kim, and the word Kim is black. Let me show you another thing. The word Christ. That's a word that was cut off from something.
right.
Let me show you what I'm talking about here. You have the yin and the yang symbol. The yin is feminine, which is the black side.
Right.
The yang is masculine, which is the light side. The Christ or the Christos is a masculine form. But there's another word that they cut off. So what it is the European can take certain words out of existence. In the ancient world, there was another word for Christ called Chrysomelos, which means the black Christ. And Europeans took it out of existence. Only place you can find it is in some Rosicrucian documents. But the word was brought up into Europe by the Moors, and the Rosicrucians and all those were set up by the Moors. You see what I'm saying? So the word Chrysomelos, it's a word that is not used in no form of the languages, except in few Rosicrucian documents. secret society, which is another ancient name for the Christ, which means black. The Christ is anointed with what? Olive oil, right? In Christianity.
Right.
Olives is what? Black and green.
Mm-hmm.
And both black and green has melanin in it.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So the anointing is melanin.
Mm-hmm.
In Egypt, it's anointed by the crocodile.
Mm-hmm.
But the crocodile is called the crocodile of Kim. Sebek, the crocodile of Kim. In Egypt, it's called Sebek Kronos, and Kronos represents the planet Saturn, which is called the black planet.
Mm.
And Saturn, you get the word Satan.
Uh-huh.
It's all these are different words for the same darkness.
Mm-hmm.
So the prince of darkness is black people. We are the prince of darkness. Got you all scared for the prince of darkness. You get the word Sutek, Setesh, Melchizedek. You also get the word in Egypt Suton, Shuton, Shaitan, Satan. You get the word Christ, you get the word Antichrist. These are spiritual terminologies. And you get the word false Christ. And what does it mean? Christ means the light. The false Christ, if you take a shadow, the false Christ would be the shadow of Christ, which is two composites of the same entity. The Christ and the Antichrist is one and the same. This means the black Christ. The word Antichrist comes from the word Ayin in the Kabbalah, which is the triple blackness of space. The Great Mother is also called Ayin. These are terminologies over the course of the Roman, when the Romans took over the church, they turned every high metaphysic thing that is explaining the soul, they turned it into evil, because if you're going to dominate a people, you got to have duality. You can't have a God now unless you have a devil. Mm-hmm. The word devil comes from the word diabos, but also the word devil comes from the word double. Your double self, your dual self. Mm-hmm. Your doppelganger, mm-hmm. which means your inner self. You see what I'm saying? Which means your inner self. Now, if you don't get to know those selves and stuff, anything that you don't know and you don't know, you fear. The fear of the unknown. So if somebody wipes something out and then tell you it's evil, then you're going to fear it.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to fear it. So, alchemy is the study of melanin. In alchemy, they have something called the Philosopher's Stone. And the Philosopher's Stone is melanin. Melanin has in it every particle, element that is known in the universe. Before I get into that, remind me, I'm going to go back to that because I want to explain this. This particular emblem that you see that has been known as the devil is called the Sabbatic goat. You get the word Sabbath? Mm-hmm. This is the Sabbatic goat. Before it was the Sabbatic goat, the ram head you see on the god Amun-Ra has ram head. Mm-hmm. You see the goddess Hathor has the horns on the head. Mm-hmm. Because before it became the Sabbatic goat, it was nothing but the god Amun-Ra. Then it became the Sabbatic goat, but it was not talking about anything negative. The goat and the donkey represents some type of animal that goes against the order of things. Mm-hmm. Well, in so many words, that's what the Christ does. You have normal life wave, and then the Christ comes and he's something new. Mm-hmm. Or it is something new. It goes against the order of nature to get you to the higher level of something else. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. The donkey is one of the most ancient symbols for the god Set Typhon, which is the prototype of the Satan. But Jesus rides into Jerusalem on an ass. Mm-hmm. Or Christ, before it became Jesus. Mm-hmm. rising to Jerusalem on an ass. The donkey or the ass is his true power. So when he says, Satan, get behind me, or get behind thee, he's talking about the true essence of his power. Behind you is called the mouth of God, the medulla oblongata, which sets, and medulla oblongata has the most concentrated part of melanin, shaitan. Melanin. Satan is another name for melanin. In the base of the skull and the top of the spine is the most concentrated part of melanin, called the medulla oblongata of the Barahadna chakra. Satan, get behind me, is talking about the mouth of God and the most concentrated part of melanin, which in India is called akasha, black substance. That's where you get the word Akashic records.
Yes.
Which is melanin. So in the Bible they say in the last days there will be books open up.
Yes.
Or records.
Yes.
And he who did not find his name in the book will be cast in a fiery furnace or whatever.
Uh-huh.
If you don't find your name in the book, it's because you don't have the damn book. The book is melanin. The Akashic, what is a book? A book is the records.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't have the damn records, you can't find yourself in the damn records because you don't have the fucking melanin.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So the books that was opened up in Revelation is the Akashic records.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You see, which is called Akasha, which means black substance.
Go on, bro.
You see what I'm saying? Which is what it is. So the Sabbatic goat was a symbol that was brought up into Europe, that was worshipped by one of the first secret societies that the Moors put in power, which was called the Knights Templar. Now let me explain this thing, how Masonry starts. The Moors ruled Spain for 700 years. They set up 16 universities, University of Salamanca being one of the top ones in Spain, copied from the University of Jena. You've heard all that before. Just as Europeans and now black people, you go to college, then you get inducted into a fraternity. These Europeans, when they were trained, when they got to a certain level, the Moors would induct them into several fraternities: York Rite, Scottish Rite, Rosicrucians, Cathars, you see what I'm saying, and the Knights Templar. But it wasn't like the Greeks that run around drinking liquor and all, drinking beer and all the crazy stuff. They were literally inducted into secret societies to find the greater mysteries.
Mm-hmm.
The Sabbatic goat was also named at this time the Baphomet. The Baphometic goat. And it's another symbol for the Most High God. As you can see, it has the horns, but as you can see, this one has the star, the 5-pointed star.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You got 4 elements: earth, water, air, and fire. And in the middle, you also have an inner core, but the 5th element also represents your spirit, comprised of the 4. So all of this is just symbolic symbols, another symbol for the Christ. The Kephra that I have here is another symbol for melanin. The beetle is the core of your soul. But once your soul is illuminated, it grows the wings. It grows the wings. All of these are ancient symbols. The Star of David, 2 inverted pyramids, as above, so below. Star of David was modified, but the Star of David comes out of ancient Hemmitt. And we get the origin of it probably from the Pharaoh Akhenaten. See, all of that is our symbology. You see, you got the falcon, which represents Horus, the Christ.
What's that snake under there?
The snake represents the Kundalini energy, which raises you to your Christ level, that shoots up your spine.
All right, so on the, say like on the coffin of Tutankhamun, where you see all those snakes and everything, and then if you go in the tombs, you see all these snakes.
The snake represents,
that represented?
the snakes represent the fiery force that raises you to your Godhead. Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness. Before you had the symbology that was attributed to Moses, it was attributed to the god Tahuti. You got the staff of Moses, you got the staff of Tahuti, which is your caduceus, which is the same staff of Moses. Moses lifted up the snakes in the wilderness. Well, we are over in the wilderness, and the Kundalini energy inside of you will rise up, and you will create a new reality. Now, in the Vedic text in India, in the Vedic text, the Indian government got some money in 1975 to do some research on the Kundalini energy. So they did a little bit on it, but they was a poor country, so they could never really keep the information going, the research going. So I guess the British must have gave it to them. But what they had concluded was that there are devices that is in the body, which is this Kundalini fire. Our God is an all-consuming fire. That all-consuming fire is at the base of your spine. That's what the all-consuming fire is, which is called hell's fire. Now, you got heaven, you got hell. Hell represents the lower region. Hell's fire shoots from the south gate, which is the base of the spine, which is called the root chakra, and shoots up to the third eye. That's called hell's fire. But when you baptized, the word baptized, when this Kundalini energy shoots up, you're baptized in the fire. You see, the Indian government concluded, based on reading ancient Sanskrit texts, that these devices that are in the body will come online and destroy everything in its path if it suspects genocide and annihilation in a certain period of time, the last days. So therefore the white boy has to go and he has to kill you secretively by taking you off at a time. But he will never announce the day of battle that I'm coming straight out and do it, because these devices will send a shock and will kill him off.
Now, talk about the kind of studies that the white boy is doing on melon. Perhaps.
Okay, I'm going to get right into that.
Okay, I wanted you to deal more too with the white boy as a created entity, because if he's created, how can he do the things?
Okay, I'll explain that too, but let me say this one other thing. Lucifer, which is supposed to be the light bringer, is the pineal gland. That's what Lucifer is. You see, it's important that we take all this terminology and everything that you think is evil. If you study it, you will find out it's not evil at all. Evil is only in your mind. As a man thinketh, so is he. Right? Jacob wrestled with the angel all night. And at daybreak, he saw the face of God, and the face of God was called pineal. Lucifer is the pineal gland, which is the one true God. So somewhere around the Conference of Nicaea, wherever you saw Lucifer, you saw Christ.
Mm-hmm.
So what they had to do in a lot of texts, and those texts that was destroyed. So this, if you just went and got the lost books of the Bible, you'd still be in the dark because it was text that was destroyed. They had to limit the amount of times you heard the word Lucifer in the Bible, other than Christ, because you would put it together that Lucifer and Christ is one and the same. Both of them light bringers. But the Christ and Lucifer is the pineal gland, which is the face of God. You see what I'm saying? So these terminologies, we have to turn around and basically, I've done a study on the dark side, and basically this is, and based on the research, you'll find out that most things that you think is evil, or what you think is so hideous, in its actuality is the missing part of the missing links that have been hidden for the last 2,000 years. And if your enemy gonna rule over you, he's gonna take everything that is divine and turn it against you. You see what I'm saying? Now let's get into some mysteries on what they're doing with the melanin also too. Well, first of all, let's deal with this. He's a created person, but you got to understand that the realm that we are on is such a low realm that it's no problem operating on this realm. It's such a low realm in the first place. It's not that he is operating on this so good. It's just that we are operating so low on our limited capacity. So automatically we really meet the white man on his level, which is the low level. You understand where I'm coming from?
Mm-hmm.
He's on the subplanes of your lowest planes. It's just that you have dried up and degenerated down to such a low plane until you thinking the white boy is really doing something. And he's only grazing the surface. But but they also say in the last days the knowledge will increase. That's in the Bible. But it also says, Honorable Elijah Muhammad said they're going to give him just enough knowledge for him to hang himself. But what knowledge that'll be? He will learn half the mysteries. But can he ultimately exercise these mysteries? No. Because it takes the soul and it takes a deeper knowledge. So it's one thing to have the knowledge of an owner's manual on how to do some stuff, but he can't drive the damn car. You see what I'm saying? So whatever he's doing is minute, he's fiddling around. And he's only doing it on the mundane realm, which is the physical realm, which is the lowest realm anyway. That ain't shit. Now, what are some of the things he's dealing with melanin? Well, I was telling you about how they went in and between 1990 up until now, they have gone into the projects and they have exterminated tons of black people. In Atlanta alone, they've closed down about 20-something projects. And nobody know where the people went, but they've disappeared. But when I did the research on those projects, most of the projects in the country, number one, they are built with underground passages. Number two, those underground passages lead to railways. So they can unload a project from the inside out. You see what I'm saying? Or what is it, outside in, or whatever. From the inside, let's put it that way. And nobody suspect anything, and they put them right on the trains. This is a reality. What's happening with those people? Where the hell do you think they get them goddamn melatonin pills from? Them melatonin pills, wait a minute. The only way you can get those melatonin pills is from somebody's behind. Somebody. Now, one thing about melanin, once you take it out of the human body, it changes. So it changes form. So it's a melanin. You see what I'm saying? But it's an unactivated melanin. But they need it to survive. The melanin is in all of the sunscreens that they need to survive based on the sun, melanoma cancer. All of your sunscreens, all of your suntans is all melanin. The melatonin pills, they need it for sleep aid, all that's melanin. Your Viagra, that they're going crazy. It's nothing but melanin. It's nothing but melanin. That's all this shit is.
But I thought they were growing that on tobacco plants or something. They said they could grow melon.
They grew what? Viagra?
No, melanin.
Anybody can take something. Anybody can take something and put with something. At first I thought that they were getting it from certain various fruits. Because you know your rye has this, dates have it, apples have it, black beans are high in melanin. The coffee bean is high in melanin. That's why they gotta have it. That's why coffee shops are springing up all over the place. See what I'm saying? All that has carbon in it. But the stuff that they need, the first melatonin bottles, before they took it off, it said, and I quote, and I have the documentation, I might have it in one of my bags, if I don't have it at the house, it says, that melatonin, these are your first ones, because Lilly Pharmaceutical is one of the companies that put it together out of Indianapolis, Indiana. And they had a black woman working for them until she found out what was going on. And then she all of a sudden came down sick. But Lilly Pharmaceutical, some of the first ones that came out are these melatonin bottles. It said this: melatonin is a constituent of pineal tissues. Crushed pineal tissues. So,
I hope you still got some of those bottles.
oh, I got it. Not only, as a matter of fact, I got tapes floating around with it on there, but I have them. Melatonin is a constituent of pineal tissues. Now it's interesting. I was in Baltimore in '97. Did a lecture up there. On the way back, going to the airport, one of the brothers that picked me up, he said he was in high school like '69. So he said he saw a brother that he hadn't seen since high school. One Saturday night, and the brother was driving a long truck from Johns Hopkins Hospital. And they reminisced and all. He said, "What you doing, man? What you got back there?" The guy said, every weekend, the homicides that go down in the city, we take the pineal glands out of the black homicides and we ship them to Johns Hopkins. Now, first of all, this truck was loaded with these pineal glands. They don't have no fucking 30 homicides at fucking night. That's ridiculous. This was in the early 90s when they was killing a lot of black people in D.C. But basically, they was removing all the pineal glands from hospitals and everything. There's a George Washington Masonic Memorial over in Alexandria, Maryland, that has a hand of a black man coming down and white people reaching up to the sky. If you go, you have to go by yourself, and maybe you can get in the room and they'll show it. But if you go with a group of black people, they won't show it to you. But the George Washington Masonic Memorial has a floor on it for the skull and bones. And the skull and bones is not necessarily get their name for just the skull and bones. They also have been known to consume the resin which is in the bones, which is also melanin. They even consumed the head of Geronimo to show the last conquest of the Native American. But one of their main rites ceremonies is called the obscene rite, which they eat a live pineal gland. It's documented in Peter Moon's book, The Black Sun, in his epilogue of what he feels the whole thing is about. The Black Sun. And when you get that book, there's going to be a section in there called occultum. Occult means hidden. Occultum is hidden substance. It's melanin. That's another name for melanin. You also hear another word, viril, V-R-I-L, or something like that in there. That's melanin. So the book is about melanin, the Black Sun, but it's also dealing with the Nazis and all that. But they consume a live pineal gland and give them a spiritual high. It's also in the book, the famous book from the 70s, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. They just made a movie from it. It's a real crazy movie on how they go to Las Vegas to get the ultimate high. And he finds the ultimate high at the end of the movie where he eats a live pituitary gland, which, you know, the pineal, pituitary, all that's the same thing. See what I'm saying? It's in the book, The Black Sun. And it's called the obscene rite that he says that the skull and bones deal with. You see? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, the Viagra
Yeah.
is a form of melanin. Because you're going to find out that this, you have two penises. Why? Well, they say, well, a person couldn't enter into heaven unless they have a circumcised penis. That's what we're talking about down here. The Egyptians circumcised down here for sanitary reasons or whatever, cultural things. And also a rites of passage. The circumcised penis is a fully functional pineal gland. An uncircumcised penis is a calcified pineal gland, which doesn't work. So no one can enter in the kingdom unless they're circumcised. It's not talking about it. You got two penises. Because what about a woman? It's talking about the penis of God, which the obelisk and the phallus that everybody, that all Dr. Ben and all them was thinking was the penis down here, with Osiris and the penis and all the obelisks. It wasn't talking about that. The obelisk is a symbol of the pineal gland. Unfortunately, Dr. Ben and all your Afrocentric scholars were not esoterically astute. They didn't study the metaphysics.
Yes.
So
Right.
the phallus symbol was a symbol of the pineal gland, which also women have. So you have these glands in your head, at least three major ones. I think the pituitary gland has one, and your pineal gland, two, and I think the pineal gland. So it's the three major ones. There's several glands, the hypothalamus gland, but there's three major glands in the head. The chief of the three major glands is the pineal gland. You got 3 stars in Orion's belt.
Mm-hmm.
You got three glands in the head. Those are the gates of Zion in the head. The pearly gates is the pineal gland.
Now see, all that makes sense.
It does.
More sense than
You got 3 stars in Orion's belt. You got 3 glands in the head. You got 3 pyramids at Giza Plateau.
Mm-hmm.
You got 3 crosses on Calvary.
Mm-hmm.
Who sits in the middle cross? Christ. The pineal gland is the middle one.
Mm-hmm.
You get it?
Mm-hmm.
You got 3 wise men. You got 3 glands.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Jubilee, Jubilah, Jubileum.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The Trinity. It's all talking about the pearly gates or the pineal gland. Jerusalem. There is no J in the Hebrew language. What the fuck is Jerusalem? It's Jerusalem. Heru. Salam. House of Heru. Salam means peace, but you get the word Salam also means hut. Mausoleum. House of Heru. Heru is called hero, and hero is called the face of God. In the Bible, pineal is called the face of God. All this is talking about your third eye.
Preach.
You see, all this is talking about your third eye.
It's a whole new sermon.
Everything you see in threes throughout that Bible, throughout any of these things. You got 3 spears on the Kabbalah. You'll find these threes all over. You'll find those 3 spears. It's all talking about the pineal gland, the upper room.
Now, what does that enable one to do? 2 things. The pineal gland, what does it enable one to do? And the kundalini. When
Kundalini.
It's full of, kundalini, when it's fully operative,
Yeah, okay.
what does it transform?
Okay. In the old cycle, it gave you the ability to manipulate the physical. We now have science that those pyramids were built off of pure thought. When that kundalini energy is rising up in the pineal, they could harness the forces of the universe and bring the elements together. And it was pure thought that some of those was built, as well as other refined science.
I want to ask you something about it. Because when you are dealing with ma'at is a symbol in the Kemetic pantheon and worldview.
Right.
Which stood for balance, truth, justice,
Yeah.
righteousness.
And all that,
those
right.
things,
Mm-hmm.
right. But my understanding, I want you to speak on this, and this is my
I know
spiritual
where you getting
eye,
at. I already
is that
synthesized.
when you become truth, when
Yeah.
you are living when what you say and what you are and what you're doing is all balanced. See, because ma'at is
Exactly.
more than just
a
righteous.
spiritual term, yeah.
You see, because truth, and I want you to speak on this, but this is just what I'm getting. Truth meant that it was accurate. Say, for an example, that it was it was correct. I mean, you can't build you can't have a calendar. You can't have you can't build a building straight up like the World Trade Center unless it is true. For an example, in other words, you got to square it, because if it is off one degree, as you go up, the building starts to lean.
Yeah.
The damn thing will fall by the time it gets up to 100 feet. So truth within my art, and this is the principles of the universe extending themselves into the affairs of man, so much so that one would have to go by those principles. And say, if I wanted to be a friend, I can't be a friend and lie to you.
Well, I'm going to give you another.
But deal with that. I mean,
I'm
you
gonna
know,
give you
these
another
are just my
level.
thoughts.
I'm going to give you another level on it. First of all, the people who taught us mostly about Egypt in the Afrocentric community were historians. They knew absolutely nothing about the occult. Dr. Ben claimed he did, but now after studying, I realized and all he was only grazing the surface on what he knew. He knew mundane knowledge on the actual stuff. I've been studying for the last 10 years. I've been studying this for the last 8 years. And I just got into the zone a little over a year ago. So even the stuff that I dealt with in 94 that you got on the video, I'm just not in the zone that I know what's going on. Now let me tell you what I'm talking about. You go to the Book of the Dead, or the Book of Coming Forth by Day, and you will see the 47 laws of Mayat are negative confessions. This whole shit about, you had to recite that and you didn't do these things. Let me show you what this thing really meant. It's metaphysical. Negative means inner. Now let me explain something. There is no way humanly possible that if you look in the Book of the Dead, which is the original 10 Commandments plus what? How many other more? 33 more. Whatever. The 47 negative confessions, or they say the 100 and whatever. But anyway, you look in the book of Coming Forth by Day, and you see that there is no way in the human body that you can be in the human body and not have done what those things say. But let me show you the mystery on what it's talking about. When they would recite, I have not done this and I have not done that, they were not talking about what they didn't do physically. They were saying that their soul had not done that, because the soul is pure. They were not talking about the physical body. They recited that to say that their soul hadn't done that, because the soul is the hidden part that is pure. You get the word righteousness. See, remember I was telling you about these ancient terms that mean something totally different? You know the word righteousness, you know what it means? It says the righteous will rise up. It was not talking about righteous based on your behavior. This is a holographic universe. Behavior ain't got shit to do with it. It was talking about right. It was talking about right. See, in the Gospel of Thomas, which is a gospel, one that didn't end up in the Bible, it tells you that the seed that my Father did not plant cannot be plucked up. That means it was something that was made someplace else. Righteous means ripe. The indestructible seed that was planted in the beginning. And it has nothing to do with physical behavior. You see what I'm saying? The laws of Maya. Sometimes we think and we reduce down to moralistic behavior. In actuality, it's alchemical. It's a formula of energies coming together to create the perfect crystallization and illumination. You see what I'm saying? This is the higher level of it. Now, they had different degrees. The neophyte would come in and he would do all these things for good behavior or whatever. But ultimately, it was alchemical that was talking about a marriage. The word marriage means the union of two spirits.
Right.
It has nothing to do with some white man giving you a piece of paper. Whoever you fuck, excuse the expression, or whoever you lay down with, and I like to use them words and stuff because I'm advanced enough in my intellect to use them words to back the shit up. Because there's no such thing as curse words. If the English language wasn't around during the time when so-called spiritual stuff was around, how the hell could something later be a curse word? When you have sex with a person, over a course of time, you have a sacred marriage of union of energies, and that's what marriage means. Now, these energies in your body coming together to make a covenant of one energies coming together to make a covenant represents the Christ. When in alchemy, when these energies come together, it represents man, angel, alien, everything coming together to make form the Christ, which was a title of your higher self. It was called the Great Work. And that's when they say every man will be known by his works. Not talking about what you did out here in the physical. It was talking about whether you're known by your works based on is your shit working on the inside. Do you have the damn melanin for the motherfucker to work? Do you have the seed of God of that works? The head of one of the head Jewish scholars that was in the Kabbalah. Now the Kabbalah is a Jewish mysticism that was so-called found in Spain, so you know where that comes from. It comes from Egypt.
Moors, yeah.
And the Moors brought it up into Egypt and gave it to the European Jews. When they converted those Jews into Jews, the white people, they gave them the Kabbalah. But one of the head scholars of the Kabbalah said that what exists seemingly in God, manifests and unfolds in man. Whereas they say God, or if you want to put it, is the potential. He's really nothing. Man is the perfecting agent of the potential and makes manifest what is potential and seemingly in God unfolds and manifests in man. He is the perfecting agent. So you got an old man sitting down. He's a mafia man, but he can't go out and kill nobody. But it is the hit man that does it. So we are the perfecting agent, and the God is our higher self. But hold on, I'm gonna show you one minute. I want to get this point right here.
Please.
It says in Gershwin Schroeder, which is the top scholar for Tel Aviv, that died in 1982. He told the European Jews in his text that he wrote on the Kabbalah, but all of this that comes together as a perfecting agent is done by a Neoplatonic formula. See, he's playing with words because he knows that the average person will never get what the fuck that means. Neoplatonism comes from Hermeticism. Hermeticism comes from the wisdom of Tahutiism. And Tahutiism and Hermeticism is nothing but the mysteries of alchemy. And the study of alchemy is the study of melanin. So when he said a Neoplatonic formula, he was saying that all of this particular perfecting agent that rise up to Christ level is done by a Neoplatonic formula. He's talking about a melanin formula.
Now, may I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What does this say about the European, the white man? I mean, you know, we say, the scientists say that everybody has melanin, and he has melanin also. But kind of enlighten us on the difference in that melanin and what is going to happen to him. I mean, where are we?
Okay, I'll get into
where
that.
are we? And you said that he was doing studies on melanin.
Yeah.
And he was seeing that, okay, we'll get into that later.
The melanin that he has, obviously he has some because he's a carbon-based being.
Right.
And he has some aspect, you see it like they talk about freckles or whatever. But the stuff we're talking about is this. And most people don't get into this because really they're not occultists, so they wouldn't understand this. Inside of the melanin that we have, that reaches throughout the entire nervous system, is a little particle of light. It's a seed. It's inside the melanin. That seed that is inside of the melanin is who the hell you are. Now, do you listen to what I'm saying here? What I'm telling you is this. That my whole big old body and all the organs in it is all being operated by a small particle that's the smallest thing in the universe, which you know of is called the atom. But it's a seed that's the smallest thing in the universe. And the difference between them and us, whatever the stuff they function with, they don't have that seed, which is the soul. There's a particle of light in a seed that is inside of the melanin, encased inside of the melanin. Now, I was getting ready to say this the last time based on the Philosopher's Stone. Every particle in the known universe and on Earth exists inside of your body. And that's what melanin is. Every particle and every herb, everything that ever was exists inside your body. And that's what melanin is. Now I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here. Everything that exists in the known universe plus some stuff that is outside of the universe, that is that primal stuff before the universe was created, exists in the melanin. And that seed that's in there is the seed of God. That this is going to really blow your mind. That is above God. Now let me explain this to you.
Yeah,
You got to send me one of these
I
tapes.
think you better. Yes.
The God that we have been worshiping the last 2,000 years is the God of the living, but not the God of the dead. The God of the living is a subordinate deity who is a lesser deity than the God of the dead. Got your Book of the Dead, Tibetan Book of the Dead, Egyptian Book of the Dead, or whatever. The God of the dead is Osiris. The God of the living is a lesser entity. You have a day side God, you have a night side God. The night side God is the son of the mother, the triple blackness of space called Nut, Typhon, Tiamat, Latayaphon, Leviathan, you call the great dragon that's in the sea. That's the great mother. Apit, Gaia, all of that. The God of the day is a subordinate deity. A jealous God. Why is he jealous? You figure if he God, why is he jealous? The God that created the earth is a subordinate deity. It's not the highest God. In your Bible, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm quite sure you read the Bible. Correct me if I'm wrong, otherwise we cut off the camera now.
Come on, let's have a big hand for Brother Dawood. Come on. Big hand for Brother Dawood.
Introducing Brother Dawood.
Do we need this thing?
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyway, we've been doing this for about 12 years. This May, we started out in Long Island City with Dr. John Moore, who was assassinated by some Harlemites and some Detroitites and some Tuskegeeites. Tuskegeeites. And, okay, I just hold it?
Yeah, just hold it.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right. And this May will be the 12th year, started the Fee Foundation, Foundation for the Education and Enlightenment of Dark People. Well, you see, we didn't get too far with that because obviously they're not enlightened and they certainly ain't educated. So, but anyway, valiantly, we've continued on. And when we first started, you speak about the Illuminati, people would run from it. People would run from me. They stop me in the street. They say, well, Brother Dawood, they ain't killed you yet? You ain't dead? They say, you supposed to be dead. So within this type of movement, reformation, of enlightened individuals that come on, a lot of confusion. Since then, you got so many folks, Delbert Blair and folks coming all over the place, and they present things the way they feel it has to be presented. Just like anything else, people have different techniques, different styles, different ways they present certain information. We're just saying that you have to use your spiritual principles to use that. With that, we talk about during this period, Brother Bobby Hemmitt came out of Georgia with a number of observations, and he tends for, it's easier for black people to digest what he's saying only because he always brings a lot of books and a lot of visual aids, because black people are kind of slow. So Bobby has the kind of patience to do that. See? I don't have that kind of patience, so that's one thing I have to take my hat off to him, is that he will take the time to go through all these books. Like I said, Dr. Clark read himself blind, and
And I think at this particular point in time, you shouldn't have to have somebody to come and give you this over and over and over, give you 19 books. Well, you want to see? The group says it here, you hear it. Everybody right now, what book is that? What year was it? What publisher was it? You should be on that. But everybody got different styles. So some people can disseminate the information better with Bobby Hemmitt because he's still dealing with a style where you're dealing with a lot of the intellectual, get this bookism and get that kind of stuff. Hey, if you get something out of it, fine. But like anything else, you're always going to have some kind of controversy. So I'll leave it at that. All we're saying is when whatever brother presents anybody else, you have to apply it to just two dogmas we always say. How does this apply to the destruction of Western civilization? And that the sum total of an origin of evil on the planet Earth is the devil or the Caucasian. And with that, not so much a disclaimer, we're just trying to explain things. We're going to give you Brother Bobby Hemmitt.
All right. All right.
Brother Bobby Hemmitt.
Oh,
Yeah, I think I got it. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
All right. You got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Well, we've been dealing a long time, Brother Dawood and I. The whole AWAS factor and all that type of stuff. He was the first person to actually, first black person actually to even deal with Crawley's thing. You know, even deal with Crawley's thing during that particular time. I think, especially if you get the interview with Clemson Brown, the one he did with Clemson Brown back in '88, and he did one with Burt too. Like Colin Wilson said, this is probably some of the greatest occult information ever given to break this thing down, starting from Atlantis and Lemuria on in. If you get a hold of that tape, this is probably some of the greatest occult stuff ever put down on a tape. And it's and it actually inspired me. What happened was, in actuality, back in '91, we used to sit up all night trying to find out how we're going to get black people out of this stuff. You know, and basically we was dealing with the physical and the mundane, and everything we would deal with, we come up with a common sense going, you know, black people ain't gonna do that shit. You know, so basically what happened is one day I was walking through a room full of people and sitting around trying to discuss the problem, and the Spirit just told me, this shit is a spiritual thing, not necessarily a mundane thing when it comes to taking this beast off the planet. And another brother said, it's interesting you say that, because that's what the brother Dawood said also too. We talking about a spiritual thing, and in so many words, at that particular time, I think he was like one of the few people out here, even telling people, even in the Afrocentric thing, that there is also another way, because, you know, we had people talking about the mystery, but no one could actually ever explain the mystery, because the thing about it is most historians is not occultists. And I remember going up in Brother Dawood's apartment, and he had this book by the Geiger book. The Geiger book. Geiger is the guy who did the artwork for the aliens and all that stuff. So he had Geiger's Necronomicon, and I remember sister, I think it was Sister Myra, was like, man, ooh, that was a scary looking book he had up in there, because the Geiger stuff, if you haven't seen it before and all, it's really some spooky looking stuff and all. You know, the alien stuff you can deal with, but his Necronomicon, boy, he really gets into it. So, like I said, dealing with the Tarot deck, the Crawley Tarot deck and all that type of stuff. This stuff was actually unknown and stuff until Dawood introduced this stuff. Brother Dawood introduced this stuff. Like I said, most of the people who came and presented the information presented it from a mundane or physical level, including, it's even the same thing with Steve Coakley. He could tell you about the Illuminati, but I don't think that he ever actually dealt with the occult realm. So also all of a sudden, when you see these white people dealing with this stuff, and you don't study the occult, you'll think that everything in the occult is evil. And the occult means only that which has been hidden. Only that which has been hidden. So to no further ado, what we want to do right now is we want to give the ancestors some. Clemson Brown rode off with my suitcase with all my stuff in it and all, and I had my little rum and all the stuff to do the actual ritual. But what we're gonna do is we're just gonna basically call out the Ashes and stuff. So we're gonna kick this thing off with the Vodun energies, and I just do it off the top of my head. You know, you give the Ashe, and I guess well, we can just hold on 1 minute. I guess we could just take some water and just set it right here. I guess that'll be theirs. I got a big jug somewhere up under here. And all right, and that's enough. That's enough also too. That's cool too. You know, you want to light them, brother, and just, you know, do some things. And also, you know the deal. We're gonna do the Ashes. Give the voodoo energy the actual power. So with no further ado, we're gonna start off with Ishu Elegba, who's the opener of the gateways and stuff. And we're gonna actually deal with that tonight also too. So Ishu Elegba, Ashe, Brazuli, Ashe Gatorado, Ashe Zaka, Ashe Alafi, Ashe Damawalawedo, Ashe Bridget, Ashe Marafa, Ashe Rasha, Ashe Adambergi, Ashe Baffaman, Oku Pirelli, Ashe Okushingo, Ashe Razuli, Ashe What Gate, Ashe Papa Gate, Ashe Simba, Ashe Loa, Ashe. So let's go on to the let's go on to the other side. Akula Kulu, Ashe Nakumpa, Ashe Pribelinga, Ashe Oshosi, Ashe Olakun, Ashe Olarun, Ashe Rumula, Ashe Obatala, Ashe Odudawa, Ashe Babaluaye, Ashe Shingo, Ashe Oshun, Ashe Ogun, Ashe Orisha Oku, Ashe Hoya, Ashe Omitutu, Ashe Anitutu, Ashe Ilitutu, Ashe Elegba, Ashe Newt, Ashe Abbott, Ashe Tired, Ashe Shingo, Ashe. We got to do some loud ones because, you know, we're trying to get this energy up. So, Heru, Ashe Heru Kahudi, Ashe Heru Raha, Ashe Harsefi, Ashe Awas, Ashe Ibas, Ashe Ovas, Ashe Thunderdog, Ashe Sunday, Ashe Thunderbird, Ashe Bataneta Unra, Ashe Sutnesi, Ashe Sutnubit, Ashe Mayat, Ashe Munt, Ashe Minibis, Ashe Mintu, Ashe Mintu Sibaraha, Ashe Mintel Sing Sing, Ashe Mamalatu, Ashe Bashashetu, Ashe Pataneta Unra, Ashe Nedura Atan, Ashe Atan, Ashe Adani, Ashe Ain, Ashe Ain Suda Uda, Ashe Ain Sala, Ashe Da, Ashe Keva, Ashe Shakma, Ashe Maina, Ashe Tripura, Ashe Maksad, Ashe Pai, Ashe Yaseh, Ashe Malkuth, Ashe Kalipa, Ashe Rudra, Ashe Shiva, Ashe Asuras, Ashe Titans, Ashe Titans, Ashe Leviathan, Ashe Leviathan, Ashe Inanna, Ashe Ishtar, Ashe let's see, hold on 1 minute, let me get let's see, Heracles, Ashe Prometheus, Ashe Epimetheus, Ashe. I guess that'll be good for right now. For all guys known and unknown, Ashe. So 1, 2, 3, the Hemmitt family, Shaw family, Davis family, all my family members, Ashe. 1, 2, 3, start calling out your family members. 1, 2, 3. Ashe, 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 Ashe. To all gods known and unknown, Ashe. To all anti-gods unknown and unknown, Ashe. To all ancestors known and unknown, Ashe. Okay, so get right into it. A couple of spiritual breakthroughs and stuff. I'm actually literally celebrating it all because before I really go into this and all, and I will go into it, but I have to give a little hard copy and stuff, you know, report in on what's going on. You know, each time we report into New York and all, we'll just tell you some other sides of things that's actually going on also too. But I'm actually celebrating because my entire journey what I was doing is basically I was doing research, and I would come and report the research to you. But on the other hand, I was also doing spiritual breakthroughs to try to gain a certain amount of power, to try to gain a foothold on some actual things also too. And as a result, we worked from 94 up to 96. And although I did a lot of rituals, and those rituals gained a lot of information, I did get a little bit of energy, but the type of power that I was looking for, I wasn't able to get. And I think I had to go through what is called the dark side mysteries, or the underworld mysteries. And after coming up out of that underworld mysteries, or the dark side mysteries, anyway, let's say the last one I did, I hit dead on the money. And as a result, I ended up getting what I needed. And so we will go into that, and that is a celebration. And in so many words, this is a manifesto tonight to go on the offensive with the United States government, the European powers that rule the world, and their black conspirators, or the Uncle Toms that also help them. Now when we say go on the offensive, we're not talking about voicing our opinions. We're not talking about that. What we mean when we say go on the offensive, let this be known, we're talking about tonight declaring war on the United States government and the cracker and everything else on this particular planet, and eventually humanity itself, for those people that know what I'm talking about. And so this is actually a manifesto to, it's time for at least me to shit or get off the pot. So basically I received a certain amount of power. I couldn't do nothing up until this time. I hit it and it was dead on the money, and I will go into this tonight. But as a result, I'm not going to use this shit for personal gain. You know what I'm saying? No personal gain, I mean, and I'm talking about as far as money and stuff, and God knows I sure as hell need it. You know, but this power came, and this power came for one thing and one thing only. And that is to go to war. Fuck the dumb shit. So basically, it's to go to war. And I will go into this, and I will explain what this is also. I will explain what this is. Am I transmitting right?
I got you on the open mic.
Okay,
You wanna hook it up?
straight. So, I will go into this magical adventure of this record of magical operations that transpired between the years of, let's say, 1994, actually between, the last 10 years, but basically the real assertive effort to do this between the years of 1994 and now. And so basically what we're talking about is, this is a celebration because we hit gold, but I'm saying in actuality, I found a breakthrough and a contact from the outer dimensions to learn how to kick this cracker straight in his ass. And that's what we're talking about doing. All bullshit aside. Because, and I will get into this, because we stand to lose. By the end of 2001, if we let it go to 2001, we stand to lose just about all the Africans off of the continent.
That's right.
Now, they're talking about 75,000 cases a month dying from AIDS. That's 900,000 cases a year. Now, I worked for Outreach, which was, they pass out condoms in the ghetto. I worked for the shit about a week until the spirit told me, hey, if you're going to spread AIDS, put it in the condom. So I worked for about a week back in 91. You know what I'm saying? Back in 91. Because they was paying our ass good money. So why the hell they going to pay us good money to pass out, So I worked for about a week and got about a check out of it. But they told us something at the little retreat we had. They'll have these retreats, like once a year. Just so happened when I got on the retreat was the damn week after I worked. So I went to the retreat. And they tell you, if you see any AIDS case or you see any case, always, like if you got one person, always add 9 more to that person. So always count 9 times. So we know that the government is only going to give you a third of what's actually going down. in actuality, if he's saying it's going to be 900,000 dying, somebody do the math, 9 times 900,000, if you got a calculator or something.
2,700,000.
That's 2,700,000. Now, that's 2,700,000 on the AIDS alone. That's not including UNICEF reports of 5 million children dying from famine a year that they kill. That's not including 5 million babies, infants. That's not including gang warfare that they started. You see what I'm saying? That's not including famine that kill adults and all the other stuff. That's just in the AIDS department alone, 2,700,000. You see, that's just one area. Meanwhile, we know that they only have to give you a reason, and that means that they can wipe the whole continent off. And the reason why is because we as black people, and not necessarily you in here, but the majority of us, suffer from a brain atrophy, which means that our minds don't work. And what we have to even question whether we have been thinking the last 130-something years. From Emancipation Proclamation, which was 130 years in 95, so last 135 years, we must even think and see what we were even using thought at all, or what we was basically running off of was basically instinct, emotion. And then the white boy is not the specimen to base whether you are thinking on a rational level based on having him as a model, because he is a grown-up juvenile delinquent. So that means that we are doggone primary schoolers. But what we're saying is we got to even think whether what we even call thought itself. You see what I'm saying? That we probably haven't thought since they put our ass on the boat and knocked us in the head. And we literally have to push the envelope and say, am I really functioning on the normal level? You see what I'm saying? We must rebel against all comfort zones. We must question happiness. And we must rebel against happiness. Because it's your pursuit of happiness to get your ass in trouble. We must rebel against finances. Now, I'm not saying that you got to go and get some diapers and walk around with a big ass stick. But I'm talking about this mentality that I got to get all of this commercial shit just to be human is out of the question. You see what I'm saying? We're talking about bare basics. We got to rebel against what we even call being human. Because obviously our explanation of what is human is based off of what some European taught. We don't know. We don't know what our mind was previous to the European's mind. Because we know we have his mind now. We have to question everything. We even have to question love. What the fuck is that shit? And because the black woman is failing miserably at finding that motherfucking superficial love, then you gotta reject that shit. And maybe pain and suffering is the only clear and true thing there is on this planet. You said, oh, that's some crazy shit there. So let's say, reject love, reject humanity, reject happiness, even reject black people. Then you ask the question, wait a minute. You say, but this is insane. Yeah, it would be insane if you were a human. But let's say that you are God or some entity. Rejecting those things that I call a characteristic that make you human wouldn't be such a bad idea if you was God and somebody told you, your ass told you that you were human. You understand where I'm coming from here? You see the concept? Now, all the ancient mythology says that at one time you were advanced entities, rulers of the omniverse. So the things that I just told you, the things that fundamentally make you human, now if you were God, it wouldn't be no problem rejecting that shit. It's only when you are told that you are a doggone human Which in this case, obviously the God thing has got to register up because we fail miserably at being human. At least now. Shit can't work for us.
Ooh, that's heavy.
Right? We the masters of screwing up everything. So if things don't work for us, that means in actuality, they're not supposed to work for us. And we must even question the very existence of reality. That's what the Matrix told you, question reality. Right? These are the things that we have to get our mind on a certain level because nothing seems to work. We'll go to lecture after lecture. And yes, everybody comes before you, the comprehensive plans that the black scholars and everybody has, all of them are right. They do work. Common sense, they make common sense. You know what I'm saying? But they don't apply to us. They might apply to some younger race of people, but not us. And that we must go and we must try to find what applies to us. And obviously what applies to us is not in the realm of human existence. And if you eliminate everything that you think makes you human, then your ass is free. What's that, brother?
So, what you saying, everything that is one by
Speak up, can't hear you.
speak up.
Now I'm saying, before we can physically do it, and we're not talking about the masses of the people, so don't think, like Colin said, we can't tell the masses of the people. I said, no, we got to reject moralism. You say, you can't tell them, you know, in the conference, you can't tell black people accept, reject communism, moralism. I said, first of all, I'm not talking to black people. This is not a black leadership conference. This is a conference for the conscious people that have just trying to get a grasp on this thing because you're the only motherfuckers there is. Everybody else, you can hang it up. You know, each one teach one, and we ain't gonna take it to no streets.
That's right.
You are the best there is, and the gods to come back is you in this room. Not out there in the street. So we're not talking to them. I wouldn't dare go and tell a nigga on the street that you must reject moralism. I'm talking to you. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking to you. But I wouldn't dare be a fool to call myself a black leader. You know what I'm saying? Lead who? A bunch of niggas that I don't like? We even have to question whether we like each other, and because innately we don't like each other, there's a reason for that. Maybe that's spiritual, the reason why you don't like each other. Oh, we gotta do the unity. You know, all the same old rhetoric, but why don't you like each other? Because your spirit is rebelling against human existence. Now, if you're rebelling against human existence, I don't suppose to like you. I'm supposed to like your soul on the inside and the freedom of your energy and your soul is going to another existence. But anything human, I'm supposed to rebel against it. And because we're the only people that hate each other, we're the only people right for this fucking task to get the fuck out of here. Think about it. So we just broke up a whole lot of damn laws here. Everything that we say is wrong with us is good. We don't like each other. Let's deal with that. Why don't we like each other? Because we've been on the planet as humans about 13 billion years. So we're tired of being human. And now it's to go to the next paradigm shift. No more shit than what the Bible said. The good Christians. This is my home, I'm just passing through. The flesh is weak. You see what I'm saying? So now, if we don't supposed to be here, if a caterpillar don't supposed to go into a cocoon to become a damn caterpillar, but supposed to become a butterfly, then the caterpillar has to hate the goddamn caterpillar. Because it don't supposed to be a caterpillar anymore, it's supposed to be a butterfly. You get it? We've done the fucking caterpillar thing, the cocoon stage, for 13 billion years. Now it's time to metamorphosize into a new reality. A new monster, a new demon, a new thing and everything that you're scared of in the movies. But from the demon perspective, it's very superior. Like on Hellraiser 2, when he met up with Leviathan, he said, "To think I hesitated." You get where I'm coming from here? It's only if you're thinking like a damn human. But we're talking about 2018 and we ain't gonna be able to take the cracker off the planet physically. All you gotta do is get the movie Hunt for Red October. That's a movie that made to give you a reality check. Anybody ever saw Home for Ready after October? Just go back and watch that movie and see how them crackers deal. It's like Leola Africa say, this man is a warfare specialist. But he is a warfare specialist in his realm, the physical realm. We are spiritual warriors, and so therefore you can't become a physical warrior because you are a spiritual warrior. And what I'm talking about is spiritual warfare, and I'm talking about I'm going to do the shit my goddamn self if I have to. But I'll give you the method on how I'm doing it. I advise you not to fuck with this shit because you will die. But don't worry about it. I did it a month ago, and I'm here standing here talking before you. But I'll go into those endeavors. You know what I'm saying? But for the mere fact I'm here talking to you and it didn't dissolve my body, that means that the shit I did was successful. To come back from the grave. Because the whole origin was to go to death. So we'll go into that. But the key and what I'm talking about here is the reason why this sounds strange because I can't come before you and give you stuff that makes common sense. Our brains do not work on common sense. You see, this is some of the greatest time in the world because we are standing before black people and we're dealing with shit that is outrageous. If it was to get out to the national public and they would air this on TV, they would say, this guy is insane. But what is sanity? And insanity is only what you told yourself it was. It's right. You see what I'm saying? Now, if Clemson Brown gets back in time to get my books out the car, I got a book called Melanin People, How to Eat Them and Drain Their Energy. And it goes into how they take you when they get you in them churches and drain your energy. It's a Luciferian group and all that stuff. So we'll get into that also when we get the book. It's going for 10 bones, but you need to get the book. You need to get the book and all. So now, let's go into a question and answer. Anybody, now wait a minute, now before we go on, now see this is the thing also too, we cannot be cowards. You cannot sit in the audience and deem this man crazy and then sit the next 3 hours listening to it. You need to clear shit up now if you don't understand what we're talking about, because that's what understanding is. You're supposed to ask questions. We're not talking about questioning anything. But what we're talking about here is a new paradigm shift to get to the God realm. And the God realm means it's got to be anti-human. We have done the human thing. You understand what I'm saying? We've done the human thing. I'm telling you, we are on the brink of whipping this motherfucker ass. We have made this shit, and and so tonight is a manifesto to say that I'm going on the offensive of declaring war on the United States government, white people, the European powers, and all black people who want to stand with white people, and eventually humanity itself. That's right. We talking about it. So, what I'm saying is that, okay, I've come before you I started speaking here in February of '94, the first time I spoke in New York. So, we always talked about the future and what's going to happen in the future. So I'm quite sure you're saying, man, we heard this shit before. We heard you come and say this stuff is over. Now this is 2000. But now I'm telling you that the shit is on. And I'm going to go into my endeavors and my magical thing and what I hit and crossed over. We're going to go through all of that tonight also too. But first of all, let's go to some hard copy just to see how Cracker is rolling on this thing. First of all, that Ilion shit. Little Ilion ass. Now, first of all, you gotta understand, number one, it is a form of mind control. It's twofold. It's mind control to distract you. But on the other hand, it's a great big ritual going on. Moses was fished from the water. They got him up out of the water. They showed the 10 Commandments 1 week. They raided on Easter to go get young Ilion's ass the next week. Now come on, the cracker don't damn do nothing on his holidays. Or he'll go home for the damn, you know, one thing you can set your clock to. On his holidays, he ain't gonna do shit. Because he know that's the time that we gotta indoctrinate people. So he'll come back on Monday, not to fuck with his holidays. You see what I'm saying? So, but on Good Friday, which consists of this shit, you see what I'm saying? Leading on into that Saturday, they made the offensive on their ass. And that was a ritual. Anytime they go in on Easter, and they showed the 10 Commandments the week before, usually it falls on Easter weekend. You see? But anytime they go in on Easter, you see, that's a resurrection of the Christ child. He wasn't white. He was a white Cuban, but he got some little mixed up, contaminated blood in him, as a white man say. You know, a nigga is a nigga. Although he ain't one of us, don't get me wrong. Because there ain't no blacks in no fucking little Havana.
He's on the low white total vote.
You see, he just one of the, yeah, right. But still, yeah, they know that by him not being total mutant, that'll do for the Christ. Because the Christ got to be something other than a mutant. Okay? So this is a ritual going on, and they got everybody locked in. First of all, I was kind of happy. Crackers come over here. Now, we know if the white man come and say, give him up today, and you disobey their orders and you black, they'll be in there tonight to get this shit. So I figured they was lenient to wait 2 weeks. They ain't never gave a nigga no 2 weeks now. When that judge say, you got 10 days to get out. Now it might be a day that the sheriff might have slept too late or some kind of shit, but on a certain day, I know down in Georgia, they setting you, it's different up here, because Georgia's the penal colony. They setting your shit out on the street. You see what I'm saying? So they were lenient. They was lenient actually on this Ilion thing. But it was all a big ritual. Vernal equinox, vernal equinox, which is spring equinox ritual. You see what I'm saying? They didn't find a motherfucker on damn Thanksgiving. Come on now, get the hell up out of here. They find somebody, now isn't it interesting that they find him on Thanksgiving and then they resurrect him on Easter, 2 holidays. Come on now. We saying that the whole shit is set up and Castro is in on the thing too, because he ain't nothing but a government agent. He showed you that when he buck danced for the doggone Pope.
I know you crazy.
Huh?
I know you crazy.
Oh please, come on now. Come on now. We can't get emotional here now. We know damn well. Let me tell you something, so we can not be funny with this damn mess. They got the real revolutionaries, they don't never show you on TV. They done killed 400 African leaders since the 1950s, and we don't even know about it. For the mere fact they stubbing Castro down your throat, you best believe Castro was in on the shit from the get-go. Now come on, we can't be funny with this damn mess here now. Look, didn't they kill a lot of African leaders on the continent from the 60s and the 50s on up? Did you ever hear about them? No. You be 50 and somebody will tell you about some black leader that died in 1960 and you don't even know about it. For the mere fact they give you Castro, that was a doggone diversionary thing in the first place. You understand what I'm saying? Communism and capitalism, one in the fucking same? You see? Che Guevara ass dead. You see? You see? You see, so the point I'm trying to make here is, this whole shit with Castro now, well, just to make a long story short, he might have had some noble cause in the beginning. We know it was hooked up with the whole Yoruba thing, but also Castro was over there trying to, after he let the Yoruba thing take him to power, supposedly. This is where I'm saying, do you know Castro was over there and he tried to destroy the Yoruba priesthood? That's right. Yeah. Come on, the dumb shit. That's right. Castro was over there trying to outlaw Santeria. So let's not be funny with this damn shit because he set up with some damn Malcolm X in some hotel down the street. That don't mean shit. We talking about these people don't give you a revolutionary person that you can latch on to that's the real shit. Never. They got people on the planet right now you don't even know about. They got white people right now that you don't even know about. And you think that they got Castro and they got all these crackers and that whole shit going down, it ain't a part of it? Then this asshole go and send 3 little children, some little black boy. I'm like, wait a minute, what the hell you doing sending some little black kindergarten children? Idiot, I don't give a fuck who he is as long as the room full of toys. He showed that shit. He showed that shit. He was crying and shit. You know, the week before, he on the video talking shit. Papa, Papa, I don't want to go back to Cuba. Papa, Papa, Papa. I didn't want to go back to Cuba. Just talk, he's a little Indian just talking shit. They done coached me up. Papa, Papa, I want to go back to Cuba. The next day, they bust up in there and get his ass. He up there with his papa grinning. Because they had a whole plane full of toys. You know, coming in and broke his little race car bed and that other family shit. Toys R Us outfitted, you know, a damn child. Do you know his daddy? Now he's figuring now, I'm concerned, daddy, because ain't no toys, but daddy plus toys? Fuck them niggas. You know that shit. Why he was grinning? The government saying to set that nigga out with a whole bunch of toys.
Disney World.
All that stuff, so I'm trying to say, this whole thing is a fiasco, and what's the name is in on the shit? Castro. He in on it. You see, let's put it this way. Let me show you how things go. This might have been a noble person that was over there in the 60s. But we got to even question whether that's even Castro now anyway. Because cloning, they didn't have it since 1945. They could have slipped in there and killed that nigga ass a long time ago. So now he buck dancing with the Pope. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the last person to let up in your shit is the Pope. You see, the Pope, you see. So I'm just saying this whole thing is a form of a government conspiracy. And we can't be emotional enough to buy to think that what's on that TV set is really what's really going on. Like that's some real shit. If it's some real shit, it ain't on TV. TV is for deception at all times. Didn't biography do a damn thing on Castro? Let me tell you something. When the Jewish A&E network do a biography on your ass, you government agent. You see what I'm saying? They did one on Farrakhan. You know that nigga called Billy Graham up a month ago or 2 months ago and apologized to Billy Graham? Minister Louis Farrakhan called Billy Graham up and apologized, said, I'm sorry about talking shit about white people. Billy Graham. That nigga called Billy, not the ultimate. You know you done buck dance to the umpteenth, fifth power. You call Billy Graham? He called Billy Graham up the first of the year and apologized for talking shit about white people. Farrakhan. You can take it or let it alone, as he used to say. And the whole thing that went down and all, the whole thing that went down, everybody should know now, conscious people and people with common sense should know now, homeboy been sold out. Let me tell you something, Wallace Dean, one thing about CIA Wallace, Wallace don't come nowhere near your ass now unless you even down on his party. See what I'm saying? He don't come nowhere near your ass, you see. So these are some things that's actually going on. What we have now is we have a turn of a culture. This basically, let me explain something to you. About 30 years ago to 40 years ago, Uncle Tom used to be a person in the community. You had one every 100 people, or one every 90 people, and they were like a social pariah. He the Uncle Tom. This is the, you know, he was the outsider. He was the persona non grata. You know what I'm saying? He was the minute, he was the exiled, but he was the complete minority, he or she, who was the Uncle Tom 30 years ago. Nobody even wanted to be labeled an Uncle Tom. 30 years ago. Now, Uncle Tom is the paradigm. It is the racial identity. It is the majority, and now the conscious brothers and sisters are somebody who's just black aware. You know, aware. Black awareness is now the social pariah, the persona non grata, the exile, the minority. They flipped the script where Uncle Tom is now the racial identity. There is no such thing as a black race. It's just Toms and Thomasinas. Uncle Tom is what the race is now. Tomville. So Uncle Tom is the majority of every nigga you see. And the conscious now is the clandestine, persona non grata, the cancer, the lepers. You get it? 30 years ago, you was pointing your finger at Uncle Tom. Now, no one wants to be named, labeled black and conscious. Oh, you doing that black thing.
Yeah.
So they have flipped it. Now, Uncle Tom is the paradigm. It is the thing to be. You see? Now, you can sell out and nobody don't even miss no sleep over the shit. Because everybody's doing it. And it's called career, education, and what we, or what we call education. Success, or what they call now prosperity, inspirational prosperity. You see, all this bullshit. Now they're doing the whole census thing. Now number one, they're doing this census thing, number one, to see how many black people they killed in the 1990s. And how many black people that they need to kill to make the damn shit right. Now you know that anytime all the commercials on the census is black, even got a damn census paper talking like a black person, we should be offended by that shit. Or they think about you like you were just a damn fourth grader. They said, no, because, obviously the children is not the one that's putting out the census. They're saying that we are thinking that grown people in their 50s, their 40s, and their 30s, they will literally get a kick out of a census form talking. Ooh, did you feel me out? This is the year 2000. You are world-class people. This is a blatant insult. To say that in actuality, you a 40-year-old rusty-ass nigga or rusty-ass woman, and you walking by to go get you some damn beans off the stove, and you go, damn! Hey, look at that shit talk like that. Did you feel this shit out? You shit. But that's the way they think about your monkey ass. And then this is what you'll get, nothing. The nigga that gets the actor, he bombed out as an actor, Too many police officers or whatever, little background shit. So they got him on the census thing, some black actor nigga. He show all this building up the community, and if you don't fill this out, this is what you're gonna get, nothing. Now wait a minute, hold on now, wait a minute. We know the last 10 years, they have gotten rid of every entitlement program a black person can lay down on.
Yes, you are.
They done got rid of all affirmative action. They done got rid of everything. They done got rid of welfare. But all of a sudden, they gonna give you something based on you filling out a census form? At least the niggas in affirmative action was building their civilization for them. That just make common sense. You want to get your slaves in on building your civilization. But they took that from your ass. But all of a sudden, you mean to tell me they're going to take all the entitlement programs? You know what I'm saying? Construction workers, this and that, and yet then they're going to come back to you and say, if you fill this out, we're going to give you the world? And we are stupid enough to believe that after what happened the last 10 years?
That's right.
That's how they got the Japanese.
You see? And we believe this shit? Now, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said two things on how this is going down, because they always kill two birds with one stone. Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that he's going to give you everything, including his woman, in the last days. So when God comes to kill them, to kill you too. This is a metaphor for a lot of things. Now, two things happening here. The whole reparation thing is up. That's in court now. But now, they done politely pull out that Sally Hemings bullshit with Thomas Jefferson, and they having all kind of specials on and DNA things, and they saying that black people, your Y chromosome, you got a lot of black, one nigga on there from Harvard said, I traced my damn roots back to Europe and Nigeria, but the male stuff went to Europe. So what they gonna do is on the little thing, they gonna come up and say, you can't get no money from some reparations because you ain't 100% black. You European. That's one way they're doing it. Then again, on the other hand, I couldn't give a shit about you all getting some money.
That's right.
See what I'm saying? Damn some fucking reparations. Like I told you before. Is that what it all boiled down? You got kicked in the ass in slavery, your mama got raped, and that's all it boiled down to is $1 billion? So you can go to the mall? What's that, sister?
If they come up with that, wouldn't it be fair for us to come up and say, then you owe us for raping our grandparents, our great-grandparents?
But the point is this here. Humane-wise, you shouldn't want to put a price tag on the rape of your grandparents. Do you think if you go kill one of their damn, you could have $1 billion? You go kill that little white bald head child in that damn crib, you could have $1 billion. He say death penalty, and you can't buy your way out of that shit. See what I'm saying? If you a nigga. We got a price tag. That's what Joseph Cipollone says in his book. Joseph Cipollone in his book, Making Sense of the Madness, What's Going On, and on the website, Joseph Cipollone said that the true beings will do anything for money.
That's right.
We trying to be humane here. Somebody break in your house and rape your little boy, stick your TV up your little boy's rectum. You mean to tell me that this person can compensate you with $1 billion? That's what I'm trying to say. What's the difference between now, if they did it now, because they rape little boys, raise them for pedophilia, and the ancestors before. The point I'm trying to make here, don't go by how you feel. Go by, don't. Go by the spirit. We're talking spirit. See, we'll go to church. We'll go to church. And we'll believe in what the spirit say. But then the cracker can pass out money and we just disregard the spirit. And we're trying to get up out of this on a spiritual manifestation. Now I understand what you're talking about now. Logically, rationally, economically, it does make sense to get paid reparations. But spiritually, your Bible says don't make no deal with the damn devil. Now that's just basic fundamental Christianity.
That's right. Muhammad didn't believe that. Muhammad said he wanted reparation. Mr. Muhammad believed in reparation. Mr. Muhammad put that theory out about the devil. He believed in getting due pay.
You talking about Elijah Muhammad?
Yeah.
Elijah Muhammad was dealing with a system of 30 years ago. He also wrote, but he was conscious enough to write the Theology of Time and the Fall of America. And he said, after me comes God. Now we're in the God stage and you want to get paid off. You understand why we got to destroy humanity now? See, wait a minute. First of all, what we're trying to do with this here, take a deep breath and try to understand something outside of logic and rationale. Logically and rationally and common sense-wise, it makes common sense to get paid. But we're not talking about common sense because common sense don't work for us. We're talking, didn't I tell you first that you must challenge even your own human thought? You understand where I'm coming from here? Try to think on a higher fucking level than some goddamn dollar bill. Does anybody understand what the fuck I'm trying to say here? You the richest people already on the top. How much more shit out the mall you need to buy? How many more cars you need to buy? listen to me. This is the problem. There's something based on inspirational theology to make you feel good. What I'm trying to teach you is to be a God. What, you ever see Godzilla? You think Godzilla give a damn about a motherfucking trunk full of money? What are you gonna do, sit up at a bar? I'm Godzilla, I'm drinking some damn cognac. Hey baby, you want a drink? Think on a higher level. This is what we talking spirit here. Don't go by how you feel because they have tampered by the way you feel.
Yes.
Do you know that the elite don't even live off money?
That's right.
Tell it.
Don't need it.
And you mean to tell me that if the white man can produce your happiness based on economics, that means that you saying to me that the white man is God. And we trying to get our people out of this shit. Didn't see we got to start processing. See what happened is that when we talking about getting to a higher level, I said that we must challenge, to question even our thought pattern. That means that data has to process. Now let me explain what I'm talking about here. I first started out telling you that they're getting ready to kill. Yeah, I told you that by the end of next year, there won't be no Africans left on the continent. You have to process that. Then I came with the reparations, and you asked the question based on the reparations. Well, up against them doing mass genocide, reparation is foolish.
That's right.
And the only reason why he is even to the point, yeah. Glad you came. I'm straight. I got it. Okay. The only reason why he is even to the point is because, okay, we wrote it. We wrote it. The only reason why he is even, this is what I'm looking for right here. Now, we need to give a God some real deal juice.
I say.
All right, no, I got it. You stop, I'm straight. Now, we just did some libation. Get you some Maya's rum, Jamaican rum, Maya's rum. Now, if you ain't got no insurance on your car, you do what I just told you to do in your car or on your tires and you won't get stopped. See? We'll go into this. Now, since I gave the God some, I'll lie that myself. That day. Now, on the serious tip, they don't want no water. You remember your ancestors that used to walk around the house embarrassing you? All drunk, remember them? Them the same niggas in the spirit realm. And they drunks. Don't give them no water. That's for ceremony. But give them some Maya's Jamaican rum.
151?
Whatever. No, give them some Jamaican rum. There's about several Jamaican rums or any rum coming from the islands like Antigua, Bahamas. You can get some. Give them some rum. This was. But if you drive in the car, you don't want to get on a wreck. You don't want the man stopping you on a roadblock. You got expired license, no insurance, harboring a fugitive. Put this down. Okay? I think I got a napkin in here. Now.
Tissue right there, bro.
Okay.
A lot of tissue right there.
Right
under the bag. Right there.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, we got tissue. Now, you know, we ghetto style.
Hey, Bob.
When we rolling on the toilet paper thing. But now, don't front now.
Bob.
You know you cooking, and you run out of damn paper napkins. You'll go in there and rob water or some toilet paper to catch that damn grease.
Hey, Bob.
We don't get innovative like that. What's that?
The crackers, they making the rum, man.
Huh?
The crackers are making the rum.
Right. The rum, this is a God without a physical body.
Okay, brother.
What the fuck he get? I don't give a damn if they put some damn arsenic in here. See, you got the process. I said give it to the gods. You think the gods gonna get, the gods, only way the shit can hurt you is you got a physical body.
Yeah.
And you drink too much of this shit till your liver get fucked up.
Yeah.
But if you a god and you don't have a physical body, you get it? You gotta start thinking on a higher level. The fucking God give a damn. They can put some fucking bubonic plague up in there. The voodoo energy say they won't run. I'm telling you what they done said. You go to damn Nigeria, you go to any place on the continent, you go to the damn islands, they spitting rum. So get a God some rum, some Maya's Jamaican rum, and some any rum from the islands. You see? From the island rum. But this is some good one here. You see what I'm saying too? Now, so the point I'm trying to make here is this. I'm not talking to the masses of the people out there. Now, I will say this much. If they make the decision to start passing out the money, well, ain't nothing you can do about that then, so you might as well go on down there and get your check. But don't say that this is based on compensating you for your ancestors. That's a fucking abomination.
Right.
Your ancestors died because of money and property. And you mean to tell me that they died for is going to be your redeeming factor? That which put you in slavery can never be your redeemer. But we have to dig beyond. See, the thing about us now, we are unprincipled. We didn't have a lot of money 50 years ago, but we had principles. We have lost principles. We done came and we done gone savage. We done came and we got the white man stink on us. So we think like the white man now. You see what I'm saying? We think like the white man now. That's why all your black leaders can sell out 1 billion people based on money. You see what I'm saying? Now, so they're gonna try to say that ain't nobody in this doggone land is pure black and we are all one ancestry because we all got this genetic link based on slavery. Number two, that's one thing based on the whole reparation, but what they're really trying to do is they're trying to save their ass by trying to say, if somehow we can prove to the gods that we got some black in us, then maybe we can be saved. But the saving ain't got shit to do with the physical body. We're talking about the soul. And that which don't have a soul cannot go to the next realm. So it don't matter what kind of bargain you got. If you ain't an origin, and in order to have a soul, you got to be from the original point of origin. That means that at one time in the universe, you were a star. Now anybody that came about on the earth plane after that time don't qualify. We're talking about you. They're not capable of, even if they were good enough and we wanted them to go. They cannot do it. There's no way a dog can ever be a damn human being. It just ain't happening. You see what I'm saying? But a fucking canine got a better chance of being raised up than a fucking white man. At least we made it. We made the white man too, but at least we made that as a form of the ecological system. Now, how many people saw the movie The Skulls? One thing about the movie, you know, they told you what time it was, but there's one key about the movie. They also showed you that the brother up in there, the one that was a police officer that ended up killing the guy then, that was the boule. Remember now, the boule relieves the white man of his civic duty. He was connected with what? The senator. So we come in contact with the Illuminati people. Okay, go ahead. The shit sticking on my face like this, and I'm talking over looking at the shit. I say, y'all let a nigga talk for 30 minutes with some fucking paper sticking on his face. So if that happens, y'all let me know. Now.
You on.
Okay. So they showed that the black guy in there was a Boule member also too. But it also showed, you know, because it was another little black boy hanging out with the white boy. Then the damn white boy, he said, don't tell me you're going to join the Skull and Bones. The white boy looked at him like, see your nigga ass. And in real life, he wouldn't be tripping because they killed no black guy. You know what I'm saying? But they had to put that all in the movie, but you just draw the line on what's going on. But there's one thing about that, the reason why I want to say that is this. The guy that wrote the book, Our Kind of People, and boastfully bragged, that's the same thing, boastfully and brag, the same thing, and boastfully told us that he was a doggone Boule member. Whereas 10 years ago, that would have been unheard of because we didn't know about it until Steve Coakley unmasked that. Now we got to give Steve Coakley credit for that because Steve Coakley is the one. He did such a good job until this is what happened. The reason why the boy on the book, Our Kind of People, Otis Graham or something, that guy, the reason why he announced that he was a Boule member out publicly, because the Boule is no longer the conspiratorial organization that it was. See, what they did is this here. Steve Coakley did such a good job unmasking the Boule until what happened is the Boule, the real conspiratorial people, they go underground and form a new organization, and the Boule just become a regular fraternal order, like the AKAs and the Deltas, you see what I'm saying, or the Elks Club or whatever. You see what I'm coming from? Yeah. So, because now you literally see them saying that this Boule member, and it's out in the public, that means that the people that conspire against you, the advisors of the king, that's no longer the Boule. They got a new organization that you don't know about. Same thing with the Skull and Bones. The guy unmasked the Skull and Bones, and really, a lot of the Skull and Bone information came out based on a white boy that went to Yale in 1985, started doing these reports on it. So basically what they did is they went up underground, and the Skull and Bones is just a regular fraternal order. But remember in the movie, they was talking about, there was about 6 other orders, and they showed one with a snake on it, but they didn't tell you the name of it. So they got other orders that they can go and be up under, but that would just be a fraternal order. You see, so that's a, once one is exposed, they let that just become a regular institution, and the other one goes up underground. So when you're looking for a Boule member now, some people that now join the Boule just gonna just be regular people in a regular postgraduate fraternal order. But it doesn't mean that they're conspiratorial people, because the simple fact, the real conspirators have even gone deeper underground. You see what I'm saying? So that's how that goes. You see. So now they got the movie Gladiator that started today. Now, first of all, 2 things happening. Number 1, they're trying to do the Christ story, a slave, but basically it's the same Ben-Hur and Spartacus combined. You get Spartacus and Ben-Hur, I'm quite sure this movie is going to be resemblance to that. But also it's about that whole Roman order again. And so if they can reestablish the Roman order, which is white supremacy, doing this lineup, the movie will be their ritual. But now the movie gonna have some esoteric part relating to you too. So go get Ben-Hur. Ben-Hur is the black man. All the stuff that Ben-Hur goes through, if you look at the stuff he goes through, it's the black man totally. And Spartacus, you see. But also on one line, they're using it for this time to reestablish the white boy as the ultimate gladiator. You see? And I think the guy, Hyman Yunsu, whatever his name is, he even dies in the movie, I believe. The black guy. So that's, there you go again, just like kill Jim Kelly at fucking Enter the Dragon. Yeah, I never got over that shit. Yeah, you know, and it came out when I was in junior high school or elementary school, so I just thought I was young. But now every time I see it, it bothers me that they killed Jim Kelly in that movie. But what happened was, we come to find out it was a ritual. They showed the 3 races, white, Asian, that represents the Arab and all that kind of stuff, and the black man, and they killed the black man. And he was better than the damn cracker. The cracker couldn't even fight, John Saxon.
That's right, yeah. You got that right, that's right.
So that was a damn ritual. I mean, one of the greatest martial arts movie ever. But yet, that part right there, I can't get past that damn part to this day. And I thought because I was young, I saw that shit, I said, well, this is some fucked up shit. Yeah. They gonna kill Jim Kelly ass. You know what I'm saying? You know, I became a fan after that. Well, give me some 3 to Hardway, some Black Belt Jones, or Black Samurai, whatever. But anyway, the whole thing with the whole Gladiator is another part that they released at this particular time based on this lineup. Now, this planetary lineup is in actuality this entire, from today until the 18th. You see. So, they said that the lineup today, the one on the 18th is going to be even closer. But even the one closer, they are not even nowhere perfect than the one they had in 97. The one in 97 was a real planetary alignment. These, it's like a zigzag, it's like a snake. You see what I'm saying? And ultimately, you use this energy to go on the offensive, but nature itself, by and large, cannot destroy itself. In order for this thing to be destroyed, it has to have an alien object from the outside, like a cancer, that will ultimately destroy it. Fortunately, that alien object came to the earth when you first came on the earth, and that alien object is your soul. We'll get into that also too. But still yet, this is a good time to start the offensive now. We got to go into this tonight, and I'm going to show you how I was able to do this thing and what I'm going to get down with. But I advise you not to do this shit. You like I say, don't try this shit at home. Please don't try this at home. Because it might burn down 16 city blocks. Kill everybody in your family and your state. But I was able to survive it about a month ago. So I guess I need to carry this shit out. So I'm going to tell you what I'm getting ready to do. You see, I'm going to war. And don't need no guns or no bombs. As a matter of fact, the Spirit told me today, they said they're going to try to kill you on the goddamn plane today. And here come a little rolling up, a little old Learjet little shit. Wasn't even a regular plane. You know what them express things? Little Learjet shit. I said, God damn, what is this? I said, but don't worry about it. I got it covered. I already had the hookup. Got on the plane and showed up. As soon as we got in New York, they circled for 30 minutes and the plane started shaking like this. And I said, they about to crash this shit. And I said, oh, I get it now. They didn't put the regular commercial flight. There are only about 50 people on the plane, so they said, we won't miss them crackers. So they didn't have a big 200. I'm telling you, some stuff going down. But then again, on the other hand, if you rolling on the spirit realm, you exempt from all the dumb shit. You see what I'm saying? You exempt from all the dumb stuff. So we'll go into that in a few minutes and stuff. But let's go on to some other things we need to deal with right now. Get Wishmaster Volume 1 and 2. Wishmaster 1 and 2. The movie Wishmaster 1 and 2. Wishmaster 1 and 2. Now let me explain this. The Wishmaster is a jinn, or the jinn comes from the word genie. And the word genie is in a bottle. You ever heard of the genie in the bottle? And you take the genie out of the bottle and you grant the wishes? Well, that is an alchemical mythology. The genie in the bottle represents melanin. The bottle is the pineal gland. And when you unleash the genie in the bottle, you get the wishes or you get the glory. So the genie is short for jinn. Jinn becomes, you see, then by the time it becomes with Islam, Muhammad and them outlaw all of the ancient Persian and Zoroastrianism, ancient mythology of the Kushite Arabian. So this stuff is some much more advanced stuff that later on was degraded and turned into something evil. You getting it? So the genie in the bottle is basically, when you unleash this spiritual melanated energy, you get the wishes. 3 wishes, three glands, and 3 major glands in the brain. 3 stars in Orion's belt, 3 crosses on Calvary, 3 pyramids in Giza Plateau, 3 spears of the Kabbalah, Jubilee, Jubilee, Jubilam, 3 wise men. You see what I'm saying? 3 blind mice. What's the blind mice? The 3 blind mice is the 3 pineal, the 3 glands in your head is blind to the physical world because you need these 2 eyes, but it can see in to it. And old George Clinton and them did a damn song, 3 blind mice on your ass. Dropping this shit. Now, that's what that's talking about, the 3 glands in the head. Anyway, get that movie, because they said, told her, he said, if I get enough people to make a wish, and the last movie was really dropping. She said, what will happen? He said, if you make your final wish, naturally you're going to kill him and save the world. It's always a ritual going on. He said, the jinns walk the earth again if we do this wish. You are the jinn. The jinn just means your inner self, one's own genius. You see, all this stuff that was outlawed, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism outlawed the inner nature of man. You see, okay, let's go on. Now, do you hear this thing? See, this is why we got to take the earth off. We got to really use this time to make a statement and a manifestation, you know, and make the spirits do this. And it can't be done, you see. You know, so now, they said now the other night on Politically Incorrect that from 1776 to 1990, 214 years. 214 years. It took them to get 1 million people in prison. It took them 214 years to get 1 million people in prison. And it only took them 10 years in the 1990s to double the million. That it took them 214 years to do, it only took them 10 years to double that, to 2 million. And you best believe that's because they throwed all our behinds in jail. You understand where I'm coming from? Now, we found out some other information based on the melatonin. I want to get this right quick. Now listen to this. Because see, y'all all right? Yeah. Okay. This is the new book, Melanin People, How to Eat and Devour Their Energy. White Luciferian Group reveals their secrets. Also, we have some more of these occult technology and power left over also, which how the white boys say, how you put a nigga in slavery. If you give them freedom and make them think that they are in charge, you can immediately put them in slavery. Now, but I want to show you something. I slept on this book for a while. You see. I slept on this book, and number one, the reason why we give bibliography in books is because the government can exploit you if you don't give bibliography in books. And if you come up and you run off at the doggone mouth, the government, they already know that the people out here don't never believe what we're saying. They're only going to believe what the people say on TV. But they don't mess with you if they know you give them bibliographies. This is the difference between them exploiting Farrakhan and not even mentioning Dr. Ben's name. Because they know if you give a person a book, you can convince that person that night that that nigga on TV is crazy, but if that person can go to the library and read the book and turn to the back and get other bibliography, he can start thinking for himself. You see? So, in actuality, you should always appreciate somebody coming and giving you bibliography. Even if you don't even go and buy the shit, you at least know you got a paper at your house that's got a reference that you can go to in the future if you want to learn something about it, but at least you can quote that shit to some no good niggas that's gonna try to dispute you, even if you ain't got the book in your house. You just quote what Dr. Ben and them said. Go get Christianity Before Christ, John G. Jackson. You see? Let them go get the shit.
That's why Phil Donahue couldn't do it.
That's why Phil Donahue couldn't do nothing with Dr. Jeffers. They got him on there, they started to do that shit. They thought it was going to be something like some crazy person, and he came with the ammunition. And at the end, Phil Donahue had dropped his head. Because you ain't dealing with no food. Now here's a book called Melatonin, Your Body's Own Natural Wonder Drug. Now I slept on this book by Russell J. Reeder, PhD, and Joe Robinson. Russell J. Reeder, PhD, and Joe J.O. Robinson. But Reeder is R-E-I-T-E-R, Reeder, or writer, Reeder, I guess, I don't know. You know, I read it like it says in Africa, Reeder. The white boy say W, the E is silent, so that would be writer. You know what I'm saying? Because he's got a bastardized name and try to justify that shit. And your brain is telling you, you know, so this is called melatonin, your own body natural wonder drug, by Russell J. Reeder, PhD, and J.O. Robinson. Now, I'm gonna read something up in here, but I'm gonna clear up some shit, because see, there's some black doctors that got some excuse that the white boy gave them, and they got this excuse, but I'm gonna read something here in a minute. Number one, I want to say this. Do you know that the melatonin pills that they got, guess how they figured out how to make them? First of all, they initially put the melanin and the B12 in the crack cocaine to get it to you so it can get up in your brain and you can't never get rid of it. So after they were successful with that, they said, hey, wait a minute. We have discovered a way on how we can break these things down in pill form and give them to regular white people. So therefore, based on doing this initially with the crack cocaine, they came up with the melatonin pills. Because even cocaine, they say if you originally see it, it's black. And then they bleach it into what you got white like that. Now this is the shit. Huh? Yeah, but this ain't, no, this stuff here is straight up from synthetic niggas walking down the street. They bleach it. Because this book proves it once and for all. This book proves it. Now, number one, everything that this book says that melanin cures, we got. So the book proves that we don't catch no disease at all. Everything is administered to us by the doctor. Now, anti-aging, we know that. Prevents AIDS. We got AIDS. But we know that they're giving us the bullshit and telling us that whole thing, you know. They're giving us, they're killing us and calling it AIDS, but they say the melanin prevents this so-called HIV. Built-in protection against cancer. Niggas got cancer. Now, when they hear what I'm saying, they're saying that there is a cure for cancer, AIDS, built-in thing against diabetes. Niggas got plenty of diabetes. That means if melanin is the cure, that means that they got to be giving you, they have to be giving you this shit. They got to be giving you that. Because what they're saying, that melanin cures all of that. It says it works against PMS. It's a birth control. The niggas got a lot of babies. And extending sexuality in later years. There you go with the Viagra shit. And I told you that the Viagra was made this way? Well, they're saying it right here in the book. So, their result after this book came, you can get it now, it's for like $6. It was $22, but you can get it now for like $6. This same book. Now, the thing with diabetes is this.
Where?
You can, any place sell. You can get this on any, Barnes and Nobles, any places. This book here. When I was a child, I thought the only people got diabetes was born with this shit. Then they come out and saying, you got diabetes since you're overweight. Now they got niggas 25 just come down with shit overnight. Now there's a diabetes epidemic that's breaking out in America amongst black people. You see what I'm saying? And nobody else. That means in actuality, when you go to the doctor, what they do is they shut down your pancreas. Then they put you on insulin that keeps your pancreas shut down. Because insulin destroys the pancreas. You see what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, but they saying in here melanin cures diabetes. That means every disease has to be given to us based on the melanin, based on the doctor. They go into, now it's interesting, remember I told you about last year, the summer solstice, the summer solstice, that they had first of all, we got a cure for all that too. We give you a cure for the people who got these diseases. You can write your own ritual out, and I'll go through this in a few minutes on how you can do this to get rid of any kind of shit. But remember I told you last summer during the summer solstice, they came out with these sodas. And they put these sodas in the black community, 12 packs, 99 cents. Niggas had 2 and 3 baskets. Well, in here, well, I'm just saying, any sodas, period. In here, they talk about the number one thing, one of the number one things that shuts down melanin is soda. Joe, Mountain Dew, Tab, orange juice, Sunkist orange, Dr. Pepper, Diet Dr. Pepper, Pepsi-Cola Diet Right, Coca-Cola 7-Up, Sprite, Diet 7-Up, Fresca, Heinz Root Beer, Sunkist, goddamn, that's everything. So, they know that the soda shuts it down. Number 2, sleep deprivation. Remember I was talking about the sleep the last time? Sleep deprivation, not getting enough sleep, shuts it down. Fluorescent lights. And we understand why I couldn't. And they got a whole thing in here based on certain, electronic devices. Just about everything in the society shuts down melanin. So the white boys built a whole civilization just to shut down melanin. Now in here also, they go in and they give you foods high in melanin, that tryptophan that they had to take off the market. Because turkey is in that. Spirulina, seaweed, soy nuts, cottage cheese. It says high in melanin, so. Chicken liver, pumpkin seeds, turkey, tofu, watermelon seeds, all that, almonds, peanuts, brewer's yeast, malted milk, they got ice cream and yogurt. I don't know, they must be enhanced white people shit. But I do happen to know sometimes stuff like yogurt, anything you got like it's a fungi, and stuff like any kind of fungus, like mushrooms and shit like that, any kind of fungus is great with melanin because that's what melanin is. It's an ancient fungus left over from the time when we were gods. We'll get into that type of stuff. So that stuff usually does that. But it's just interesting. The bibliography in here and the references is almost damn near 20 pages long on that much stuff on how much research they're doing on melatonin. It's the #1 shit around the world. Right. You see, all the research is based on pineal research. Now, this is the key on what the damn doctor tried to play on me. I was telling him that every time you look in the supermarket and you see those pills, those are black people. Now that's bovine. A cow got a pineal gland and they get it from cows. I say, damn well a cow ain't walking around with that kind of melanin. Well, #1, everything on the planet has a form of melanin, including white people. But the kind of melanin and shit, this shit ain't coming from no cows. So, it was interesting, because this book, in the chapter called The $3 billion-year-old molecule, they go into the history on how the white boy tapped in melanin with Aaron Lerner at Yale University in 1953. Some say 59, this book says 53. But it says when he tapped into it, they had to get melanin, and for some reason, they wasn't into killing for melanin like they are now. So as a result, what happened was, they had to go out and get some cows. Now look at this. Now this, see, all the thing the white man got to do is give you an excuse. You believe the white man. Yeah. Because you programmed to accept him as the authority. When basically he's been just a liar.
Big lie.
So the only thing he has to do is say, oh, we getting it from cows. And you go, okay, the white man say you're getting it from cows. Hey, the white man say you're getting it from cows. You mistaken. No, the white man say he's getting it from cows. You won't even question it. You must support anything the enemy opposes and oppose anything the enemy supports. So, your boy Kwame Ture told you the white man don't lie some of the time, he lies all the time.
That's right.
Every time. So now in here, it says, and I page 14, it says that when they went to get the cows, it took 2,500 cows to produce 100 milligrams of pineal extract. Now, 100 milligrams is a third of an aspirin, a tenth of an aspirin. You know, they tell you most vitamin C's, they say, if it ain't past 500 milligrams, you just will not even buy the shit. You know what I'm saying? Most everything got at least 500 milligrams. They saying that it took, you hear this? It took 2,500 cows to produce 100 milligrams of pineal extract. They didn't even say melanin. So that means to get a shelf load in the supermarket, you would have to kill every cow, and to get one shelf load in one supermarket, you got to kill every cow in the whole state of New York. And because cow is used now for damn hamburgers, they done got rid of the original human cows probably in the 1970s. And this shit here straight up clone meat. So therefore, anytime you clone something, you know it don't have the damn pineal extract no more. The 1952 cow had. So this destroys this thing that they're getting it from bovine, because it took 2,500 cows just to make a damn a magnifying glass full. That means that they're only getting it from black people. You see? They're only getting it from black people. Now let's go on. What time is it?
You got about
6 o'clock.
Huh?
you got a half an hour, about half an hour. It's 10:45.
That's why you don't mess with dairy products.
Huh?
You don't mess with dairy products. No milk, no
Yeah, you know, naturally.
butter,
You know.
no cheese, no butter.
Yeah, you know, but like I said, there's ways to override that shit. Also, there's ways to override that also too. But you are right. You are right about that. Now, because it's interesting that you said that, because now the new lactose intolerant commercials that they got that lactate, they showing an old fine ass black woman up there. See, it ain't nothing by accident. Know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing by accident. 99% of the time, they gonna give you that old pine saw woman. You know, that Aunt Jemima shit. They ain't gonna give you no fine ass sister. Going places, sister. Her ass up there, and they doing that for they're trying to drive it home. And that fine ass sister can drink this lactate shit, you can too. But why would they pick the black girl for that? So that is interesting you said that type of thing also too. Now, let's go on. Down in Atlanta, they got this thing going down with H-Rap Brown. That's gonna be the new shit. That's gonna be the new OJ thing. It's this H-Rap Brown thing. You see what I'm saying? First of all, they came on the news tonight down in Atlanta and said, this guy who shot the police officer, we returned rounds and shot him, and he bled a trail of blood. But by the time they get H-Rap Brown, they ain't got a shot on him. But all of a sudden, they're not saying that now about, they spoke too soon. But that's gonna be the new thing that's going down. So they can bring that like the O.J. Simpson thing, and Black Panther. So they'll be dealing with that whole thing. And he connected with the Islam thing that already put him in the whole terrorist thing. You see? So that's the new thing that you can watch out for, that they get ready to get down with in a few months. And it'll be nationwide. I'm just telling you to look out for it also too. Because it's gonna be nationwide. Let's go on. Let's see here. They're selling human protein in GNC. Human protein in GNC. Now, so that means that the leftover stuff that they got from the melanin, after they clean the melanin out of the bodies, they pack all that stuff together, and boom, that side effect shit, or the stuff, the side item of the scraps, they're using that, and they sell it in all parts of the body. Now, let's go on. Since we pressed for time, I want to get into this particular science right now based on this particular warfare. So to start with this, first of all, let's see here. Y'all all right? First of all, I want to deal with this right now. First of all, in this book, there's always two schools of thought. So Dawood was right. He'll have a way of presenting some stuff. Valentine will have a way of presenting some stuff. And I'll have a way of presenting some stuff. Ultimately, it's just knowledge. You're supposed to at least go out and study for yourself. And by me saying don't follow what I say, I can stand up here and basically give you my side of it. And if you don't go study it, that's up to you. Now, my side of it is a little bit different. Now, this is nothing disrespectful because we can agree as Africans to disagree. But my thing is based on my research. And all the research I got is that the menstrual is normal. This is based on my research. You can take it or leave the shit alone. Now let me explain. Because most people, menstrual cycle, most people, because you are looking at it from a physical or physiological or medical perspective, it don't make no sense. But when you look at it from a spiritual perspective, it makes all the sense in the world. It just depends on what angle you're coming from. Now, in this melatonin book, they tell you about melanin is also for birth control. Now, the reason why a lot of the menstrual cycle might not make no sense physically because you have to go through it now, but it makes sense astronomically because there's a 28-day cycle of the moon, 28-day cycle of the doggone menstrual. So if it's that fucked up, why is it lining up with the damn moon? Huh? Now, the way I'm gonna break it down tonight, we'll give it a little better perspective. Now, I can say in defense of Valentine that maybe he's right. Maybe the menstrual flow was not as heavy as now, and that can, based on diet, can make sure that you can gauge what kind of flow you have based on diet. I will probably agree to that. But what I'm trying to say here is, but for the mere fact that a lot of the scholars are saying that you didn't have a menstrual at all until a bad diet is some bullshit. Because I got the damn Smin rights in ancient Kemet dealing with the menstrual. We got Mauricia Eckler's book deal with the people in Papua New Guinea. These motherfuckers live in the rainforest, eating leaves and branches and trees. You can't get no more nation in that shit, and they got a menstrual right. The Aborigines got a menstrual right. The Africans got a menstrual right. The Egyptians, you mean to tell me that our diet was better than the Egyptians? And they got a menstrual right. And we got these menstrual rights old as back as pre-dynastic Kemet, the Typhonian line. So I want to know, you see, and I still want to know right now, how many people are staunch vegetarians? I'm talking about sisters, I ain't talking about hardheads. How many sisters are staunch vegetarians? Do you still have a period? That's what I'm trying to say. When the motherfucker gonna stop? Now, what I'm going to explain to you now is based on when I give you this information, it'll make a lot better sense. The system had a built-in mechanism of birth control. And the built-in mechanism was when she wanted to abort, spiritually, she could bring on her period automatically based on her biological makeup and her social condition, rites of passage, and the spiritual know-how being semi-gods. So she had this mechanism to bring on the menstrual cycle to abort whenever she felt that she didn't want something to come down, because a motherfucker coming down here don't mean shit. Incarnation is the worst motherfucking shit you could ever go through. So let's not be funny with this damn mess. Ain't no God sent you shit. You decided whether you want to have a baby And if not, the damn baby, because if it's a spirit and it's not physical, it just go to another motherfucker. That was solely up to you whether you wanted to incarnate or not. So if you decided you didn't want the baby, for whatever reason, you might have not just didn't want it. But we weren't dealing on no moralistic bullshit based on some patriarchal bullshit. About babies being all goddamn sacred. Have one and see if that motherfucker's sacred. Now, there you go. All you gotta do, sisters, is tap into what reality is other than what you was taught. Fuck the dumb shit. Motherfucker waking you up 4 o'clock. If that's a burden or what, that's an asset or a damn liability. But we chose the time when we wanted to psychologically put up with the dumb shit. But if the life flow says this doesn't suggest the time, you could bring your period on and get rid of it. Just basically by signaling into the body. See what I'm saying? So if the menstrual originally was a natural birth control and you lost the science to it and now it comes on or whatever, you don't know what's going on, don't just say it's abnormal because some male, and I'm not talking about Valentine, I'm talking about the patriarchal system of Islam and Judaism to tell you this shit is unclean. It's the most sacred time you got. Because the male said some dumb shit like this, and the fucking, most of your Islamic motherfuckers, the white Arab was homosexuals. They hated women. The white Arab, the motherfucker that Muhammad had to tame. Muhammad's followers Cushite Arabs of Arabians from Ethiopia. But he had to, the whole reason why you even got a Quran, because they had to be submissive to Allah based on a savage white man. You don't supposed to even follow no damn Quran.
Right.
Or no other fucking holy book to tell you to bow down.
Right.
And not become God.
Right.
That was for another people. That's why that shit came
Right.
after you fell. 6,000 BC, your human history was over. If you didn't need the damn book to tell you to bear witness then, what the fuck you think you needed it 6,000 years ago? I mean, 600 years ago. Excuse me, 2,000 years ago. 600 AD, I'm saying. 600 AD, hell, human history is over. That was for another man. That's why they got that book. Now you following that dumb shit. Suppressing your woman. Allah ain't never did shit to you and for your ass. Right now, no more than the Christian dumb shit. You can bow down all the hell you want. Fuck Allah. Now, for all you religious people, Allah is the human body. The arm, the leg, the head, and the Osiris. So I can tell myself, fuck myself. I don't want to literally fuck myself, but I can say, fuck myself. So fuck Allah. But all that's bowing down to some spook mode, you really fuck him. Fuck his ass.
Right. Right.
So now that ain't got, no, that is to the person that you think is this entity out here. Fuck him. And any other damn God out there, if you don't know what time it is, if you ain't got the message yet. Now, and we'll clear that up for the people that question and answer and stuff. You wait on damn Allah. See the movie Pitch Black? Go get the movie Pitch Black. That nigga talking that Allah Akbar. That other black motherfucker say it's about the melanin. You gonna fight these motherfuckers, you better learn how to see in the dark. That was in that movie, Pitch Black. That's for the white man. That ain't got nothing to do with you. Even Muhammad said, we fashioned this shit after Bilal and the Ethiopians who knew no wrong. They were just taking the nature of the black man and saying, here, white Arab, follow this. But this ain't for you to follow. You see what I'm saying? Now, the menstrual thing in this book, Dragon Time, by Louisa Francia, Dragon Time, in here on page, you get this page right, on page, y'all all right? Yeah. On On page 42 in her book, Dragon Time, she goes on and says, now I quote from it. This is what she says. Okay. What I ask are women remembering when they get into a heavy depressions, those outbursts and tears and sudden acts of aggression, and lingering melancholy. What's going on when our deepest souls, when we turn away from our lovers and we become nauseated and have to crawl into bed alone, Now, what could it be to remember another time? Now I want to get right to the point, right? Let me get right to the point. And what is it about the pineal gland and the mysterious hormone melatonin that the body produces mainly at night, and does it bring on depression and dark days and produce dreams in the dark night? What is known about melatonin now is that it produces a greater quantities when the day is dull. Now I remember that one. I remember back in '96. Every time, that's when I was real into the vegetarianism. Every time it used to be cloudy outside, I would feel a lot better than when the sun was shining. It was really a nice day when it, not raining, but it had an overcast. It was calm and it was cool. But the sunshine, that's when you get all kind of assholes out, fucking with you. But when it's kind of cloudy, people are kind of chill. That's what they're saying based on this melanin. See, sometimes you just gotta just think back. Say, yeah, I remember that too. You know? Okay, hold on 1 minute. Y'all all right? Okay. Let me just finish this off. Then we're gonna go into this warfare shit. Okay? Okay, what does it mean when melatonin now produces a greater quantities when the day is dull? From the conclusion that has been drawn that it is the cause of people's bad moods and depressions in such days. That's why we always feel fucked up. We got this melanin, but we are also nocturnal night people. You see what I'm saying? Of course, at this age, the sun calendar is worshiping light. So also too, that's based on that solar order and that male dominant solar order that we started worshiping the day, and we started turning everything evil towards the night, because the night is Newt the Great Mother's time. And everything comes from the night, the womb. You see, now, and no wonder why we have trouble with the moon and with darkness, because some order done told you that that's evil. You see, couldn't it be that this hormone has some other use? That melatonin is vital to us for dreaming, envisioning, and spinning tales and remembering. Women who have migraine, that are male sufferer, seek out darkness to avoid the light. Women with strong psychic and spiritual abilities seek out darkness. So they're saying, and in so many words, she's saying that this menstruation, when you have these real mood swings, is because you got more melanin coursing. So you can get stuff from the mundane psychic realm. That's almost just a little bit over astrology on into a outer realm where you deal with some other transmissions on another level. So based on that, I can just give you my particular rendition of this for the simple fact that I was put down with the task only 2 days ago. So we'll deal with that type of thing also. Since, I don't know what happened, like I said, it's kind of impossible not to be rolling around here without some spiritual protection. Because you can't have enough Negroes around here that's going to get your back. You see what I'm saying? And so it's really, in this particular day and age, if you don't have nothing You know, I ain't talking about no light shit either. We talking about you need to conjure up all your shit, all your stuff and all, and go for what you know. And if you don't have nothing, make up something. Remember, the best stuff is the stuff that you make up yourself because it's coming from your own subconscious mind. You see what I'm saying? And so we're going to deal with that type of stuff also too. And another thing too, in these particular days, I'm going to be honest with you. If you're not getting any nourishing from groups, being in your group and your shit is stifled, you know, something on your mind, but you can't deal with it because you're in a motherfucking group and you got to be with the agenda of the group. In that case, it's time now to get out of all doggone sectarian groups. Now, we're not talking about the masses of the people. We're not talking about the people in the groups. We're talking about the ones that's supposed to be the gods and goddesses that's supposed to rise up that the groups is talking about. That's you. You know, it ain't going to come from some big green-eyed man. It's going to come from you. So right now, it's really paramount that you get out of all types of doggone groups and organizations and all that type of stuff, because that's going to leave you short-handed. You see what I'm saying? You're going to be left holding the bag with that type of stuff because you cannot get the type of a nourishment in the millennium, because this is the millennium, 2001, and in actuality, not even just 2001. Now remember now, the African holiday didn't start until Sirius Rising. The African New Year didn't start till Sirius Rising. That's it. Do you know even the Greeks, this book called Karina's book on Dionysus. Now Dionysus, come to find out, is a deity that was foreign to the Greeks, that they basically incorporated into their pantheons, that comes from the Minoans, which worship the bull, Apis, and the bull of Osiris. And this thing goes all the way back to Dionysus cult, goes all the way back to pre-dynastic Hemmitt. When it was the whole Typhonian line, you got Dionysus, goes up into India as the god Shiva. You see what I'm saying? But even in the book Dionysus, called Karina's book, no, the Greeks or the damn Romans didn't jump off nothing until Sirius rose. So they were even on African time, because we're talking about Hellenistic Greece. We're talking about the Etruscans, the black people that we show in the actual book, in this catalog that we just printed. Catalog book, we got that picture back up in here too, of the black man, the original Greek, that looked like Isaac Hayes. And we talked about it. The original Greco-Roman looked like Isaac Hayes. So these people were nothing but Camite origin, or African origin. But even in Carl Karina's book, he talks about Icaros, which is Sirius Rising. And nothing jumped off until Sirius Rising. That was the entire New Year for the African world or the ancient world. All this ancient Mesopotamia, ancient Babylonia, and stuff like that. That was the entire African New Year. Now, I agree with Walter Williams, where he talks about that, because I had some of the same problems, whereas Asa Hilliard had a book called When Egypt Ruled the East by Kitskill. And in Kitskill's book, he showed a big square of all the part that Kemet ruled. And all of that was Mesopotamian stuff, even in Kitskill's book, When Egypt Ruled the East. So I agree with Walter Williams on that, because I always knew that. And even Khaled talked about that being Northeast Africa. So he's right, all the Mesopotamia, Babylonia, Samaria, and all that type of thing is later names for just Africa, or what you want to call it, Cam, or Kush, or Punt. You see what I'm saying? And so, but Dionysus come from the Minoan, which is a form of the whole Etruscan thing. So even in this so-called quote-unquote Greco-Roman world, nobody did anything until Sirius Rising. So that means that your new year just started about a month ago. Because if we know that the millennium was not 2000, we know that the millennium was 2001, then if you take the African part, the millennium, based on anything, only started in July. Then you understand why the motherfucking sharks is biting the shit out of people's ass, including fucked up niggas. That's a sign there now, because you know they say nature never really hit the ghetto. Nature never really hit black people, but now nature's starting to fuck up Negroes. Niggas down there all snorkeling and shit. The old bourgeoisie niggas, the crack, that short don't know, that's the same old state cracker to him. See? Now there's an astro body and all kind of force fields that come around humans. You go right down to that fucking subway. You'll see rats and shit. They'll run all over that stuff. They won't hit that goddamn third rail. Watch it. They won't hit that third rail at all. Right? They all know electromagnetic force fields. They can tell a damn force field from a white man. Now what the hell that shark bit off that black man's leg for? See what I'm saying? But then again, niggas is crackers. Uncle Tom is not one or two people that we used to point out. Remember I talked about this last time? We used to point out the Uncle Toms in the community. Now Uncle Tom is the race. Negroes and negresses, Toms and Thomacinas. It is the race. So we're talking about Uncle Tomism as a racial unit. It is the modern 20th century racial unit. Why is that? Because anytime you talk about white people, Negroes get mad, get pissed. You see, so we're not so then all of a sudden if you got Toms and Thomacinas, as you think, so are you. So you're a Tom and Thomasina, you thinking like a white person, then the goddamn shark comes, you don't know the difference. You know the sharks never fucked up black people. You see what I'm saying? This is where this shit going. You gotta watch it. Oh, it's a lot of stuff going down and all. It's a lot of stuff going down. A lot of stuff and all. You see, so we're gonna get into all of that. We're gonna get into all of that now. I have this book catalog that has several articles in here, plus an article from 1951. Did I ever give any of those out here in New York? The article in 1951 that Honorable Elijah Muhammad predicted AIDS and cloning and all that shit in 1951. They got an article up in here that I got about 5 years ago of Honorable Elijah Muhammad predicting all of this stuff, and we have the actual article up in here, plus some new stuff on the Moors. I got an interview up in here and a couple things up in here. So we got this book here. For people that ask what I brought this catalog and all for the people that they want to get that. Also, how many people saw the conference tapes? Anybody saw any of the conference tapes? We have a sister here that is from Long Island. Well, she was from Long Island. She went to Atlanta and slummed down south for about 10 years and all. Became a country girl. Then she came back up here. Now she get ready to go back down south. But anyway, she did a whole lecture on the goddess. And she's like one of the former experts on the goddess and stuff. So, she's in the Hemmitt Summit if you get those tapes. But she's here tonight and all. But also, she did a lot of, if you get the tape, she did some photographs that she had a significant other draw, this artist out of Long Island. And it has Sekhmet, Kali, Lilith, Medusa. So anyway, the people were asking, could they get the actual artwork produced and all? So they produced some of this on the T-shirts of the goddess Sekhmet and also the goddess Medusa. You know, the whole dreadlock thing and all. So you might want to get down with this and all. What's the number? 631-254-9103. Well, you gonna go by Sky or Dwayne? Just get in touch with Sky. You get that cool name. This Sky. Fuck the dumb shit. This Sky. You know. So you just contact Sky at, one more time, 631-254-9103. And get these, how much they going for? 25. And the color and all, you might can step to the brother tonight and take some off his hands and all. So we had the catalog and all. We doing our little sales pitch. I used to roll for years with nothing. Then people start getting upset. So all of a sudden, but basically all of that because I rolled for years for nothing and nothing for nothing leaves nothing and end up broke. Motherfucker rolled on me June and cut off my damn gas. He was like, I'm here to cut off the gas. I like, fuck it, it's hot now, shit. I said, fuck it, I borrowed water to wash my dishes. boil water to wash my dishes, and I take cold showers, shit. And it's hard to that. You get in there, you put this shoulder in, you get that warmed up, you put the other shoulder, and you get all this in. Down here it's so hot, you can just stick this down, it don't matter. Down here, you just stick your head, it's the shoulder and that back and shit. So you stick it in there, and then you go and you get that back. Once you do the back is the shit to fuck you up. That back. But once you get all that going and shit, it's a ritual. It's a ritual. And you're gonna do it after 12 because in that morning. You know what I'm saying? So it's all I was like, fuck it. I got electricity. Got electricity and all, And so they cut off my gas and shit. So the nigga was like, you know how the shit is. Let them cut that shit off for the summer. Then by October, especially down south, by October, then you roll up there and you make some negotiations with them people. Get your shit cut back on. Get your shit cut back on. So that's one thing. Now I wanna just call out to these particular deities, and I'm gonna say that because the simple fact, these are the ones I'm rolling with for protection. Not because of them calling and stuff, but from protection from some other entities that I'm gonna go into tonight also too, that rushed on my ass about a week ago. And boy, there's a whole war going on in the spirit world. And anyway, these babies rushed on me about a week ago, and they had me for a while. About an hour, I was like, I'm ready to die, goddammit. This motherfucker shit hurt. This shit y'all put on my ass hurt. I said, fuck this. So I was like, but these babies here got in my body, and they worked, and they got that shit up out of me. But it was some other ones in the other realm. You got the light in the damn dark. And the light ain't nothing but the ones that rule in this supremacy in this dimension, and they don't want to get up off the goddamn power. You see what I'm saying? They don't want to get up off the power. Now it's time for us to rise, and they want to hang around some more. And we'll get into that type of stuff, but this shit is real. See, I done made contact. We got a lot of stuff to cover because I made a lot of good contact. But when we made this contact in March, all of a sudden, some spirits started bum rushing a nigga. And they hit me, they hit another sister real bad. And I'm not talking about the shit where they come and kill your ass. And so these babies, the ones I got out of South America, is the ones that I roll with now. Because they brought a nigga back from the dead about last Monday. You see, so y'all excuse me, my pantheon I'm going to be dealing with tonight will be these particular ones from the Congo rights. So let's give a shout out to Zarabanda, Madre de Agua, Madre de la Luna, La Santísima Muerte, El Cristo Negro, El Cristo Rey, Mama Shola, Los Espíritus and Tranquilos, Francisco de Tritireos, San Simón, La Santísima Peter Eman. Okay, I got a couple of other ones that came through, wanting to get down, wanting to get their shout out. Otincha, Sheola, Tiacha, Shumala, Omagumo, Kakumbo, Lokeyo, Kakumbo, Lokeyo. I want to give out a shout out to Oshun. I want to give a shout out to Yemenya. I want to give a shout out to Aya, Sekmayat, Het Heru. I want to give a shout out to Urzuli. Let's see, Olakun, and Aset, Osa, Heru, Heru Raha, Bes, Awas, Muawas, Sutan, Sutnubit, Sutnesi, Janesi, Osa Kitiamenti, Echidna, Dionysus, Bacchus, Phanes, Eros, Shiva, Rudra, Pravati, Sati, Kali, Kalima, China Master, Devi, Lakshmi, Durga, Kama, not Karma, but Kama, Agni, Sama, Vertra. And we'll go with that right now. Ashe. Okay. Okay, so we got that out of the way, and let's roll with some things. First of all, we want to deal with a couple things. I'll deal with the college, but right now let's deal with this one thing. As you know, we're going to get into this right now, is this particular black hole that we are in. The sister just came up and just backed me up on this, because they also have an article that just came out, Thursday? Talking about the same black hole that they're talking about here in the Discover magazine. So we're going to get into that type of stuff also. But this is one of the keys that's actually happening. And the Spirit gave me this, and I always check stuff up in the spirit realm. There's a lot of mold going around because of it, and bacteria because of that black hole. Now they got this mold that they got in these rich people houses all in Texas and stuff, and they got to move out of these mansions. I mean, huge mansions and stuff. The whole thing and stuff that's getting all messed up. That is because of this black hole we're in. But also, too, if you have dreadlocks, there's a lot of bacteria that can get in your dreadlocks if you don't take care of them in the right way. Because of the mold and all kind of shit that's happening. Now, believe it or not, one of the best things of the bacteria is some fucking antibacterial soap. I'm talking about that Palmolive, that Joy. And remember, our Consumer Report did a special back in 1985, and they said the biggest hoax out here was shampoo. They said you can wash your hair with dishwashing liquid. Same shit. They just laughing at the motherfucker. They dealing with fragrances and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And the biggest hoax is damn shampoo. But now that antibacterial, the stuff that now everything is antibacterial. There's a reason why all of a sudden, since 1993, everything became antibacterial. You see what I'm saying? But that's one of the keys, is get some antibacterial shit for your locks and for that type of stuff where you can, for your hair and stuff. Also, believe it or not, fucking antibacterial air refreshener. You can spray that shit on your head too. Serious business. Now, before we got into college, we used to spray all kind of shit, wig spray and hairspray and all this kind of thing. But we're talking about some stuff, because it's a lot of mold going on, a lot of stuff going around right now. That's very key. That's very key right now. What's that?
The other day, they had a DEA agent in Long Island. He went out to see, he heard some gurgling in his cesspool. His cesspool collapsed, and he drowned in a ton of his stuff, stuck in a ton of his own shit. He called him Iron Man, because he said he was in a nigger neighborhood, busting niggas in the head for having some reefer. Now, if that's not divine retribution,
there you have it.
He got more than more.
Yeah. There you have it. There you have it. Now, I want to get into one thing. First of all, I want to get into two things. Number one, the West Nile disease broke out in 1999 here in Atlanta, in New York, and it was dealing with the whole malathion shit. So I just knew it. I said, this shit has got to come to the CDC land, Atlanta. And sure enough, 2 years later, this thing is broken out in Atlanta. Weeks ago, the first case came down about 2-3 weeks ago. The first case came down of this West Nile disease, and somebody died. Then last week, another person died, both black people in the black community. So they said, fuck it, we got to spray all of Fulton County, the complete black community in Atlanta. So whatever Negroes had down there, because it's basically, the city has gone mostly white since the Olympics. So, I mean, as far as running shit and all, so basically, they're going to spray the entire Fulton County, so it's the same bull that's going down. And it's going down right in Atlanta, and even the people who tested the actual, they caught about 2,000 mosquitoes one night last Thursday. The people who tested it was a group out of Detroit, out of Chicago, that worked on the one here in Atlanta. The people who are going to be doing the spraying is another group that worked on the one here in New York, excuse me. So they got that hit down there. And so here's another thing, and you know there's a lot of websites on chemtrails, and one of the websites on chemtrails said that one of the reasons for the chemtrail is to try to get some types of vaccines and some types of biological warfare to stop the Kundalini energy. They say stop ascension, but it's actually to stop the Kundalini energy. That's what they're talking about. So when David Icke and all them crackers talking about the reptilians, they're talking about the Kundalini energy, and that's a code word. You see what I'm saying? David Icke ain't nothing but a government fucking agent. Him and all the rest of them crackers. You see what I'm saying? And stuff. So when you ever hear this thing here, that's a code word when they're talking about that. Now he went down to Africa with the guy Kweta Mutwa and got him to, he kind of slurred him to present what David Icke's agenda was based on these reptilians in Quaker Mutwa's way. But I got a problem with Quaker Mutwa, because Quaker Mutwa used to work for the South African government. And he said in the damn tape that the South Africans almost killed him because they found out he was on Katam in 1976. Rising. Remember they said that on the tape? Quaker Mutwa. But my point here is the guy was given South African mythology. And David Icke was trying to sway him to say something about his agenda based on these reptilians because he knew he had to authenticate it by getting an African to do it. So it's very key. So it's very key how this whole thing goes. But the reptilian that they're talking about, code word, is the Caducer. The staff in the Caducer is the Kundalini race of people. And we're the Kundalini race of people because we're the only people that have the full use of the Kundalini, because the Kundalini has to filter out with what? The pineal gland. So we're the real Kundalini people. You see. So they dropped, so in these chemtrails, one guy said, watch the skies. Because it said, hell, the skies almost, it's not a real blue no more. It can get halfway, but most of the time it's a light grayish blue, but not this real blue. In most days, they'll give you the real good blue day when you're going to have a little festival. But on most of them days, that shit is, even when the sun is shining, that shit is got the look of an overcast. You see. So but in the chemtrails information coming off of the internet, they say they're dropping this shit to stop ascension. But actually it's for the Kundalini people, because now they got the whole Malathion thing going on down in Atlanta. And that's to drop that shit to make sure that nobody's stuff rises. You see, so they got this thing going on. Now, getting back to the sharks. Now, did anybody see this? That they had a shark, this is what the NBC News said. They had a shark convention. You heard this? You saw this shit? It was about 100 sharks, but come to find out it was about 1,000 that met. These sharks that just met were just chilling. And it wasn't no way out somewhere. It was right up there with all the people. They had people swimming around and shit. But it's interesting. My point is if they sharks is biting off their legs, why the hell is little girl paddling? That would be like buffet for their ass. But they just let her go because they was intelligent. They was having a doggone meeting. They was having a meeting. And they said it was a shark convention. I'm going to break the science on what this shit is really, really about. We'll give you the metaphysical science on the shark shit. So they had about 1,000 sharks. Then come to find out they had another meeting. About a week after they had the meeting, they had a meeting to let you understand. The people didn't see this thing. They had a doggone meeting. And they had they were just sharks just swimming around in the water like they was talking to each other. And I mean, it was just tons of them. Now, you know, and the shark experts, all these fucking experts. Oh, it ain't nothing to fear. Wait a minute. You got a fucking 1,000 sharks swimming around in a motherfucking your backyard. And that ain't nothing to worry about. You see, but they always got to do it that way. They said they had 2 meetings since then. Then all of a sudden these sharks is biting, so they said, well, they have shark attacks all the time. Well, they bit off the little boy. They said, well, you just ran because they bit a little boy leg off and they got all that attention. They said, we'll show your monkey ass. They bit one little cracker leg off. The next day they bit another cracker. Bit 2 of them and one survived. But then they bit that damn brother. You see what I'm saying? That's because they know now there ain't no difference between black and white when it comes to doggone Negroes no more. We have a ride, so your ass will ride right in the mouth of a motherfucking shark. You see. So, they got these sharks biting up everything. There's a reason because of that. Number one, in a lot of the metaphysical information in the early 90s, they was trying to say that the dolphins represented Nomo of the whole Dogon thing. The fish, Nomo, you know the whole fish thing. You got Nomo in the Dogon mythology. You got the fish representing Jesus in the Christian mythology. You got Ionis, the fish man, also in the so-called Sumerian mythology. Now they got all these different aspects of the fish in different ancient mythology, but we know that the one that the Dogon say Nomo will return. They were dealing with the dolphins. You know, the white people saying, no, they said, no, these are the dolphins. But in actuality, they said that the Nomos was coming to kick some ass. The Hopi Indians say they're goddamn Kachinas. The Kachinas is coming back to kick some ass. And they said it'll be some spiritual people going against physical people. So, but you hear this thing here? You heard about a couple of months ago, they even came on the TV. Dolphins do this shit. So anyway, you got the whole Nomo thing going on. Now to break it down even more, you got to go back to two things happen that they know. They know that hurricanes come from where? The Middle Passage. Right? They know that the way of the hurricanes in hurricane season come the same way that the slave ships came. Okay? Now we know that any type of cataclysmic and disastrous event in history will create vortexes of disaster. You got your Bermuda Triangle shit to go on. You got stuff all over the world. You got the Goree Island. Anytime these niggas come over, you know, you big nigga from Washington, D.C. and shit. You know what I'm saying? And all your family work in the White House, and you go up in Goree Island, and next thing you know, your ass was hollering like a damn slave and shit. You seen this stuff here. Even Sankofa showed you that and all, but you know, that really happens. So they have all types of things that happen based on slavery. So you got the hurricanes come through every year based on some shit that happened in the Middle Passage in the Atlantic. That's energy. Those are spirits. Same spirits that got into the two lions in Africa. And in the movie The Ghost in the Darkness. And in the movie they say, and when they got to the Maasai say, that ain't no doggone that's no lions. Those are spirits, ghosts and darkness. You see what I'm saying? Now, you got different things that happen that way. And they said that they got the two lions in Chicago, in the Natural Museum of History in Chicago, and they say, when people look into their eyes today, even though they put the glass eyes and shit up in there, still yet they say the shit strikes fear in you. So the spirit realm can do things. Now, you got the Middle Passage, you got all that hurricane stuff that starts happening, you see. And they hit the islands first because the islands was the first to receive the slaves. You know, the whole Caribbean, you see. And so, they hit, Hugo came to Charleston, South Carolina, one of the greatest slave ports ever, and tore that shit up back in, 91 or 92? You see, so you got this thing that happens in the Middle Passage. All right. In the story of the Middle Passage, I also went down in the Middle Passage was, if you had a slave ship and you had an X amount of slaves that you had to get to port at a certain time, if you didn't arrive on that day, they could charge you less for the slaves. So when the ships started getting slow, they had to abort slaves to pick up speed. And what they say happened, the sharks would follow the slowest boats because they knew food was coming off the side. Now meanwhile, that means they got enough sharks that bit enough slaves and ate on slaves, but what happens? It's in the movie Ravenous. It's in that book Melanin People. They call it Pasquati. When you eat somebody, you take on their spirit. The Native Americans talked about it in the movie Ravenous. you're eating blood of my blood, flesh of my flesh, and all this. There's a book called Jesus, The Last Days of the Vampire. They sell it down in Atlanta. White people sell a book down in Atlanta. We're going to get into some stuff, because that taps into the whole Aaliyah shit that went down. Now, so, anyway, these sharks would bite on these slaves, and what would happen? They said that they was aborting literally dozens and dozens and hundreds of slaves over 300-something years, or longer than that. You see what I'm saying? So as a result, the spirit enters into the slave, and it is trapped. Now, let me explain something. There's a book called Death, Dreams, and Vampires. I didn't bring it. This is a critical study. This ain't no, we be like, oh, that's some comic book shit. No, these motherfuckers, Yale University put this shit out. You thinking there's some bullshit, but them crackers be on this shit. You know what I'm saying? State University of New York put out Pascal Beverly Randolph book, Black Occultists. You see, so we be, that's some bullshit. No, you think it's some bullshit. The same shit that's in Forbidden Planet is in State University of New York, Princeton University, Yale University. These crackers don't be bullshitting. You know, we the motherfuckers be bullshitting around in a fucked up religion for years, or some motherfucker who ain't never coming back. You see what I'm saying? You know, now but white people, they don't know if it, you know, they ain't gonna bullshit around. If it don't work, they say, well, fuck that. We gotta go to the next system. You know, that's why you go down to New Orleans, and you go to the Marie Laveau's Museum of Voodoo, ain't nothing in there but crackers. Some of their voodoo priests. They got 3 million Yoruba practitioners, white practitioners in the United States. Now I said 3 million white Yoruba practitioners. You got a white Jew in Chicago that sits over the head of the goddamn Yorubas in the United States. And that ain't including your Santeria, which is all of Latin America and all them crackers. Then you saturate the energy. And that shit don't work no more. Other than, you know, just going to get a little, you know, you feeding and all that shit. But we ain't talking about no major shit. Take no crackers out. Because you done saturated in it. Fucking the damn Nigerians and all them pimp that shit. They sell it to the highest bidder. See what I'm saying? And in the niggas, because we love white people so much, I'm a priest, and the priest means I got to accept all my children. So one sister goes down into, get smuggled into Cuba, real strong sister, get smuggled into Cuba, they tell her that she got all these white motherfuckers she got to deal with because goddamn Oshun and them said so. You see what I'm saying? But I'm going to drop on that too based on the spirit realm and the spiritual war in a few minutes. So, going back, there's a book called Death, Dreams, and Vampires, Yale University. And in there, basically what happens is the soul, when the soul dies, the soul identifies with the body. So basically that soul, now I'm not talking about the spirit, there's a different thing. The spirit is what runs the physical plane. That ain't nothing but energy that runs the matrix. White people have spirits, roaches have spirits, rats have spirits. That's just the stuff that makes the shit move. That ain't nothing but energy. You see what I'm saying? That make the shit move. But we the motherfuckers only have souls. A soul is different. A soul is a son that existed prior to creation. That's the difference. A spirit, everything is so right to say, I cut you, you bleed, and I bleed. That's why we get into the occult and all this shit, and we can't understand, and we always thinking this about white people, so white people have spirits and all that. They have a spirit, everything got a spirit. A spider got a fucking spirit. A rat got a motherfucking spirit. A snail got a spirit. But a soul is different. A soul is a sun, solar. S-U-N-S-O-N. That's the difference. So the soul, once the spirit leaves, the soul remains in the body. And the soul identifies with it was trapped, and it doesn't rise up until the body decomposes. Then it says, oh fuck, I see my goddamn ribs. I must be dead. Then the soul exits. people in India would burn the body so that they could take that soul and direct that soul back. But some souls was high, they didn't want to lose for reincarnation. So they could direct that soul and say, well, let's go and reincarnate this motherfucker over here. Okay, go ahead. Let me know when you're ready. Ready? So they say this soul, they will say the soul is going to reincarnate in this person over here. So they can direct that soul, they can go and get that soul, or that person, or that incarnate, and they can teach that person, and therefore it didn't end up being an advanced priest, but went up to the astral light and got shot back down on the motherfucking body, and ended up somewhere tap dancing. This motherfucker was a damn he was a fucking advanced priest. He go up here, you know, he's an advanced priest, walking through walls and shit, go up to that fucking fucked up astral light, get snapped back down on the body, next thing he build Bojangles and shit. That old shit. You see? So they say, no, we gotta save this soul. Now, regular motherfuckers, they be like, well, if you let that motherfucker reincarnate, he wasn't shit no way. You know what I'm saying? We talking about advanced priests and stuff, or people that's got a high awareness. Then they would not want to lose those souls. Some of these, you know, they would not want to lose those souls, so they would have to direct it. So they would burn the body so that they could get the reincarnation factor up fast and the soul escapes in a matter of minutes when the body is burned, and they can deal with that stuff. You see what I'm saying? So, when the shark eats the soul or the body, the soul remains in the shark. You heard those stories, Jonah and the whale? It's metaphysical stuff. But actually the whale represents the physical illusion, the matrix, the Maya. And Jonah trapped in the whale is the story of us trapped in the whale. But also, they eat the shark, the shark eats the human, and the soul remains in the damn shark. And when the shark gives birth to another baby, the soul continues into a reincarnation in the shark. So what you got here is you got motherfucking African slaves that was eaten 200 years ago, 150 years ago, 170 years ago. Now these motherfuckers is in the generations of the fucking sharks, waiting on instructions from us. That means that right now, I'm gonna tell you how this shit goes. We say we stop all the dumb shit. This is how this thing goes. That means that the best ritual is one you make up yourself, because it's coming from the archetypes of the collective unconsciousness. That's all the African did, and the ones you be doing now. So that means that one of y'all gonna go home and write a goddamn ritual to the sharks, eat some crackers, because they're waiting on instructions. That's how the shit goes. So, when I asked the spiritual plane, what are them motherfuckers doing? They say they're waiting on instructions. And I said, well, damn, what do that mean, waiting on the instructions? And I said, oh, shit. That means the only you got to do is go write you a motherfucking shark ritual up. And write it up in your own way. That means if the shit say, play some Barry White, play some Barry White, or play some Al Green, then that means you got to play the Al Green, because it ain't got nothing to do with no motherfucker beating on no drum 2,000 years ago. It's got something to do with your energy and your lifestyle. So they say eat some goddamn white chocolate. So shit you might like, you know. Some goddamn oysters and shit, you know. Whatever niggas eat. Some Krispy Kreme or whatever. You know. Then, if it tells you whatever to do, but see what you're doing, you're putting your own energy in it. And that's how the ritual works. You are the doggone avatar. You are the necromancer. You are the magician, the magus. So what's happening here is those are souls from the middle passage rearing up, they're ready to go. That's the goddamn army. And them crackers know that shit too. But on the other hand, these are slaves, they go in and they looking at this nigga down in Bahama, they say, this a motherfucking cracker. Bite his leg off too. Because nobody don't want to be black no more.
See how that shit go? Nobody don't want to be black no more. And you know, the conscious community always said it. The ones say, you know, there's going to come a time they're going to start fucking niggas up. Well, that's your sign now. You got to stay out the goddamn water. And not you, because they know the conscious people. Ain't nothing happening to the conscious people. You see what I'm saying? Are the ones that's true with this shit. Not somebody just following the crowd. You know, when the shit get tough, you go back to goddamn the church. You see? Yeah. Right, see, going back to the church and shit. You know, that kind of stuff. So, this is what's going on. Now, the Aaliyah, this is why Aaliyah died. Anne Rice's vampire companion. You want to get a hell of a metaphysical book? Get this motherfucker right here. Anne Rice's vampire companion. I did a book called Vampires from Heaven. Man, shoot, I got so much science, I drafted a whole lecture off of the science in the book. But then, you know, I'm a researcher. Come to find out, she referenced in a book called Sumerian Mythology, where she talks about a god called Amel. You always get these, anytime you get the Greek word mel, it's actually Etruscan, that means black. The Greeks had a word for the Egyptians. We didn't know this in the Afro when we was trying to claim, you know, we was trying to get all this stuff back, this stuff was black. The Greeks called the Egyptians Maleppus, or Maleppus, Blackfoot. It's in the, and I saw all these years it slipped me, it's in the books, in the Serious Mystery book, Robert Temple. He translates it, the word Maleppus means Blackfoot, and the Egyptians, the Greeks thought of the Egyptians as the Blackfoot ones. In Sumeria, in the Gilgamesh and the Sumerian epics, they call them the black-haired ones. So they got a god called Amel. And Amel gets in the queen of the damned, Akasha. Now Akasha starts the complete vampire journals. It started by one black woman in Egypt. This is in the book. And Akasha gets bitten by Amel, melanin, and from the Amel that's in her blood, she becomes the first vampire. Then Alicia is playing this Akasha, queen of the damned. Let me get this thing. Let me read this. This is important. This is why the sister died. It's a couple of things. Okay, now let me get this thing here. And it's in, you go, see, I'm not really, see, it's not like this shit happened. I gotta go and make up some shit. Go get my tape, Vampires from Heaven. Also a book called, Vampires from Heaven is the stuff that's in there. Vampires from Heaven. It's in there, you know, where the book, the tape I did 2 years ago in '99, and now, lo and behold, this shit is coming out. But, let's look, I want to read something. Now, she got Osiris up in this shit, Amun-Ra, Dionysus, Isis, Aset. She got the whole Camite pantheon all up in this book. Now, look at this. Amel. There's Amel. Amel is a spirit who fuses with Akasha. That's the queen of the damned. That's the one that Aaliyah is playing. To create the first vampire. Anne Rice, that's the person who wrote Interview with the Vampire, and Anne Rice is the one. This is a dangerous motherfucking white ass bitch here. Yeah, dangerous motherfucker bought a goddamn castle. When I read this book, I said, wait a minute, this motherfucking cracker here is nothing to be fucking around with. This bitch knows some shit. But it was a message. See, it's always a part of trying to, it's investigative research. I was up here in New York in 1994. Did a lecture with me and Daoud at Phil Valentine's house. The next day, the brother Bill Lilly said, I want to take you to the sister store of Magical Child. I went to Magical Child and the guy had died and the shelves was all dusted, wasn't shit up in there. So we went to Enchantment, the Enchantment metaphysical store, and we went up in there. The crackers was like going crazy because Interview with the Vampire was just released. And I'm like, what the fuck? And they was like, they had study groups. They had a meeting in the back of the store, and they was discussing this shit, and they was getting in an argument because they knew the Pantheon. They were saying, no, it went this way. They were saying, no, it went that way. And I said, wait a minute. This Anne Rice shit here is some serious shit. These crackers up in Enchantment, it was almost like a convention going on. Now, and see, in Interview with the Vampire, in the movie, they say the best blood is of Creole blood. By the time they got the video, I don't know, you might get some videos, they cut it out of most of the videos, but you might be able to get it in this. They just put a new re-release video last year. They just came out with a new re-release video last year on Interview with the Vampire. They say the best blood is of the Creole blood because it has the melanin in it. And it's the same cracker. Now, going right along. So, Anne Rice had read about Amel in the ancient Middle Eastern word for evil and the witches of Mokari and Mekeret. Amel appears in several nights in the first communion from Egypt, whom, I'm going to get right to the point, where basically it's in the Akasha part. Basically, this Amel entity fuses herself in the blood of Akasha. Then Akasha becomes the first vampire coming out of Kemet. Then you get the movie Vampire in Brooklyn. Where did everybody say they came from? Egypt. Who is the vampire? Break this down again. Osiris is in a coffin. Dracula is in a coffin. Dracula wears black. Osiris is the god of the black. It has the red on the inside of the cape, but he wears the black. Santa Claus got red, black, and white on. Dracula has red, black, and white. Guess what fucking Osiris is called? No, Santa Claus is called, in Spain, they call the Moor the Old Nick. The Old Nick. You hear the Satan or the Saint Nick and all, you got that? But they call it the Old Nick. This is in Moorish Spain. See what I'm saying? One man's God is another man's devil. See. Now, Osiris wears black. He's the god of the black. Dracula, you get the word constellation of Draco. The great mother is from Draco. Constellation of Draco, the great dragon. The house of Dracul. They got a whole dragon society over in England. That white boy, Sir Lawrence Gardner, is a part of that shit. You see, all this stuff here coincides. So you get, even your boy Bram Stoker said, I got my story from a dream. Anytime you get some shit from a dream, that's no different than the same shit that they was doing umpteen years ago when the Book of Enoch was drafted. When Sefer Yeser, all these particular books was drafted. They get them from transmission. He said, I got my book from a dream. The second only to the King James Version of the Bible. There's only one book that's in sales. The number one book in the world that sells more than any book is the King James Version. That's because the British Museum, the British Empire spread that motherfucker all over the world. Took everybody else shit and put it in the British Museum and gave everybody else the goddamn Bible. So the number one book in the world is the King James Version. Second only to the King James Version is Bram Stoker's Dracula. That's because there's something spiritual about that. Okay, Dracula has a coffin. Osiris has a sarcophagus. Dracula is always with his women. Osiris got him 2 women pimping beside him. Straight up. Nephthys and Isis. You see what I'm saying? But there's always 3 women, the Stygian witches, the Gorgons, Medusa, in the mythology. They got 3 women around Dracula and Bram Stoker. But they're talking about Egyptian mythology. So Akasha is the first person of the Vampire Chronicles. that gets bitten by melanin. By melanin. So, it's simple. They get a person that's virgin for a sacrifice. They couldn't get Whitney. You know, she done been in the news too much. Done kissed Kevin Costner. You know Costner? You know what I'm saying? And shit like that. She's a fucking space cadet. You know what I mean? They can't get no old molded, rancid, mildewed ass black asshole that done been pimped out by the white man in Hollywood. No rheumatism ass, molded, mildewed motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? They can't get her ass. They gotta get somebody pure. You know what I'm saying? Some fresh meat. You know, 22, that's a master number. You see what I'm saying? So they gotta get somebody pure so they get a leader because they don't know about her yet. You see what I'm saying? We knew, but it's a sacrifice. Now this sacrifice goes on every fucking 2 years. 99, it was Diana, which is after the goddess Diana or Artemis. Diana. 2 years later, 97, Diana. 2 years later, 99, John, little John F. Kennedy motherfucker. All of them died in the summer solstice after Sirius rises. 2 years after that, Aaliyah, they done gone black. They said, no, this is the fucking millennium. We got to sacrifice a Negro or a Negress. Oh, you got Selena. I guarantee you in 1985, 85, I think. 1995. See, every 2 years. So that's a Latin. That's it, Selena. I knew it was somebody else. Jehovah's wickedness. Also, now you also have other sacrifice also too. You got your Tupac and your Biggies and all of that type of thing. But we talk about on that every 2 years. Selena in 95. You see what I'm saying? Give or take. It's all the same shit. Well, she was up and coming, up and rising. She did her first English translated album right when the woman killed her. Some senseless bullshit. Up and coming. Then they go on with Selena, Diana, John F. Kennedy Jr. Then they say, well, you got to get black. This is the millennium. And it's the summer solstice. That's when they jug Lou Reem up their ass. Summer solstice. Always a lot of shit happening when Sirius rises. Sirius rising. So here it is, they get Aliyah, which means one exalted of the Most High, something like that. It's the translation. Most High exalted one. That's Mayat. If they're dealing with a woman, see the whole concept? That's the whole Mayat thing. But the key here is she had to become Mayat when she go do the Queen of the Damned. Now, in mythology, the damned, a lot of times, is not as you think it is. The damned is also the underworld. That's called the chthonic world. You see what I'm saying? And the queen of that, Mayat, would be a chthonic queen. What is a chthonic? Chthonic means earth, they come, the underworld to, if you in the heavens, the underworld would actually be the earth. And Osiris in the underworld, the Osiris in the underworld would be the black body of the black human, because this is the mummified, this is the mummy. Osiris is inside of the mummy. So the queen of the damned would be a form of Mayat, Set-Mayat, Aset, Isis. Because you know the goddesses are interchangeable. Number 7, it's always a lot of stuff. JFK died on the 28th. Well, it's always the 7s or whatever, you know. So the key here is the Aaliyah thing was a sacrifice. Yeah, well, see, it's just a sacrifice. But the sacrifice is now becoming black. You see, because that's another energy that they're dealing with now. So they took the sister out on that level with serious rising. Now this is when you know it's a sacrifice. You can watch entertainment tonight, they'll never have shit black. It's always white people, sexy Brad Pitt. Sexy motherfucking Brad Pitt. You know, black people be doing shit, all these movies and stuff, they never have nothing black. Then all of a sudden, man, we're going to count down. They started doing, we're going to come back tomorrow and tell you some more shit about Aaliyah. We're going to come back tomorrow and tell you some more shit. And then all the news companies, news corporations around the world. Like you know what I'm saying? Now here, that means that white people didn't even know about her until she was dead. It's like that Bruce Lee thing. Most motherfuckers didn't know about Bruce Lee until after Bruce Lee died. After they slaved that nigga ass. You see what I'm saying? That's when Bruce Lee became an international superstar. You see, right, that's true too, but also too, they slaved him. It was a ritual back in 1973. He died June 30th, 1973. They slayed that nigga in 73 because they knew that they was going to drop Enter the Dragon around September of 1973. And Enter the Dragon was a ritual movie to kill the black man. Don't let nobody fool you. Why the fuck you think they got Jim Kelly ass on the movie poster hanging up in them goddamn chains? And not only did they kill him, it wasn't fucking enough to kill him. They had to drop him in fucking acid. And they ain't having two motherfuckers on the island that do goddamn kung fu. Jim Kelly and fucking Bruce Lee and John Saxon, no fighting motherfucking ass don't live. He didn't take karate until 4 years after the damn movie. Then they make mockery. He gets his ass whipped in the beginning of the movie and Jim Kelly gotta help him out. No motherfucker, you gotta make this move. Well, he was one of them smart brothers. He knew that damn bottom was going to fall out with that black exploitation shit. So he got into real estate. But he ain't no... So Jim Kelly, one of them smart motherfuckers. He said, no, this shit going to fall by 79. Our shit going to be through. So Jim Kelly started dealing with him some damn real estate before the shit. But see, they knew. They said, no, we got to get a motherfucker that look a certain way. We don't want no Yappa Hoto motherfucker up here kicking. We want a Jim Kelly with the real nice fucking afro. It's a fucking ritual. See what I'm saying? This is a ritual, and they had to kill Jim Kelly, but it was a ritual because look, the other movies, Chinese Connection, Fist of Fury, and well, Game of Death came out after that. It was Chinese Connection. It was three of them before that. Chinese Connection, Fist of Fury, Return of the Dragon, which also aired after him, but it was completed. But Chuck Norris became an international superstar because of that. But the first one where they put the most amount of money was when Warner Brothers and them picked the shit up. And they said, this is opportune time to do a fucking ritual. This was right in the heat of the Watergate shit. They said, goddamn nigga done blew the damn whistle on the motherfucker up there. You know that damn nigga found him in the hotel and shit and called his master and ain't worked a day and died 2 years ago on the bus to Georgia. Never got a job again, the guy that blew the whistle on the shit. But this was right during the heat of Watergate. And they said, wait a minute. They took Jim Kelly out and they said, wait a minute. He's going to become an international superstar when they take him out. They had already made this movie and it was a ritual to kill the black man. And the Spirit told me this shit back in 73. This shit has bothered me for fucking damn near 28 years. It bothered me. And when the movie came, when they digitally remastered the shit in 97, and I was going to get a copy, the Spirit said, don't get that shit. That was a ritual to kill the fucking black man. You see? So they do these things. That's why the black man always dies on the other movies, on all the sci-fi movies, until they wanted black people to start saving them. Then they start living. Like one of the best movies is Pitch Black. Only motherfuckers who lived on that movie was 2 black people and 1 little white girl. You see what I'm saying? That 1 little white girl, but they had to kill the other white girl just to let her live. I said, that was a good-ass movie. This man, only 2 motherfuckers live in the movie. One more, that imam, alhamdulillah, and the black man. Yeah, but he learned quick. You don't live with white motherfuckers sooner or later. And the only reason why they both lived because the things on the planet was black. When the sun went into eclipse, that's when the melanin realm starts. And the only one could see him was the one with the 3rd eye, the black man in the movie, Pitch Black. It's a good-ass movie. That's one you need to buy and put on the shelf. He was black. His name is Ben Diesel. He's a black guy. He's a black guy. He's a black guy. Now, but anyway, they do these particular sacrifice in these particular movies and stuff. They do this particular sacrifice, and when she completed, they didn't pick her for Queen of the Damned. Look, this book here, Anne Rice is top shit. Now that means they got people all over Hollywood just trying to be that. Anne Rice and they ain't gonna put no newcomer, Johnny come lately, or unknown in a major movie. Here's a bunch. She got one little movie, Romeo is bleak, Romeo must die, and then the next thing you know, she's trying to complete the Matrix thing. But my point is why the hell you think all of a sudden this motherfucker getting all the goddamn work? You know, niggas got to work hard for years before you see him in some shit. All of a damn sudden, you know, she's been out for a while, but still, yet she's basically unknown. Anne Rice and they ain't gonna put them in the movie now unless it's a sacrifice. Now the damn movie is gonna be a major ritual. This is how this shit goes. This is how this thing goes. By the way, if you want to invoke this Zarabanda, the ones I was calling on, we got them in the front cover of this particular book, this Ark of Sophis magazine. But I'm gonna go in that in a few minutes because all of a sudden you gotta stick around for this. Because I know we've been coming for years saying this shit here is up. But let me tell you something. They got some fools in the spirit world that went hog wild about a month ago. And these hog wild, but ain't who you think it is. They went hog wild. Start fucking niggas up. You see what I'm saying? And they wasn't fucking up the messed up Negro. They was fucking with niggas on our side. I'm going into this stuff here. But they hit my ass good. Now I knew so. I said they hit me good, but for about an hour I was like, look, okay, goddamn it, I'll go ahead and die. Anything to get this motherfucking pain off my ass. And then and what they did with me was so severe until I got through one night because I had these spirits to work on me. But then when it started healing, they had done so much damage to me until in order for me to get through the night of healing, I had to go get some shit that they give to cancer patients to relieve the damn pain. My aunt, you know, I got an aunt that's a goddamn pharmacist and shit. She the kind of motherfucker the white man say, we gonna put your head on this skateboard. Your body fucked up. We gonna cut your head off and put it on this skateboard. She's so scared of death, she'll go ahead on, doctor. I just have to have my little son kick me around and roll me on that skateboard. So she had a little cancer in her ass, benign. And we say, Aunt Jane, we got all kind of herbal remedies to get rid of that. No, I think I'll go with the chemotherapy with the doctor. Ain't that a bitch? You got a benign cyst on your ass. We say, Aunt Jane, it ain't nothing. But see, only here is cancer. We can cure that shit. You can get somebody to massage that shit out. It's benign. No, I think I'll go with the damn doctor. When they had to get that shit cut off her ass in fall of 1997, she didn't get out of the fucking hospital till fall of 1998. They were like, this motherfucker got one of the best insurance packages in the world. So her ass became a major goddamn event for them niggas, because they kept her in there until they damn near almost killed her, until I had to do a ritual to get her out. But anyway, in order for me to get through this shit that they give me, I had to go get some shit they give cancer patients. Because I said, no, all that other damn massaging and positive thoughts ain't working. I need some straight up narcotics for this motherfucker right here. Cause these niggas fucked me up. They rolled on my ass. And so, Oxycontin. Dawood say Oxycontin. He got it. It's Oxycontin. So what happened was, Dawood say Oxycontin. And so the Sister Kimberly was in nursing. She was like, damn, that's the shit they give cancer patients. Now you know you gotta be, when they give you some shit for cancer, your ass is hurting. I told my brother Mike, I said, does Jane Esther got some shit over there for me? I said, my shit is fucked up. And it's raining outside. I said, I called Oya up to bring it. And Oya said, well, I'll get there when I get there. But right now I'm a little busy. I said, it's raining outside. Do you have anything for me? Because I'm fucked up. Couldn't sit, I had to walk around. Just walk around all fucking day. He said, as a matter of fact, we got some shit called Oxycontin. He said, you can't, you gotta swallow it. You can't bite into it. He said, crackers is biting and biting into it, and it gets you, it's just like crack. You just be fucked up. Yeah, so he said, you can't bite into it. You gotta swallow this shit, because if you bite into it, you're gonna be high as hell. You're gonna go to another planet. So I said, well, you gotta bring that shit home. So that shit, but man, I'm telling you, they roll on my ass. They roll on my ass, boy. I swear to God, they had me for about an hour. I was like, fuck it, just fuck it, just go home and take me. So it's some dangerous shit, but we're gonna go into that in a few minutes. Now let's get into this. Okay, let me get into this one last thing. Now they got this racism summit that they had last week down in South Africa. But yet all of a sudden, America got to pull out of it because the racism summit said that Zionism is racism. So what they're telling you that Israel is the 59th state and an invention of America, and under no circumstances does anything go against Israel that ain't America. Now this is what a motherfucking Palestinian told me. A Palestinian said, if America give us 1 week and move out for 1 week, we can take goddamn Israel in a week. They said, but America, we fighting America. Or the Israeli army is the best one. No, motherfucker, that's America. And the Palestinians say, if America get out of Israel in motherfucking 1 week, we can take that bitch. So they had to pull out of that because Israel is the 51st state, Israel is the state of Israel. Why the fuck you think they call it a state? They don't call it the state of China. They don't call it the state of Russia. They don't call it the state of Paris. They say the state of fucking Israel. It's the 51st state. Israel is America. See what I'm saying? So they had to pull out of that shit because South Africa and that conference was talking about America. Now you got that shit. You see. They made that state to falsify, to get themselves in history as a pain and suffering people. And they paid off, and Hitler and all the motherfuckers was a part of that shit. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, right. That's the whole shit was about just to do that. And because before Israel, the only motherfuckers who went through a pain and suffering on humongous proportions that is doggone mythological and legendary was black people. So they taking the funk. Now, so that whole thing went down just to let you know that if you didn't believe that shit wasn't America, you knew last week after they pulled out of that racism summit that America is Israel. Now, let me get into this thing with Khaled right quick. Now, like I said, I had no means on talking on Khaled. You know what I'm saying? And all, you know, a couple of things went down with the whole thing with Khaled last year and the whole summit thing. So, you know, when the thing went down, I'm not saying that I was like good riddance or nothing like that. I'm not talking like that. I'm just saying I didn't get that kind of information. So therefore, I wasn't going to invent nothing. The information I was receiving was only through his son. Now, the son called me the day he entered the hospital. Now, I can say this much. I'll go into what I got from the son first. And the incident that happened with what went down. Then we'll go into the new stuff that I couldn't turn my back on, because the simple fact, I believe that the series of events that happened, I was supposed to talk on, because obviously they must have scared the shit out of Steve Coakley. They scared the shit out of that nigga boy, and nobody don't want to deal with this kind of stuff here. Well, like I told you, any day you wake up should be a bad day. So do me a goddamn favor, so I don't have to worry about no more gas bill, no more light bill, no more shit getting cut off. Do me a goddamn favor. Fuck the dumb shit. Do me a fucking favor. Because, you know what's interesting? This is the most beautiful. I went out to California, and it was a brother that was in the nation of the first resurrection of Oliver Life. This brother was 69. And this brother told me this, and I said, this is why I came to California just to hear what you said right then. He said, man, I look at my goddamn people, and he said, not that our people is fucked up is our condition. He said, but I look at our people ain't about shit no more. They don't want to hear nothing conscious. They don't want to hear shit. He said, I wish I was dead. He said, I really wish I was dead. I said, man, that's the beautifulest thing I've heard coming from a black man recently. He said, I wish the fuck I was dead. So do me a damn favor, Black Panther, fucked up, whoever the fuck you are, do me a goddamn favor. Do me a goddamn favor. I don't know what the fuck, but every time, I don't know how people live, really. I go down to the goddamn supermarket with $20 and motherfuckers be looking at me like, this is like $1. You can't get shit with this. Now, I don't know about you, but shit, I don't know about you, man. But I'm just telling you. $100 is like $1. And when shit get like that, it's time to get the fuck on. Because look, I'm tired of goddamn being inventive just to eat. Putting shit together, making shit work. I mean, shit is, I don't know about y'all. I'm talking about me. I'm ass out with this finance shit. See what I'm saying? I'm liable to get some, fuck the dumb shit. I'm telling you, I'm liable to get some goddamn Clorox and some detergent and wash my drawers out in the bathroom sink. That's how rough shit is. And I ain't got no goddamn washing machine. I ain't saying I'm lying. I'll tell you, I do that shit. The shirts and all that shit, get it cleaner than the washing machine. Extra bleach, extra white. I tell you, it's fucked up. I don't know about you. So do me a goddamn favor. Somebody, I want to live. To what? This shit is tired. Fuck humanity and fuck life. Tell you. This shit is, so believe me, do me a goddamn favor. I ain't gonna say, oh, well, I'm gonna stay home because the motherfucker say they gonna kill me. Well, do me a goddamn favor. Shit. Because if a motherfucker lives me, I got problems. He done lived me. If we make up some new damn word. Yeah, this is interesting now. Look at this shit here now. Let me show you how the goddamn white man works. See, the white man got the power to define. Nigga was talking about the Ebonics. Now we know that they had a whole, that was a real serious study about this shit. But by the time they got to the public and the white man, niggas start making jokes. Ebonics, yeah, Ebonics. Let me tell you about the white man. So with us, we were saying that we done used shit so long, and based on us being immigrants like everybody else in the aspect of everybody else, immigrants get status. So the Chinese don't have to talk right. The Italian don't have to talk right. The French don't have to talk correct English. Only fucking niggas. Okay? Now everybody else, but let me show you the deal. So then all of a sudden we start making excuses by trying to use one of the most fucked up languages on the planet, English. A fucked up language that's got half of our shit in it. Alright? Now, so they talked about the Ebonic shit. Motherfuckers laugh. Hear them niggas talk about Ebonics. You see this shit on 48 Hours the other day? They got the damn Encyclopedia Britannica has hired a white boy from America who is one of the top linguists of the British language in the world. And he's working for the top shit, and guess what the motherfucker say? They say that they're revising the Encyclopedia Britannica. He said any goddamn word that we use over 50 fucking years is entered into the canon. See that shit? Do you hear what I'm saying? This cracker saying any word that we use that's a slang, you know, let's say like a BLT, let's say like a, give me one, Mickey D. What's up? Anything that is used over 50 years in the English language that is popularized on a national scale has to be entered into the canon of the Encyclopedia Britannica. And it takes them 15 years to complete the complete version of that motherfucker. But when it comes to us, we get laughed at. See what the cracker say? You see the difference about them motherfuckers defining shit? They say we can fuck up a language, and if we use it long enough because we are the white race, we will make that motherfucker legitimate. See? Alright? So it's not like that same thing we tell the motherfuckers for years ago. Black people don't do well on no goddamn tests. Black people don't do well on tests because the test is made up biased with white people. Nobody wanted to hear that shit. Niggas been talking that shit since the 70s. Nobody want to hear it. Long come a show called How to Be a Millionaire. Mr. White Man, oh, he got all the answers. Yeah. Oh, here go another $10,000. Yeah. Here's $50,000. They say that motherfucker's he's about 2 questions away from the million. Got to get the radio, throw in the black question. Well, I'm relying on you. They say, throw in the black question. Because they know that Harvard motherfucker ain't gonna get the black question. Be some easy shit. It don't even be no hard shit. Yeah, Underground Railroad. Something like that. You know, Underground Railroad. Motherfucker might say, Whitney Houston. You know, see? They fuck them crackers up every time. Then if they get to the million, they say, well, throw in one of them black questions that niggas don't know. Throw in the black thing, and what happens? That cracker fails every time. I say, look at this shit. That's the same shit what we've been saying for years, them crackers biting the dust off the black question. And I be saying to myself, I know it. He got to know that. Just like white people been saying, you got to know that. You see what I'm saying? So this is how this shit goes down. Now, let's go into this. College son calls his father falls out on a Monday. He called me on Tuesday. He said, you know, Pops is in the hospital. This is California. This is the one that looked just like him. He said, Pops is in the hospital. He's in the hospital He fell out last night and had a brain hemorrhage. And they say he's bleeding on the brain. But the doctor's saying ain't nothing they can do. I'm like, you goddamn right you're saying ain't nothing they can do. You know what I'm saying? How the fuck did he end up in a hospital? Okay. He said, we're waiting on the little Farrakhan to come down, and we're going to decide what we're going to do. This is the son telling me. So, they came down. They said, ain't nothing we can do. We can keep him alive a day. And see if some of the blood can drain off of the brain. He said, but y'all got to make the decision because he's already brain dead. This is what Cracker saying. He's already brain dead, and you all got to make the decision whether you all going to pull the life support because you're the family members. So the oldest son, which is California, from one other wife, which is like 23 and stuff, and the other, he had to wait till the other one comes down. So, to make the decision. So they make the decision on a Wednesday to pull the life support. California say, Pops then came and visited me. This is what the son is telling me. Yeah, he said, Pops then came and visited me. He said, because the Pop said, well, you know I ain't into this spiritual thing, so you're going to have to help me get through. This is what California was telling me on the phone. He said, Pops then came and visited me. He said, but I met with Pops 2 weeks ago, and I told Pops, you ain't got long. You ain't got long. So, and so how I came into this thing was, this is how I got in the middle of this. California was one of the sons that wasn't speaking to college. So, when I met with California, he used to call, I say, look, man, just go ahead and speak to your Pops. So, when I saw Collie right before the conference, I told Collie that your son is going to speak to you, he just ain't ready right now. So Collie got with me in Soul Vegetarian in July and said, I want to thank you because my son came back and started speaking to me. So the son and them got together and they had a big day together. The son told him, you ain't got long because the son is spiritual. So you don't have long, Pops. You need to watch out. But now the son said that he had already been, the doctors had already told him about he had hypertension. We'll get into that shit in a few minutes. That's some fake shit for black people. When your kundalini rises, the blood pressure automatically shoots up. You see, and all this medication shit for the rest of your life. Okay, so the son called and said, Pops was down, and Pops already came to me and told me, you know, you're going to have to help me get to the other side, because I ain't never was into the spirit thing. All right. So they pull the life support. This man lives for a day and a half on his own. So right there I say, see, that meant that the spirit was hovering over the body. That means he knew Miss Rudolph, Baba all this, such and such this, root lady this, spiritual healer this. His shit could have been hooked right up, put right back in the body. Because people have aneurysm all the time and come back through. But see, he up in that cracker hospital. They say, we ain't doing shit. See? So the people up there, we uniting forces, we're not going to let nobody get through here and harm the black man. I'm like, motherfucker, you need to be in there looking at the goddamn doctors. Fuck a nigga on the outside. Ain't nobody going to get in here and go all the way up to damn, what's that, Kennesaw, Georgia? I say, the motherfuckers y'all need to be guarding is on the inside. That's them goddamn doctors. I say, but see, you don't even supposed to even be up in that shit. You see? So that was already fucked up. So he hung on for a day and a half. Then when he died, died, they had a big-ass storm came through the same time he died. You see, now, I tapped into these entities in March. The ones I gave you, the Congo rights, there's 11 of them. There was 4 other ones came, Otisha, Cheola, Omagumu, Tiacha, and Shumala. And it opened up a couple of spiritual seals at that particular time on another realm, the regular psychic shit. I ain't talking about this regular little shit here and all, you know, regular psychic. It's on a whole other outer realm. So, I asked then, this was in March, this was almost a month after. I said, well, the son said, the son's report was that Pop died of a natural death. But we already knew he done threw up in the house. That's the first thing. 3 times. And for who he is, seemed to me, you wouldn't wash no damn sheets. So, but the family was sticking to the same script. He died of natural causes. And when I saw California 2 weeks ago, he was saying the same thing, and as far as I was concerned, I believed him. See, my whole concern was not necessarily how he went out, but what can save your ass when some shit happens. So my concern was, what you doing in a fucked up hospital? You see what I'm saying? Why ain't somebody doing something other than waiting on the white man to pronounce you dead?
Why did they let Al Sharpton take his monkey ass down there before the man died?
Always some shit. Always some shit. Al. And then they say, didn't Al try to get Asada Shakur back in this city to arrest her? Did you hear that shit? Al Sharpton tried to get Asada Shakur to come to fucking Miami to talk so they can lock her up. Now you know that nigga's a big...
Don't talk about me going to be president in 2004 now.
Who knows? Because like I told y'all the last time, whenever that motherfucker Palm get to be on a high level of bouncing and behaving, his shit look like goddamn, what's any cracker with brunette hair? Julia Roberts. That motherfucker done lost some weight, got on them brand new 8-button suits. This is the snitch factor. You're talking about Al Sharpton. And he's appearing on HBO with Chris Rock, his ignorant ass. And this mother here is hooked up. So you know, anybody know that this Negro here, you know, is straight up an agent. Now. Always, yeah, now. And like they say, you know, ain't his office in the Empire State Building? Ain't his office is in the Empire State Building? That was Al Sharpton. Oh, damn, in the movie. Vampire in Brooklyn, when the preacher came out with evil. Yeah. So, anyway. Okay, so they got him in there saying they ain't gonna do nothing. He passed. Now, I didn't tell you no more about it until I tapped into these spirits in March, and I said, well, what happened? They said he was poisoned. These are their words. Now, I said, these cats right here, they ain't got no reason to lie. Most motherfuckers don't even fuck with them. They ain't got a couple of pamphlets out on these here. And they even invented a book, this the Congo rights. They even invented a book called Voodoo Wars. He got the book back there. I think I might have brought mine. Those Voodoo Wars to tell the people to use the voodoo to fight against these spirits. Because these spirits here put fear in the other pantheon. So when these spirits came through, they say he was poisoned. You see, they said he was poisoned. So it wasn't until about 2 days ago till I got back in and I asked the question again. Zarabanda, which is the head, what happened to Khalid? Whole other sister, whole other part of the country say he was poisoned. And then this is what fucked me up, because I thought she was wrong. She said, ooh, I see him bending over a table, throwing up. I said, no. He threw up at the house. He threw up at home. Then the next day, I get a call from Malika. That's the sister that was in touch with Steve Copeland, who was like number 2. She was like the number 2 woman in the whole party. I get a call from her, and she says, did you know that Khalid, before he died in Atlanta, he was in D.C. the same earlier that day, and they got him witness. People see him throw up in a fast food restaurant in D.C. Long before he goes to Atlanta and throws up, and they just so happen to not wash the sheets. Then she says, when he throws up and they're saying, Brother Minister is dead or he's unconscious. Well, he threw up, and she said, well, get this stuff so they can check it to see whether it was poison. Well, we washed the sheets. She said, no problem. Go get a razor blade and scrape some of the shit off the floor. Scrape up the floor. No problem. Them motherfuckers didn't do that. Then all of a sudden, she said, 2 or 3 people that was close to him push up off to the side, and they handle shit. And she has no more dealings with it because they won't let her in. You see? Did you know that the new wife that he had, did you know that the new wife that he had just married in the pyramids, father is Boule? Yeah, that's right. Father is Boule. Here it goes. Now he out there, not in the black community, but way out in Kennesaw County, which is Ku Klux Klan territory, in a big old mansion. That's right. Right, so I'm just saying, a whole lot of shit going down, you know, but Boule. So this whole thing went down and all, and what's that, brother? Huh? The wife's father was Boule. The new wife he had. Now she was an old pretty gal now. Shit. Hell, I remember before she got married, she stepped downtown one damn day and the goddamn police officer stopped. Every motherfucking man around the shit froze. And all. Froze and shit. That was long before she got married to him and all. But I'm trying to say, whatever the deal was, some shit was going down. You see. So in so many words, this is the problem. And I'll let you know another thing. Now, you can quote me on this shit, because you know I'm a goddamn deranged nigga. Farrakhan, greasy-head Farrakhan was in on that shit. Now, tell him, Bobby Hemmitt said that goddamn shit. That's right. Oh, yeah, goddamn it. Yeah, no, I got to be a crazy motherfucker talking that shit. Look, now, don't get alarmed, because you know I done talked about that bastard for 6 years. I was inspired. Actually, I got to tell the truth. You got to tell the truth to shame the devil now. I was actually, I got to give this one where credit is due. Because I started talking shit about him in '94. And I was inspired to talk shit about Farrakhan through Daoud from 93. So, but nevertheless, I done talk shit about that nigga for 6 goddamn years. You do me a goddamn favor. Fuck the damn FOI and all them old bastards. You know I talk about them like they ain't shit. But I'm trying to tell you, I'm telling you right now, you hear this from Robert Shaw Hemmitt. Farrakhan was in on that shit. On Colin's death. Remember, even Steve Coulter had said that when he chastised him in 1994, that they set in motion for him to be assassinated. Cal Farney, it was interesting all of a sudden, Cal Farney went to Savior's Day, and he said he went in the house and Farrakhan said, you know, me and your father don't get along right now. Now he get along with Billy Graham and all that shit. Called Billy Graham for apology. Wallace and all that. He said, but he looked at him and said, but you're going to turn all this stuff around. Insinuating there's going to be some shit going down. Now here it is, the man did all of that, and they put a little caption in the paper about this big in the final call. You see them in the doggone final call. Now this is what Carly told me out of his mouth. I ain't got to lie. Because it's really funny. Carly picked my ass up at the goddamn bus stop. That's where I was, waiting on a motherfucking martyr. That's the bus down there, martyr. Moving Africans rapidly through Atlanta. Is what that shit is called. Martyr, moving Africans. It's actually Metro Atlantic Transit Authority, but that shit is moving Africans rapidly through Atlanta. So that motherfucker picked me up at the bus stop. Carly did. One day, he said, I heard you know some shit on Farrakhan. I need to talk with you. And we were riding around and Carly said, Farrakhan told me, what? You want to get that? Yeah, you better get this on the tape. This is some good shit. I don't give less than a damn. Do me a goddamn favor. I ain't scared of nobody, but I am scared of the rent man. That put fear in my heart. Fuck Farrakhan and the FOI and the Black Panthers. Shit. Fuck Farrakhan, the Black Panthers and the FOI and all them other isms. The goddamn landlord called me last Saturday and buckets of sweat dropped from my goddamn head. You got the money? I said, I got that shit. Just give me about 2 days. This shit happened. Electricity go out that night, you know, for about an hour, and I wake up, and ain't nothing on. The first thing I do is I jump up and run to the goddamn door. See if I see a damn truck outside and cut my shit off. I be scared as hell. Then the damn shit come on, I go, oh shit. Woo. Just the power outage. That's the kind of shit that scared me. But a fucking goddamn nigga walking around in some black suits, that shit don't put no fear in my heart. Motherfucker cracker cutting off my electricity, put fear in me. So fuck all that other dumb shit. And this got so bad now, I'm so caught up in the matrix, oh, fuck the phone off, the goddamn phone off. That's the kind of shit that scared me. So I can give a fuck about a goddamn nigga with some guns and all that old shit. Take me off this shit. I'm tired of being scared of some fucking electricity get cut off. So I'm telling you. But she said it, Farrakhan stepped to me and Farrakhan told me, you can't call a white man the devil no more. Call him the oppressor, call him the powers that be, but you can't call him the devil no more. He said, when I start, he said, I did it for a month, and motherfuckers look at me like, that's some weak shit, Carly. You know, after you made yourself legendary, you just can't just do some shit like that, you know. You know what I'm saying and all. That's like goddamn Daoud coming up here sounding like motherfucking Burl Ives or Donnie Osmond or some shit. And he calls it puppy love. You know that motherfucker crazy. Don't come up here sounding like goddamn Donnie Osmond. And he calls it puppy love. That shit ain't working. So he said, I tried to do that old pastor shit and I couldn't do it. He said, my audience was leaving. They want to hear the white man is the devil, so I had to start back. And that's when I got in trouble with the King College and all that shit. So I mean, fuck that dumb shit. And what it was the last time? Farrakhan didn't even go visit the man in the damn hospital. Well, I know the funeral, but when he got shot back in '94, didn't go visit. So you best believe Farrakhan was in on that shit. That shit there, that was a hit. That was a hit. And everybody knew their fucking places. Because I got it from Zara Banda. Zara Banda said, yeah, Mr. Greasyhead Farrakhan was in on that shit. Now I'm talking about what Zara Banda say. This the motherfucker keeping me alive, so I ain't gonna fuck around and not say what he say. Then the motherfuckers go, okay, then you ain't got no more protection. You know what I'm saying? The next thing you see me out there with a goddamn mini skirt on. Because some motherfucker done came and slipped me some shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but I'm just saying. But I'm still just saying. But the key here is, now, to let you know, so in so many words, my man was poisoned. Now that's the key on that type of thing, that my man was poisoned. And so right now, you got to roll with the spiritual aspect. All this shucking and jiving shit about we gonna build a black army, come the fuck off this dumb shit. You see what I'm saying? And believe me, the shit I'm gonna tell you tonight with them motherfuckers who rolled on my ass, and these motherfuckers is dangerous. They dangerous as hell, and you ain't gonna believe who it is. This is some terrifying shit. And if I didn't have these niggas here, that's in the front of this book, I might have been fucked up. But they some dangerous assholes. I'm gonna tell you who they are too. Y'all pour riches to them every day. But we'll go into some other stuff. All right. Let's see here. I got a couple other things I want to deal with right now. How much time you got? When you want to take the break? You want to? Yeah, go ahead. If you want to do that.
Okay.
You do that so we can come back and we can really get, how long are we going to stay after this? Yeah, let's do this, and we're going to do that, and we're going to come back. Now, with all my tapes and videos, for the people who have the book, it's at the bottom of most of the pages. You contact 404-344-6862. That's 404-344-6862. And that's called the Ark of Sothis. Contact Sister Deborah Morris and stuff, because she's the one that's business partner that's in that takes care of all of this stuff in the actual catalog. And that's a catalog that, if you look in the front of the cover, it talks about how we both came together to form this thing and all. So it's called the Ark of Sothis, which is the star Sirius. But the contact number to get in touch with all of the books and the tapes, there's metaphysical books, tapes, and all my complete library, over 200 videos, is 404-344-6862 to get in contact also. A few other things I want to deal with before we go into some real hard-line stuff here. First of all, you know some stuff is happening because we're seeing history being made because they're telling you that they got to let in these illegal aliens or illegal immigrants, so-called. They got to let them in just to they give some kind of work pass. The people that's already done crossed the border. Now here it is, you can't sneeze the wrong way without them locking up your ass. But here it is, so people can go across the border and quote unquote break the law, as they call it, because ain't no laws are made to be broken. They always tell you that too. But yet they give them a voucher, and the president even give them a voucher. Now why are they doing this? They have to do this with the doggone Mexicans and get them to work because they done wiped out niggas in the United States. And if them Mexicans ain't working, they ain't gonna have no America. You see what I'm saying? So they gotta have them Mexicans to work because they done killed so many damn black people and then got rid of the major workforce and stuff, so they got to have them damn Mexicans. And plus also too, something in our damn archetypes and stuff is saying, fuck a damn turning back some bed sheets in some job. You know what I'm saying? Or washing out some goddamn shit-ass toilets or some crackers and all. So, but on the other hand, they're doing this because if they don't do this, America will fall. So that's why they got to do it. And also, they're doing this thing because of a ritual. They got to make America Mexico because that's how they saved themselves. They will say, well, we done wiped out the Native Americans, so we will just get that offspring or the left behind Native Americans are part of that, because Native Americans was black, basically. I don't know what these damn motherfuckers, white man with a feather in his head and shit. You hear this shit here? A goddamn, all the only motherfucking damn Indians I see now is a white man with a damn feather in their head. And shit. Because anybody can grow a damn long hair now, can call themselves a goddamn Native American and shit. And them motherfuckers looking like they coming from fucking Scotland. But yet all the Native Americans I look like Brother Azariah at the turn of the damn century. Black niggas. Now all of a sudden we got motherfuckers looking like goddamn Sir Charles and Peter O'Toole and shit. With feathers in their damn head and all. You know, looking like goddamn Sir Lawrence Olivier and all kind of shit with feathers in their head and some wigwam shit. You know what I'm saying? Calling themselves goddamn papoose and all kind of squaws and shit. You know, but they got to give it to the Mexicans because that's a leftover strand, because what they do is when they try to give it to them, so they say, oh, okay, God, this ain't our country, this is Mexico. That's a ritual. That is a part of trying to damn run for cover. Give it to the Mexicans. You know what I'm saying? Give it to the damn Mexican. All this shit. Now you hear this shit here, they said, now look at this. Them crackers said that it is safer to clone humans than animals because there's less birth defects. Now we know damn well 9 out of 10 human beings is lost their goddamn mind. Crazy as hell. You know what I'm saying? But yet they say that it is safer to clone a damn human than it is an animal. You see? And that is because with the whole stem cell research and all that, they're going to drop the whole cloning thing. They're going to make it official. They've been cloning since 1945, but now they got to make it official. So they come out with saying it's safer to clone a damn human than it is to clone a damn animal. You see? And we pretty much got into this also too. A damn cow has a child, what? They have one calf a year, but yet McDonald's can't seem to run out of motherfucking burgers. And we talked about this last night. You didn't figure the shit out. They ain't had no real meat in this country and real food in this country probably in damn 15 years. All that shit is cloned and manufactured. All that shit on the shelves is cloned and manufactured. But they came out with 8 cloned cows in June. And they said, what you gonna do with these? They said, well, we ain't gonna kill these. These are prototypes. We're gonna take these and make food for the supermarket. That's because all that shit, come on, let's think about it now. Every country in the world is in famine, but we can't seem to run out of no damn food. The supermarkets is full. And you ain't figured the shit out yet. We got endless supply of food. Hell, in 1983, McDonald's was saying over 1 billion served. That was goddamn what, 17 years ago. And since 1983, they done had about 800 new franchise of chicken places done sprung up. And you ain't figured this shit out yet. The earth can't produce that much food. The bald eagle gone. Snails gone. Tigers gone. Seals is dying. Everything dying, but chicken ain't running out and beef ain't running out. You ain't figured this shit out yet. Donald's got so much beef, they talk about 99-cent burgers. 2 for $1. And I don't know if they might have closed them all down up north, but down, they still got them churches down south. You know what I'm saying? We talking about goddamn 10 short thighs and legs for $4.99. Food high as hell in the supermarket. You ain't figured the shit out yet. It ain't just no hormones, no. They cloning. They making them motherfuckers like every hour. Think about it. Man, it just don't be, you go to the damn turkey, it just don't be one type of turkey, it be Butterball. Goddamn Purdue, Tyson, Honeywell, Honey Glaze. Where's all, they got an endless supply of food. You know what I'm saying? But they got damn humans extinct. Like they say, you gotta find a real black person, you're gonna have to go to a museum. But yet they're full of food and you ain't figured it out yet. They ain't growing shit. All the farms closed down in the 80s, remember? Most motherfuckers got out of farming, but yet they got an endless supply of food. That's because all that shit is cloned. That's why they gotta have all that antibacterial shit. That's why they got Alzheimer's and all that kind of crazy stuff. And I mean, and fucking this new diabetes craze. That ain't some shit they giving niggas. You see? Now, going into this thing, first of all, on September the 16th through the 17th, they're supposed to have another cosmic lineup that's going to form a perfect Star of David. Now, first of all, it ain't no damn Star of David. That just means two inverted pyramids means as above, so below. But what that shit really mean is this, because this is what motherfuckers don't want to deal with. They like the damn they had to almost like to crucify me down in Atlanta when I started talking about this shit. That motherfucker there done lost his mind. He done lost his mind and shit. Ginger left him and he done gone crazy. He missed his girlfriend. He talking about pussy so much. The Star of David, if you take the pointed star, the one that is pointed vertically up, and do this, and put a pole under it, that's the fucking penis. But if you take that same one that's pointed down, and a woman closes her legs, the pubic head forms the same downward triangle. So when this damn eclipse hit, you need to be doing one thing. Fucking and sucking. You hear me? Knocking boots. Slobbing on some knobs. Fucking and sucking. And yeah, now remember now, because see, all the little Hebrew niggas, the sucking is not with God. Go to India, they got a whole temple, them motherfuckers be licking on that clit and slobbing on that knob. In India, they even got it in Hemmitt, they got a woman bent over licking her own clitoris. So all that freaky shit is what's in style. So get busy. So when this shit say, so when this shit hit, when they say, now that's the key, that's the gateway now. The gateway here is when that as above, so below, and Brother Azariah got a good one up in this motherfucker right here. Brother Azariah got a good one. He got a picture. This shit here is awesome. I said, man, this shit here is on the money. This some good old erotic shit. Good old erotic shit. I respect only a freak these days. Serious business. That's in Gnostic scripture, the sacred prostitute. Y'all have to deal with it. They got a thing as above, so below, and I wish you could see it. It's a sister and a man doing a 69, as above, so below. So that's what I like. Give me a motherfucker straight up freak. I don't want no goddamn Mother Teresa and shit with old molded mildew, rheumatism ass shit. Now, to break this down, because I needed to address this, to break this thing down, what we were talking about was the tantric element. But you can't have no forms of religious moralism when it comes to the tantric element. This is the way the gods and the goddesses play in passion, pillow talk. This pussy is yours. Who pussy is this? That kind of stuff. Now you thinking this nigga done gone crazy. Get Henry Corbin's book, Creative Imagination in Sufism. Henry Corbin's book is called Creative Imagination in Sufism, or it's also called, the new name is Alone with the Alone. This is coming from Sufi. And they was talking about imagination. I'm saying, what they talk about imagination? And then when they broke it down on the tantric level, they talking about all that freaky shit that you like in your head, but you wouldn't dare say based on the matrix and the society. Remember in the movie Matrix, he told that motherfucker, you're going to be on time, or you're going to have to find yourself looking for a new job. That's talking about breaking down that godhood and keeping that shit dormant. So what we're talking about is these entities and these energies in us that can only be brought up through passionate sex. Tamils, Russels, Gunners, Ojas, Shaktis, and Kalas. But you can only bring these things up if you just get wild. So we talking about a motherfucker screaming so much until you be like, you better shut up because the cops gonna come. Now you thinking that this is some crazy stuff, but what we're talking about here is a level of passion that breaks into the chaos realm that goes beyond the matrix. The matrix contains you in an orderly fashion. That's why they had to get rid of the whole tantric element out of ancient Kemet and ancient India and ancient Africa. It all came from ancient Africa. The Africans used to fuck and suck. Now I ain't talking about them motherfuckers over there now. I ain't talking about them. Them is Arabs and British and also that particular part where they're cutting off clitorises and all that shit. It was a degenerative part. I'm talking about equatorial ancient Africa, pre-dynastic, even before even Kemet came. Where they used to do wild shit. Fucking with skeleton face on. So motherfuckers got pissed off and started talking shit about Azariah when he put on all that crazy shit. And all it was is some damn he was tapping into the African level when I dare niggas sit up there with a face painted. But you don't look at a motherfucker with a bow tie on, looking like Pee Wee Herman. This is the stuff some people are asking me, we need to get into some magic and all that kind of shit. Those systems, the reason why the magic books is in all them goddamn stores, Coliseum, and all them stores, because half that shit don't work. Them crackers use that shit so much until when you use it so much, you saturate it, because none of these systems was made for mass, organized worship. That shit don't work. So most of the gateways now are shut down, but the black pole in the black hole. I'm telling you, you want to do this shit? You can only do this shit. That's why they're giving the white man, the black man, the white woman, because she don't produce Gunners, Tamils, Russells, and Ojas. Yeast infection. That blood thing. That bread thing she produces, that yeast infection, that bread thing, that honey wheat and shit, croissants and all that shit. Honey wheat and croissants and bagels. Bagel all out the ass. she's bageling. But you have to break the mind of humanity, which means you have to become gods and goddesses, but you have to become chaos beings. That's the primordial force. And the more and more pure you are, the more you shut that shit down. That is the reason why free sex had to go from the 70s. Right. So they had to shut down the sex and the drugs. The sex and the drugs had to go. Especially all that psychedelic shit. I know y'all thinking, because I know that this is a bad taste, because I know that we've had some bad shit to go on through drugs. But I'm talking about that shit that them crackers was experimenting with. And all that to shut down all that sex and drugs. You just don't know about that shit. I'm talking some Timothy Leary. And some Robert Anton Wilson, some sex and drugs. We got a book out, Sex and Drugs. You see what I'm saying? Hard to find black lights and stuff. You know, so we're talking about being creative, breaking into the archetypes of the collective unconsciousness. But you can't do this shit now if you goddamn Puritan. And not the divine whore. I'm going to get into some shit and I'm going to tell you what Oshun and them said tonight. But this is some, I know this thing sounds crazy. King. Tantra, the Way of Action by Francis King, because that was the only, in the last few gateways we had. So when I was talking about this shit, motherfucker, like that nigga got up there and was talking about his dick and was talking about all this some crazy shit. I refuse to call myself a divine hoe. You know what I'm saying? You know, what is righteousness? You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, damn, you know, so I was trying to give them an aspect that we were supposed to be above the first level of learning that we Africans and we invented all this kind of shit, to go to another level. But the other level was through the sexual thing, and nobody wanted to deal with it. There was a story in Asia. There was a story in India. God sets out on a journey to go get enlightened, to meet the ultimate master. He passed by a prostitute on the way to meet the master. Went 100 years, didn't find the master. Go back another 100 years, pass by the prostitute, don't find the master. Go back another 100 years, pass by the prostitute, and don't find the master. And then on the last 100 years, he go up to the prostitute and say, where the master? She said, I'm the damn master. He said, but you a goddamn prostitute. She said, that's the fucking way I am. So the whole time that nigga could have been unloading some cum off his ass. His balls big as hell. He's trying to find the damn master. Oh, goddamn master. Pull that shit up to the brother master. He couldn't handle the truth. That was the master. She came in the way of the divine whore. Why the hell you think the Jesus story, he don't befriend nobody, but he get right when it comes to that prostitute. All y'all righteous people and all y'all righteous ones. But when it comes to the prostitute, he said, we got a special relationship. Because you know, anybody give me some pussy is all right with me. You see? That's the thing. So I got into that. I got into this in the conference too, and I want to say that. Going right along. I want to just get through this sex thing because everybody tripped, but we just got to tell you how the shit is so the motherfucker don't think I'm crazy. I'm looking at this, and all the studies has led to this. Bumping and grinding. Why? Because it's it is the only thing that the damn white church and the rule have been over you tell you can't do. That's the thing they tell you. Why the hell you think they got the campaign of these T.D. Jakes and mother woman art thou loose? And they got thousands of motherfucking women and shit doing this shit here and all. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm all frustrated and shit. You know what I'm saying? All this shit here. And they telling women out there working, they telling the black woman psychologically, don't fuck. So that's what it's talking. It's interesting. Ain't that, you said it? There you go. You hear that? You hear that shit? Look. Here it is right here. Now, although it was a lesbian woman, but she had to write the thing. We got this last week in Detroit. Medical need for orgasm in women. Say it releases oxytocins. You see? And it releases the oxytocins that enhances stress. Right here. The need for the orgasm. The more you have, the powerful you become. So one sister told me, she said, can I do that shit masturbating? I said, you damn sure can, baby. I guess no one, no men around, she said. Told me that shit in Charlotte. But she was honest, because a bunch of them up in that motherfucker wasn't saying nothing, they had no man. She was like, wait, fuck that, you talking all that good shit, and I do that shit masturbating. I say, hell yeah. You know what I'm saying? Get you some toys and whatever. Some Tonka toys, some G.I. Joe motherfuckers, some Big Jim, or some, you can even get Barney, little purple ass. Barney, you's a big fat purple ass dick. I love you and you love me. Now give me this goddamn orgasm. Use Barney ass. So they're talking about this. So they're talking about this. I just want to just get through this little thing right quick on the little sexual thing, because I was trying to tell you. Now in this book, Modern Sex Magic by Donald Michael Craig, in there they talk about Modern Sex Magic by Donald Michael Craig. First of all, on the temple walls, eating pussy is called cunniling. Cunniling or cunniling. That's on the temple walls. It's also it's in this book. It's also, they show it in the damn book where them niggas in India eating, clicking on that clit. Check Kama Sutra, all that shit, where they licking on that clit. I'm gonna let y'all in on a secret. White motherfuckers didn't even come up with that shit. I'm talking about this. When we was thinking it was a white thing, the head white people had tapped into the Kama Sutra when the damn British conquered India. And they started eating pussy based on the damn Kama Sutra, and the shit went across the Atlantic, and then farmer boys started doing it, and you was thinking that it's a redneck thing. You didn't know they got that shit from the Africans. In the Kama Sutra. You see? Now in here, they talk about it, two things. They talk about it in this book, Modern Sex Magic by Donald Michael Craig. They talk about several kinds of orgasms. Multiple orgasms, sequential multiples, compound multiples, and serial multiples. That's the one you want to get up to, where you get a flurry of them off, just going off at one time, like fireworks. Yeah. They talk about they got an African tribe. They locate in here. They got an African tribe where they teach the women to skeet and wet up the wall. Not with no piss. With semen or a form of female ejaculation. And these African girls, by the time they're 13, they got to know how to wet the wall. I said, that's some good old shit right there. Goddamn, I need to go over and get me one of them to improve motherfuckers that can wet up a wall and wet up my goddamn bed. Damn that old golden shower shit. You white man say, white man, you got to pee on me, baby, pee on me. They talking that shit. Give me some damn wet up the wall shit. They got it in this book, African Girls. They got this shit. Donald Michael Craig. Them sisters have to wet the wall. We need to get some of them motherfuckers up in Harlem. Make us some money. Tell them you got to get the elixir. It'll cost you $200 to get the elixir. Wet the wall up. And that's the semen. But what it is it is done by massaging the G-spot. They talk about the G-spot up in here. And you massage that G-spot and you get a liquid that come out of that shit. That's elixir. That's the spot. Get some of that shit then, and I don't give a fuck. Mix that motherfucker up in some rum. In some scotch. Now y'all crazy, but I'm talking metaphysics here. Because go get the book Sexual Alchemy by Donald Tyson. And they talk about sexual fluids. Sexual Alchemy by Donald Tyson. They just came out with that shit last year. And they talk about the damn fluids and shit. You know what I'm saying? Put some of that shit in your coffee. Donald Tyson. Donald Tyson. They said, man, that nigga there done lost his mind. I know the shit coming. Because I'm guarantee you, we can't deal with nothing. We need to create a mutation in the mind. See, the white man is not a mutant, he's a hybrid. There's a difference. A mutation happens in nature. We have albinos. A mutation happens in nature. So that's a natural occurrence. The white man is a hybrid. That means that motherfucker was created, grafted. Because, you know, the white people are calling themselves mutants now. All the X-Men shit. Why are they doing that? They're doing that because the Christ form is a mutation. You have a regular human, then you have an illuminated person that goes beyond the human spirit. That is a mutation. That is something that mutates from the original form. So white people are calling themselves mutants. That means they're calling themselves Christ. They're not mutants, they're hybrids. See, they call themselves mutant at first because that meant that, okay, we might be abnormal, but that's just something that occurred in nature. No, hell no, ain't no nature gonna produce no goddamn white race. You see what I'm saying? So they are hybrids. You see, so you have to create a mutation in the mind. Now, going on in this book, The Soul of Sex by Thomas More. The Soul of Sex by Thomas More, excellent book. In here, he studies the word orgasm, and it means a sacred piece of land between two goddesses, Persephone and Demeter. And that's a form of, if you want to break it down to, mother-daughter thing on the African thing, it would probably be Oshun and Yemenya, mother-daughter. Or would also, in Kemet, it would probably be Heru and Isis, a sacred land between two goddesses. Also, the goddess Aphrodite is up in there, which is another form of the great mother Yemenya. So all this shit is in here about the orgasm. Now, in other books, Linda Folario is a white girl who was in the Cincinnati Journal of Magic on the Crawley. Well, this is a spinoff of a Crawley group. They basically follow Kenneth Grant out of England. And in here, she has a part in here about orgasm magic that gets you from universe A, which is the matrix, to universe B, which is the other dimension. So this is the kind of shit why the church got to come out and reinvest in new preachers with 8-button suits on and square-toe gaiters and shit, they got their shit together like that because they got to stop you from becoming the freak that you're supposed to become. But you say, damn, you motherfucker just called us a freak. A freak is a mutation. You see? That's called Christos. That's called, if you say a freak of nature, we're not talking in the regular standard form. We're talking about alchemical components in the body that has to be woken up. But you can't wake this shit up being the best human you can be and being quiet with spider webs around your shit. See what I'm saying? And you can't do it with the white woman. You can't do it with the white woman. Or no other kind of woman. Chinese don't have that shit. You fuck around and get some egg foo young. The only people that can produce these elixirs are the ancient, original people. These alchemical fluids that is in the lowest form of the scrotums and the anus at the root chakra they can only be of the primordial origin that had the melanin molecule. Can't be no white people or no other isms. So it can't be no Eskimos. Know what I'm saying? Can't be none of them kind of people. It's got to be that black woman. The motherfucker who can, when the woman dances, who can dance the best? A sister, right? If she dancing, is that some energy? If that's some demons or damians or what you call amians, hidden forces inside of her dancing. That's those alchemical forces inside of her that move. That's the good shit. You get where I'm coming from? So this is the kind of shit you got to do. One last thing on that. One last thing on that. Because motherfuckers tried to crucify me. I refuse to be a divine hoe. That nigga talking all that old sex shit. I'm the goddess Isis. I'm the goddess Isis. So I told him about when I was in college, and I think I said it the last time I was here, when I was in college, how they had them two girls that fucked the whole dormitory of boys. Took down one dormitory one night, took down the other dormitory the next night. And I was trying to talk about how the feminine energy is so powerful. We get 3 women, we had to call Undertaker. And I told them about this shit, and niggas lost their mind. So that nigga there got some old vaudeville act up there. He doing some old joking show. He done turned to Richard Pryor on their ass. I'm the goddess Isis. I ain't fucking a whole lot of niggas. I'm gonna be like Mother Teresa. Let my shit get gangrene and rot the fuck off. She probably lost her clitoris at age 19. That shit rolled under the bed. Her shit, Mother Teresa's clitoris probably rolled off like an old BB. Like a Boston baked bean. It probably big as a Boston baked bean. She ain't had that in a while. That shit probably just went boom. Her shit rolling in the bed like a Boston baked bean, and a rat ate it. Rat ate her clitoris. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that something? That's the funniest shit. They had a movie called A Killing Machine with Sonny Sheba. Never seen that shit? Back in the day, Killing Machine. And they had raped this little girl, and Sonny Sheba came in there and cut off their dicks and threw it out in the road, and a dog, an old damn dog with the mange came and was eating the hell out of that dick. That's what happened with Mother Teresa and these old Puritan, nun-ass hoes. Now, hold on. So, I'm the goddess Isis. I'm the goddess Isis. I would never screw nobody like that because I'm the goddess Isis. Well, let's see what the fuck Isis says in this book. Alright? Let's see what Oshun and Isis. Alright, now see, I knew I'd get your ass. See, Dr. Ben say, when a motherfucker don't believe you, put that scholarship on their ass. Put it right in their face like Dr. Ben say. Okay then. I ain't no fucking hoe. I'm the goddess Isis. I'm the goddess Isis. I'm the goddess Oshun. I'm the Virgin Mary. I'm Mayat. Well, let's see what the fuck Isis and Mayat does. All right? I'm going to put it right on you. Let's see how big a good old... Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Let's see how Isis get her freak on. Isis is, what is Isis? Virgin Mary. You talking about, I'm the Virgin Mary. I'm walking around this motherfucker and had none in 500 years. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, 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 Jesus. Well, let's see what the fuck the Virgin Mary does. You want to be like the Virgin Mary? Say, fuck that shit. Virgin Mary said, I'm getting my freak on. Get some kitchen utensils. All right. See, okay, because first I thought I was joking, all right? See, he said, that nigga done lost his mind. So that motherfucker there done gone crazy. We ain't never seen Bobby like this before. Motherfucker say, whoever that was on that stage, that wasn't Bobby. They just thought I was some old big old fat nigga from down south. You know, some old Kentucky Fried Chicken eating nigga, you know. Just dancing and slinging and shit. Okay. All right, let's find out. Let's find out. Let's find out. Now, do your homework. You got Isis in one part of Africa. You got Ishtar. You got Astarte. You got Inanna. You got Aphrodite. You got Oshun. All of these are the same people. Just do your damn homework. Now, so this book is called From Distant Days by Benjamin F. Foster. Tales and Myths and Poetry of Ancient Mesopotamia. That just means ancient Africa. All right? Let's see what Isis does. Isis does the same shit them two girls at Benedict College did. Isis or Mary, we'll use Isis. Tonight we'll use Oshun. You know, so Oshun Isis will not tire. So she got some boys coming up there, and this is an ancient fragment. Ishtar will not tire. That's Isis. Will not tire. So a boy comes up to her and go, come on, come here, give me what I want. Another one comes up to her and say, come here, let me touch your vulva. You see? So this is some straight up Rick James freak show shit coming right out of damn the ancient world. This is all that fragments and shit they got over in Germany. So they got a lot of shit in Russia and in Germany of sexual shit coming out of Hemmitt, where them niggas were doing orgies and all kind of shit. Niggas was having a ball. Now, let me touch your vulva. So then Isis says, since I am ready to give you what you want, oh yeah, I'm ready to give you what you want, come and get all the young men in your city together and let us go to a shade of a wall. So she said, look nigga, you ain't gonna hang, so let's quit bullshitting around. In order to satisfy me, you're gonna have to go get all them niggas, all your friends together. Because when I start, I don't want no 2 minutes. See what I'm saying? I don't want no 2 minutes. I don't want no 2 niggas to go in 5 minutes. I want to get busy. All right, so she says, since I am ready to give you what you want, go get all of the young men in your city together and let us go and go to a shade of a wall. I'm saying, damn, I'm reading some 5,000-year-old shit getting horny. I like you. Isis, you're all right with me. You know. 7 to her midriff, 7 to her midriff, 7 to her loins. 60 then 60 satisfy themselves upon her nakedness. The young men have all tired, but Ishtar will not tire. Come on, motherfuckers. Come on, fellas, for my lovely vulva. And as the girl demanded. You see, get on with it. And the young men have all gave her what they wanted, and all the young men tired. Now this is fucking ISIS. Vanessa Del Rio. Now that's a good one. We need to put up a shrine to her black ass. Now, so what I'm trying to say here is, here goes again. I know that you all want to get to another level, but you want to get to another level because you have taken a Christian model and now you become Egyptian, but you still got the Christian model in your mind. So you're looking for Horus and Osiris to be like a eunuch like the white Jesus. And Osiris got a big old dick. All right? So what we're doing is this is therapy. We breaking loose from all the bullshit. All right, now let's go on. All right. I said the name of the book. From Distant Days is the name of the book. Myths and Tales and Poetry from Ancient Mesopotamia by Benjamin F. Foster. From Distant Days, Benjamin F. Foster. This is Ishtar Will Not Tire. Just remember that's the name of the papyrus I read. Okay, let's go on. All right, getting down to business. Well, actually that was the business, but hold on. Let's see here. How many people have been having irregular heartbeats? How many people have been having mass, fast heartbeats? Your heartbeats have been going real fast. Palpitations. First of all, you have what is called the primordial heart. The primordial heart is a other dimension that is inside of your heart chakra. When it sets itself up into your heart chakra, this entity or your own soul replaces your regular heartbeat with another pulsation or heartbeat. With another pulsation or heartbeat. That is nothing but another aspect of your higher self coming into being, like your soul coming online. Taking over one body. So it's about like them alien movies where the alien get in the body and take over the body. Well, it's the same concept. But the alien is not some bug-eyed person. The alien is your soul. So when this happens, first of all, the first thing they're going to do is they tell you that you got high blood pressure. When your kundalini rises and your soul comes online, your blood pressure automatically, or your heartbeats and the blood pressure automatically goes to another level, especially in black men. The problem here is you don't have stroke and heart attack based on this going to the other level. That's the level it's supposed to go to if you tap into a higher level, even haphazardly, through music, through whatever kind of shit that got you off and tapped into that particular thing and woke up that soul. What happens here is when it happens, we live in a society where you don't get enough water. 98% of the food is processed food, and processed food, what gives it a longer shelf life is what? Sodium, salt. So you stroke out and have heart attacks because you don't have enough water. But when this thing, so the white man will tell you, your heart, you're going to have a high blood pressure for the rest of your life and going to have to stay on medication. If you're supposed to have the shit for the rest of your life, you're supposed to think about it. My shit's supposed to be that way for the rest of my life. That's because you went to a new level. He studied it and he knows it. Why is it that most of the campaigns, the white men will come on TV and tell you about black people have a risk of stroke and heart attack? Now that don't make no sense. On one hand, you're killing us every day, any chance you can get. But yet you're going to come on TV to save our lives? See, to me, you be like, fuck them niggas, they're going to be going anyway between stroke and heart attack. Right? That's not the case. The key here is they got to keep this thing down, and they got to take this thing down, because they know, and I talked about this the last time, you can go to another level based on that primordial heart. The key here is water. The key here is water. Now, moving right along, let's go into what's really going down. First of all, it says in Hilton Hotima's book, The Sons of Perfection, that one of the key links to the pineal gland is the prostate gland. And the pineal gland is the Horus gland. So if Farrakhan's prostate is fucked up, he ain't hooking up with no pineal gland. So why the hell they following that nigga telling me he the man of God? He gonna get the people out of this shit. But the key here is they're saying that prostate cancer is high among black men. Why is that? That's because they're fucking up the prostate, because in this book, he says that the prostate gland is directly connected to the pineal gland. Hilton Hotima, he wrote on stuff on the pineal gland long before Richard King and all of them. So that's all of a sudden, the black man is coming down with prostate trouble. See what I'm saying? Very key how this shit is going on. You see, very key. Hilton Hotima's Sons of Perfection is dealing with that. It's all in the line and order on what we're talking about here. Now, let's deal with what's really going on here, so we can get another clarity on where we are at this particular time and what we need to be doing. It all started with the Hale-Bopp comet in 1997. Now, to give you a recap on this, because we talked about this. In 1997, they had the Hale-Bopp comet. Then you had them Applewhite people. That's those people that's, I can't use the mic no more, right? Okay, yeah. That's the people that, that killed themselves out in California, them 49 people. So there was a ship behind Hale-Bopp, those Heaven's Gate people. And they was killing themselves behind the Hale-Bopp comet, saying that there was a ship there. You know what I'm saying? That's a joke. White motherfuckers trying to get on the damn ship. A spiritual ship, not that shit they make in Area 51 or whatever. But they even had a black woman, old fool-ass black woman, gonna let some damn white people talk her into getting killed. But if anybody would go to the ship, she'd probably be the only one. Huh? Castrated themselves, all of that. So they talked about how they were supposed to go to the other level on this ship. So immediately, people was laughing, and then they had what is called a remote viewers from Emory University, Lieutenant Colonel Ed Dames and Courtney Brown, come out and go, we're remote viewers. They said, what is remote viewers? This remote viewers was developed by the United States government in the 1940s, psychic spies. Get the movie The Fury. I think that's the name of the movie. The Fury, with 1978 with Kirk Douglas. Dreamscape also, same thing, Dreamscape with Dennis Quaid, 1982. Get the Dreamscape and that particular movie. So they was talking about remote viewing, how they could spy on you psychically. Now we had already known about it in Atlanta because we had heard about them in 1984, and they said there was some witches out at Emory that were spying on the black community. Then all of a sudden these people come out, I say, God damn, them the people that were spying on us in Atlanta. And they came on national TV and said, we are remote viewers, psychic spies. And we developed this thing, but the headquarters is at Emory University, which is like the big Coca-Cola University down in Atlanta, Georgia. It's like the Ivy League of the South. And so they said the headquarters is at Emory University, and we're doing all kind of research. And they say, so what? They say, well, there was no physical spaceship, but there is something behind Hale box. They said, but it's more like an intelligence, 3 times big as the earth. Now they had the most accurate view of this shit. Because even in the Golden Dawn Society with Israel regarded, they had been talking about, they had been seeing this shit in the early 1900s. You see. So they've been tracking this shit for years. They knew it was coming. So, they said it's an intelligence out there behind the Hale-Bopp comet that's 3 times bigger than the Earth. Okay. Then, Discover magazine say, well, this is how we do our thing. We let the Applewhite people kill themselves to throw everything off. Then when the remote viewers come, none of our people don't believe in that shit, because the key here is to never mix science with the metaphysical. Although metaphysical is the only science there is. But they say never mix mundane left-brain collegiate official science with nothing. What? Pseudoscience or whatever. So they said never mix this together and the people will never know what's going on. So Discover magazine comes out with their article November 1998, a year later. A black hole in the middle of the Milky Way galaxy, in the heart of our own galaxy, beats a huge, mysterious beast that rules the realm of cataclysmic violence. But why they show this spaceship-like thing? And in the book, they show the ship beaming down like a spaceship. Okay, same thing that the Heaven's Gate people were saying, but the Heaven's Gate people were thinking it was going to be a physical ship going to come down. Like some fucking Enterprise or some dumb shit. You know, so motherfuckers wearing beige t-shirts and shit. You know, but they put this out in 1998. Now, the key here is, in 97 they came out with the movie Fifth Element. It was this big old ball that comes after so many 500 years or so many thousands of years, this big ball comes and it's evil. And the white man shot the arrows in the ball, shot the missiles into this big ball, and the shit just got bigger. And they say they don't want no money, don't want no fame, they just want to destroy y'all asses. So, they put this movie out. They put out a movie called Life Force in 1985, talking the same stuff. You see, talking the same stuff. Now, anyway, what happens is, they got the Fifth Element. What happens here is, this year, in May the 21st, you got it on? Oh, yeah. Is it on yet? You need to get it. Let it cut on. Now, this year, in May the 21st, we entered into a black hole. The same black hole that they talked about here, we entered into that black hole. Now, let me show you how this thing goes. They talk about black hole, then they talk about dark matter. All this is carbon. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. Carbon, which is the basis of melanin. So they talk about the black hole, and they've been talking about dark matter. Now, prior to us entering, they was talking about the black hole. We entered into the black hole on May the 21st of this year. Immediately, USA Today a week later released the article talking about dark matter. Then, y'all stick with me, because I'm going to show you some shit also, because this is just what happened, but then I'm going to show you how the war done started and how that motherfucker rolled on my ass. And I ain't talking about no niggas in some FOI suits or some Black Panthers and shit with some Tonka toys and some, and you know, and some water guns. I'm talking about Legba, Obatala, Ogun, and Shango. I'm going to go into this here. It's going to be different than what you think it is. Y'all can say, this nigga done lost his mind. And believe me, I'm going to tell you something. What you motherfuckers put me through the other day, y'all motherfuckers better let me go through this shit by my goddamn self, because I'm telling you, these motherfuckers don't play. Well, we're going to go into that in a few minutes. These bastards don't play. But we got something for their ass, though. But we're going into it. Hold on now. We're going to go into this shit in a few minutes, but I got to explain it to you. But them motherfuckers fucked me up so bad, if I didn't have these people in this cover here, I'd have been fucked up. They got my ass. They got me good for about 2-3 days. They rolled on a nigga. Got me good. But I'm going ahead of myself. So, Time magazine comes out June 25th. How the universe will end. Now, June the 13th of 2000, the ABC News say, fuck this shit. You gotta tell the people what time it is. So in 2000, on June the 13th, they came out on Nightline about how the universe gonna end, and they said that they got this big black thing out in space. It's like a void, and it's pushing the stars away, and it's like this blackness just covering up the universe. Now this ain't no hodgepodge people. This is Nightline News talking. You see? Now check this out. They said they got this big thing pushing things out. I got it. Oh, I watched it about 5 times. That night I had the damn VCR ready. The goddamn rabbit ears was acting right, because they cut off a cable. They cut cable off. Cut my shit off. So the rabbit ears was right in the right place to get the right reception. So my rabbit ears were acting all right that night. Perfect. Clear. So I'm dealing in the 60s on y'all ass. I got rabbit ears and aluminum foil on my shit. And I have to go like this, and go like this, and go like this, and go like this, and go until I get that shit right. You see, so the rabbit ears, look, it'll roll on my cable shit. That shit been gone. That's been gone since 97. Cut shit off. Now, so they said how the universe will end on Nightline. And they said it was a big black nothingness out there that was traveling faster than the speed of light. And they said it was covering up all the stars in the universe. Now I'm going to show you how this thing goes. They said that they had this thing up in there, and they looked and they thought wasn't nothing in it. They said, but they found out that in the nothingness was these patterns, and there was something in the nothingness. It's on the movie Never Ending Story. You ever saw that movie? Never Ending Story. We're being covered up by the nothingness. The nothingness is covering us up. The Never Ending Story. But nothingness is called Ayin. Ayin Sorta Uda. Ayin Sorta. Which is the top of the spear of the Kabbalah. And the gateway to nothingness is Darth. Which is the third eye. And Sirius. Darth Vader. Darth Vader coming on their ass. That's what this shit is about. So it's on the spear of the Kabbalah. So the nothingness was covering up everything. They said they had some stuff in the nothingness, but it was pushing the stars out. And they said that's how the universe going to end. They said everything is just going to disappear, going to be this blackness. Now Gershom Scholem, who was a head Jew from Tel Aviv, died in 1982. That's the head cracker on the Kabbalah. They studied it, and they say, well, what does all this shit mean? He said, chaos gonna just come and take this shit over. But you know, we're in the chaos because we are the blackness. Now, So then they said, so Nightline, that guy said, oh shit, the guy said, yeah, this gonna cover up everything. So that Nightline came back. Now here's the pitch to get all the motherfuckers in TV land. They done told all the people who got some sense what time it is. Now here it is for the old ignorant ass niggas and stupid ass white people. Oh, it's traveling faster than the speed of light, but it's gonna take a couple of million years. Now wait a minute. You fuck around and get up and that sun start coming up. And you want some more sleep. That motherfucker start coming up in the morning, shit. Couple of minutes, that shit is bright and shining in your face. And yet they talking about a couple of million years. Okay, so they did this thing, cool people out. But then Time magazine comes out with this. How the universe will end this year. Then Thursday, we get this. Talking about the same black hole in the Milky Way, evidence that the Milky Way and the black hole detected. They're talking about the same thing Thursday. All right? In here, they talk about, well, what is it? They talk about all the shit about how they thought the earth was going to end. And then they say, recently, we know how that shit going to end. Dark matter. Now, what it is, they talk about the black hole, then they talk about dark matter. See, before you approach the black hole or you sitting on the top of it, that's called the black hole. But when you go into the black hole, you cover over with dark matter. And they're saying all this shit here is damn dark matter. So that's why they got to drop the metathion and all that kind of shit. Because the dark, huh? Anvil, oh man, they got all kind of stuff. To shut down the Kundalini energy and tell you whatever it is, when you in that black hole, you got to close your black hole. But that's the key. Now that you in the black hole, you got to use your black hole. Even if you got to stick Jackson 5 Live up in that motherfucker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Jackson Live. You got to be fucking in the black hole. And none of that ooh-ee-ah-oh-ooh shit. You got to get freaky. Pull out them curtain rods. Get that spoon over there. I want the goddamn spoon. Give me that Tylenol bottle. Some freaky shit. To open up these vortexes, you got to be fucking and sucking. Telling you how this shit go. Because you in the dark matter. All right? What time is it? Because I'm getting ready to get into this other shit. Huh? 5 to 11? Okay, now let me get into this stuff right here on what's going on. Now it is time to get down with the real funky shit. The Black Sun. They talk, oh yeah, by Peter Moon. Awesome book. Awesome book. Black Sun by Peter Moon. Huh? Oh, I'll tell you about that. That's just, I'll go into that in the question and answer 1 minute. We'll clear that up. Now, let me explain what's going down here. I even lost a goddamn girlfriend over this shit. Ginger told me, look, come 2000, if we ain't dead, I'm getting the fuck on, nigga. She said, come 2000, we supposed to kill ourselves or something. Come 2000, if we ain't dead, I'm getting the fuck on. So I said, well, cool. I said, but damn, I was trying to do something to heal myself on something, and the Spirit was like, why the fuck you ain't trying to heal yourself? Why ain't you trying to do a damn ritual to take your monkey ass out? Get to the other side. I said, damn, I never thought about it that way, because I had did all these rituals from 94 to 96, and what shit happening? I was just mad. And the Spirit said, you can't enhance energy that you already have. That's white people shit. Them rituals don't work. So I gave up on the ritual shit. I said, man, I ain't did no ritual since 96. So I told Ginger, I said, we got to do some ritual. She said, oh, man, not that shit again, man. Come on. I said, listen. I said, the other time when we was doing that shit, we wasn't trying to kill ourselves. She said, that's it. She said, that's it. That's the key. I said, well, I'm going to work all Christmas to get this shit right. I'm going to study this shit and to get this shit right so we can goddamn slay ourselves. But in 96, I was dealing with the voodoo, and that's where I left off. I said, the voodoo would be the shit to do it. So, we put together this shit, worked on January. On Super Bowl night, we did the shit. But I didn't do the voodoo one. On Super Bowl night, I wrote out my own one. And I got a little bit of energy or whatever, but Ginger was mad as fuck. She said, goddamn, she woke up, she said, man, I'm tired of this damn shit here. Sick and tired of being sick and tired. So about a week before the conference, I said, oh, I didn't use the voodoo. I didn't use the goddamn voodoo in this thing. I said, I got it. So we did the same ritual again, added the voodoo, and they hit me that night, and it was walking all over my face. The shit was walking all in my damn face. I talked about this the last time I was here. Now, then, we did the conference, and I found out that what had happened is we always give our shit to the damn cracker. That a voodoo man is being practiced by thousands of white people. And whenever you do this shit was not made for world systems like religion, like baptism, like holiness and shit, like Protestant. These are damn priesthood stuff. So they done saturated the fucking energy. So, but I had already mixed voodoo and the whole Yoruba thing, a combination of both. So, to get into the story, went to Detroit, did a lecture, woke up that night, rubbed the bedspread. It was April 8th, 9th, and 10th. That was the same time that the Book of Law came to Crawley in AWAS. I woke up and I rubbed the spread and these blue sparks were shooting from my hand on the spread. I said, I'm dreaming. So I went to the bathroom and I came back and I did it again and the shit was still happening. I said, man, there's some energy in the air. The next day I got downtown in Atlanta, when I got back, they led me to a place and I tapped into the Palo spirits, which is the dark side of Santeria, or the dark side of Yoruba. Kept alive by only a few people in Puerto Rico and Brazil. And Cuba. So I said, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a ritual, and I'm gonna do like Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters say, don't cross the streams. Nobody saying Ghostbusters? Whatever you do. He said, what you do when you cross the streams? He said, I don't know, but some very bad shit. Don't cross the streams in Ghostbusters. I said, I'm gonna cross the streams. I'm about a crazy motherfucker. I said, man, shit. Ginger was, by that time, Ginger was like, I'm out of this motherfucker. See you later. We didn't die, so I'm going back. I said, damn, man, shit, you done left me in a goddamn house. I said, hell, we was in the apartment, the damn gas, it was central heating, so the electricity and the water was, I only had to pay electricity because the water was free. Electricity and phone. Now I got gas, water, lights, and I said, wait a minute. And I got to pay for the house. I said, damn, I'm fucked up, man. I ain't got no damn money. I said, I'm going to cross these damn streams up. So I put down the Yoruba, I put down the voodoo, put down some Camite stuff, but basically, and I put down the Palo, and shit happened. Got some energy. We could feel the energy in the house, but nothing happened. So August came, and I got a friend when he comes. Every time he comes, I come down with toothaches, come down with colds and all that shit. What happened was we used to hang out together like in the early 80s when we was ignorant as fuck. And now I'm conscious, and he's regressed. So when the energies hit, I was coming down the car, I said, damn, man, he coming the wrong time. So I cleaned up the room and took down all the ritual shit. Because I said, well, it's been up here, been up all summer. Let me just clean this shit out and get a whole new slate. But I left down the Palo rituals, the Palo Bebes. That's the symbols, the Palo Bebes. I left them down, and lo and behold, I left them down, the damn shit started working. He came in, he said, he got at 5 o'clock in the morning. He said, I got to go, man, I got to go. He left and went to one of our friends' house. He said, I'll see you tomorrow, we're gonna go ride out. Didn't see him no more till Thursday, and he was getting ready to go back to Augusta. I said, damn, what the fuck going on? I said, oh shit, these motherfuckers working, and they was like, we don't like to work with none of them other motherfuckers. We are straight dark side. And so I started doing rituals that they asked, and shit started working all last fall. And that's when the heartbeat and all that stuff started happening to me, and then this what happened. I'm telling you this shit here right now. In January, because they talk about this shit in Hilton Hotima and all this stuff, they talk about it in Buddhism. Some advanced forms of Buddhism. I came down pregnant, but it wasn't I had symptoms of pregnancy. Goddamn stomach got bigger and shit. That's called the Buddha gut. One damn night, this shit, it's not a physical pregnancy, but it's a spiritual pregnancy. One night I'm laying in the bed, this motherfucker kicking. You know how they say the baby be kicking? This motherfucker was kicking, but this motherfucker was kicking on this side and this. I said, and I wasn't scared. I'm just so happy after 9 years some shit happening. I'm sitting around here and shit, kicking. And then this what happened. I go to the toilet. Now I'll be 40 in 2-3 months. Now here it is, I'm damn near 40. And I go to the toilet, and I ain't no vegetarian no more. But even if vegetarian, this shit don't happen. I go to the toilet and shit out a 40-year-old man shit on me. And on top of the 40-year-old man shit is some light yellow baby dookie. I swear to God, I said, wait, what the fuck is this shit here? There was a big, this nigga done gone crazy. Nigga talking about the different grades of his shit. There was a big man honk up in that bitch. And on top of that was some yellow baby dookie, Gerber dookie. You don't get that shit from me, and you don't get that shit at damn near 40. I'm sorry. It was some baby dookie. And this shit was kicking around in me, and I had a psychiatrist, she said that shit gonna mature in about a week. And in about a week, that motherfucker matured, and then I started having sonic hearing like dogs. Get that Superman, the first one. The first hour of that shit is bad. Motherfucker turned, he said, you special, and I know you special, and I don't know what you gotta do, but one thing I know, it ain't for running no goddamn touchdowns. You gotta get the new edition. They just put out a new edition, and they got extra footage when they're on Krypton. I started having sonic hearing. Remember my motherfucking, Gene Hackman say, now unless you a motherfucker with 4 legs, I know the only person can hear me talking is Superman, when it was calling him. Because he beamed that sonic thing. I started hearing sonic hearing. All kind of things started happening. Then, well, I might well get grotesque. Then, the day that Carly, his son called me on that Tuesday. On that Wednesday, my shit swole up. I'm talking about my Johnson, my tallywhacker, my dipstick. I said, what the fuck going on? I said, oh God, what's going on? Oh, shit. Now I'm really scared now. I'm like, what's going on? My shit just swole up on me. And the Spirit said, the Spirit said, don't worry, you gonna like what you see. So what kind of shit is this? Then the next day the shit went down. I was fucked up on that one. I said, man, damn this old metaphysical shit here. You niggas get scared now. I said, damn this old metaphysical shit here. Damn if one gonna have me with a big old pump on my side, pumping my shit up and shit. That motherfucker got a pump on his damn side, pumping his shit up. I said, damn, I have a motherfucker with a pump on my side. I gotta go pump my shit up to get some sex. Pump my shit up with a damn tube and some shit. I said, damn that shit, I got scared as hell. I said, damn, I ain't gonna be going out like this. Going out with some old pump on my damn side. Pumping my shit up. I said, damn that shit. So, about a week later, I'm in the bathroom and I said, wait a minute, hold on. Now, I know how my shit look, but that ain't my shit. You know, I was average. I ain't gonna tell you, I was average. No, all that on my shit down to here. I was average. You know, just goddamn average. I got a size 11 shoe, so figure it out. I was average. Then, I said, damn, that is not my shit. Then I said, that's not my shit. Now, going on. Now, going into this thing. Now, this is what's getting down to the real nitty-gritty. In March, these Palo spirits, one sister out in Los Angeles, her daughter is staying in Little Rock at the time. The daughter starts channeling on a higher level. We ain't talking about no psychic network shit. When we go in, we are right there with all of the deities. I be like, call on Typhon. They call on Lucifer. Lucifer comes to kill all the motherfuckers, kill them all. I said, call on Oshun, call on. We right there in the realm. Then, about 2 weeks later, I'm in this thing with Sister Kimberly. I said, tap in, and she tapped in, and she started doing it. And then, in March, these 4 entities came. Otincha, Sheola, Shumala, Tiacha, and Omagumu. 4 entities came. There's 2 others came after that. And they was telling us what they do. And then I figured it out. The history is that the Europeans, when they were studying H.P. Lovecraft shit, and Kenneth Grant and all them out of England, they were trying to make contact not with the regular deities that you have on the Olympian realm, or the ones that rule over men in this dimension, but they was trying to get in contact with the outer gods, which would be the gods of the next paradigm shift. The pure chaos beings, and the only thing they had was the fictional names, Cthulhu, Azathoth, Yog-Sothoth, Hastar, and Nyarlathotep, and Shub-Niggurath. H.P. Lovecraft had these dreams, and he got those names. So these entities came: Shumala, Otincha, Tiacha, Omagumu, and Sheola. And then, a couple of nights later, Obatala, Legba, Shango, and Ogun came. Now let me get into this science so you know what's going on. Them motherfuckers came and said, look, We don't like y'all motherfuckers. Tell you how. Now don't get come and go into pure scholarship. We got it all down. All you gotta do is study. So I ain't talking no bullshit, but I knew this shit was coming. So we don't like y'all motherfuckers. And y'all motherfuckers ain't gonna never get up here if we got something to do with it. Meanwhile, Oshun, Yin and Yah, Oya, Olakuna was like, we all love you. They all realized what was going on. See, that's why it's good to study various mythologies, because the Egyptian shit is so fragmented till we may never get none of that stuff for the simple fact that they got that stuff on lockdown. British Museum, University of Chicago, so we may never get some of that stuff. So you gotta use the existing mythology. Now there's a book called The Glory of Hera. And there's so many words when you study Hessed's Theogony, Ovar's Metamorphosis, the Gilgamesh, the Enuma Elish, and a lot of it, and all that damn Hindu pantheon, which is probably the most cohesive, because they were separated, so they shit ain't in fragment as much. That goddamn Rig Veda, they Ramayana, Upanishads, Mahabharata, that kind of shit. So, when they came, I was confused. I said, goddamn, Obatala, I thought that you was my fucking head all this time. He said, I was. Don't worry, because this what happened in March. It was just a conversation in March. Them motherfuckers rolled on us the last 2-3 weeks. And we gonna go into this shit right now. And you can take this shit or leave it. But I'm gonna tell you what's up. And they might roll on your ass too. Depends on how advanced your soul is. But I got to give you the mythology. Obatala, Ogun, Shango, and Elegba. That's the 4 major deities. Now don't be alarmed. Let me explain how this shit goes. To understand this, I had to go to some classical mythology and some shit from India, because the Egyptian shit, whether we like it or not, is fragmented. We still got that old broad shit. You really don't know. I want to know all about the ins and outs of Osiris. You just know that same old drama. But you really don't know the stories, the complete stories. You understand what I'm saying? You see, now, okay. This is what happened. Now, if you want to get some of this good mythology shit, you got to go to the Strand bookstore. You got to go to the Strand bookstore. Let me show you these things, because you can only get them here in New York City. You're going to see, go to the mythology section, especially the one down there on Fulton Street. Go to the mythology section. You can only get these shits in New York, and they got a bunch of them. Santee Press. They got all these mythology books for like $4. This is one from Spain with the Moors pre-Columbian America. That's that Olmec and shit. You can get all these things down there like $4. You can only get them at the Strand bookstore. They come from England. They got them all there. So I had to go study this stuff. This is this one, pre-Columbian one. This is one, Myths and Legends of Spain. But they got them Egyptian, they got the Hindu ones, they got the classical mythology. But remember now, all that shit you thinking is Greek, that shit was black, come by the Etruscans. So, let me break this shit down what happened. We were the cosmic beings of another age. They call that in the Kabbalah the primordial worlds, or the primal worlds. Our world is built off of several other primal worlds that existed prior to these worlds, which is a botched job called the Matrix, or illusion, Maya. The primal worlds existed as about the same amount of time as the earth has existed in physical creation. The physical creation brought about a fall of the primal worlds, and the primal energies of the primal worlds ended up becoming humans and their children who overthrew them became the gods. So we are the mothers and fathers to the gods we worship. Now that's in Gnosticism, that's in the Greek thing, that's in, you can find it even in the damn coffin text. They talk about how Ra overthrew Aether, but he invited all the Egyptian gods to a table, a dinner, and swallowed them all up. Swallowed them into the matrix. That's in the coffin text. And in this book, if you can find it, Origins of Evil in Hindu Mythology by O'Flaherty. And she go in this shit. And she say these gods will do anything not to usurp, for you to usurp the power. Now I've been talking about this shit for a long time. We are the mothers and fathers of the gods that overthrew us that we ended up worshiping. That was the male patriarchal order of creation. Before that, it was the primal world, but when we got down here, we still worship the Great Mother. Now, the story goes that when Oshun, Yeminya, Oya, Olakun, and all of them in that particular one, Hera, Aphrodite, different ones in the Greek one, different ones in the Hindu ones, and Isis, Osiris, Heru, when they were overthrown, when the matriarchal realm was overthrown, they cast the majority of the matriarchal realm in chains and bind them into physical bodies. So Tiamat in the Numeral list is overthrown. Her blood is used to make humans. And inside of our veins is the chaos, the melanin, which is the primordial realm. And the soul is what's trapped into the physical body, which is the matrix. And the brain is the matrix to give us this illusionary world, because the other brain is up under that, which is the third eye. It sees above the matrix. Okay? Now, let's get this thing right. Let's get this right. So, we mostly got cast down into the physical. The other female entities, they needed some female entities for consorts, for wives. This younger matriarchal Zeus culture. And in order for those female entities that came from the feminine realm, the ones that was left behind that didn't get cast down into the physical bodies, they had to shut their mouths and become submissive to the male entities and become their consorts. Remember, one time it was the realm of the Great Mother. And they only had one son. Then you had the consorts, whereas these male entities started to rule. But they are gods, and they need feminine consorts. So those ones that used to rule in the matriarchal realm with both male and female of the matriarchal order, the ones that didn't get cast down, they had to shut their fucking mouth. And okay, they could be deities. They had to be somewhat subordinate to those male deities, or they would have got cast down too. So, when I tapped into Zarabanda and this Congo right, they are completely dark entities. They are the matriarchal order that got cast down. And as soon as I came and I tapped into it, Obatala and them got offended. Because they are all the male patriarchal, including Ogun, Rape, Yeminya. That's a part of the story. What? Wait a minute, hold on. Let me just... Well, let me tell you. It might be, but I tell you, that motherfucker done going on a rampage now. Let me just go through this here. So they came down, and they knew what was going on. Immediately, now see, we in a psychic realm that most people don't get on. So we see all this shit going on. Immediately back in March, Oshun and them, knowing that the matriarchal order is getting ready to rise back on, they defected and ran over to the side. They were like, oh, no, fuck that shit. We like y'all. Because they remember days when they was goddamn ruling the universe. Okay? So the ones you deal with is the feminine gods. Okay, then this what happened. So last we heard of them, Ogun and them say, we'll never bow down to y'all. And I'd rather cut my head off if we bow down to you motherfuckers to say you all got the rise. That's the last we heard of them until 2 weeks ago. So, we knew then, in the spring of the year, another entity, which is a form of the Congo rites of Cthulhu, but the Congo rites of Osiris, Horus combined, called Kakumbo. He came about, lurking about in April. Kakumbo. This was a bad black motherfucker. He came lurking about in April. He might visit you sisters in dreams. Sexually. So if any of you mothers already had a visit from a motherfucker that visit you in dreams, and I know some sisters are already laughing because this shit happened, because when I went to damn Detroit, one sister said, I had him visit me in Denver. He'll visit you in dreams and get busy with you. His name is Kakumbo. The other one name is called Lokeo, that is his feminine counterpart. That's like Heru and Ma'at. But they really started getting to a high level when Sirius rose. Something about in this book here, Dionysus' book, they talk about when Sirius rises, there's a whole lot of bees. It's got something to do with bees. A swarm, bees. Now what is the bees? Bees, if you get one bee by itself, it's dumb. But when they all come together, they become intelligent. That's that African bee, kill your ass. But the bee has a honeycomb matrix that looks just like the melanin molecule. When you look at the beehive. And all this is connected to Osiris and Dionysus. That's why they made the goddamn movie Candyman. Black motherfucker slaying niggas, slaying people for fucking over him. And he got them bees around him. That's Osiris. He was slaying mostly white people. That's that vengeance story. Clive Barker is a big-time occultist. Wrote Hellraiser. Candyman is Osiris. Has his legend that goes back to slavery. That's talking about us rising up. We just didn't get the story. And it's always these bees around him. And honey. Honey is the rising of Sirius. It's all in this Dionysus book. Dionysus, the archetypal image of an indestructible life by Carl Carini. Carl Carini. Now, moving right along. What time is it? Do you got... No, I got to get to this damn shit to start going down. Because for the first time in 9 damn years, this shit done happened and the war done started. So we hear nothing from Obatala and them and Ogun and them. And then when Sirius rose on July the 23rd, they struck one sister, I'm going to give her name or whatever, did a ritual 2 weeks ago. She wake up with a splitting headache. And this is her words, and she don't, and really she's not the type of person that know all of the little logistics about what these entities are. She's just not getting into this, but she said, look, She said it was Obatala, Shango, Ogun, and I said, please don't say Elegba. She said Elegba. She said it was around me, and they was trying to kill me, and I was almost dead. She said until the goddess Sekhmet stepped through and saved me. She said I was almost dead. I said, damn. And she said she woke up after and she said at the end of that day, she had 2 completely gray dreadlocks. So they really fucked her up. All right. Then the night Aaliyah died, had another sister to tap in on that realm. So when this sister tapped in on the realm, I immediately called up Obatala and all of them. I said, well, why y'all fuck the damn sister up? They said, we just didn't like that motherfucker. Always whining and grinning and shit. And I was like, so what? Do you want us to rise? They was like, hell no. But this the deal. This is the deal. Now, it's all in this book. African Ogun. The African Ogun. In here, he says that on page 98, they say that Africa Ogun directly hold down Kumbanda. Kumbanda is the Apollo spirit, which is the dark side, and Ogun holds them down. Kumbanda is Zalabanda, who is Osiris. Even in the doggone book, they got El Cristo Negro. That's the chief Christ figure of the damn Apollo. So these are what is called chthonic beings. They're down here with us. And Ogun in them, in this book, African Ogun, he holds down those forces. So he came through and all of them said, fuck y'all, we ain't doing shit. But what they didn't realize was I had their ass, because I didn't realize it. The 6 other entities that came was comparable to that of Cthulhu in them. And they also had 2 new members. There was Otincha, Sheola, Tiecha, Shumala, and Omagumu. And then they had Takambo, which is the ultimate Christ figure, and Lokeo, which is his feminine counterpart. The one Omagumu has an army of tens of thousands. So in this book, the Goetia, they got all this shit. I've been talking about this for the last 2 or 3 years. The Goetia, where they got these seals up in there. We talked about this before. And Crawley tapped into these seals. These seals sets on legions of tens of thousands. And they say it's about 10 million. An army ready to take charge. But this system was defunct. So they can't get it out of this Hebrew stuff because once the system is not used, this stuff was brought up in by the moment. Once the system goes defunct, you have to keep a system that never stops being practiced. Because those entities have to live, otherwise they go reabsorb back into dark matter. So these Goetians, legions of tens of thousands, there was one named Omagumu. He said, I got 10,000 legions. So Ogun started talking that shit. I said, motherfucker, I got a nigga for your ass. Now here's the one that directly hold them down. He's the ultimate warrior, Ogun. I put this Omagumu on that shit, and Ogun hauled ass. Why? Because they're very old, and they need these rituals to keep them going. So they'll sell out the white people just to get those sacrifice, them birds, pigeons, them cakes and shit. To keep their energy so they can keep this matrix going because they set over the matrix. And I put Omagumu, I said, Omagumu, you got an army of tens of millions. He said, yeah. I said, get on that nigga ass. And all 4 of them shot the fuck out hiding. So I'm sitting around that shit, man, like, this shit is on. This shit is on. Cleaned out all day Sunday, about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, cleaned out all day Sunday, 2 Sundays ago. Woke up, didn't sleep under the fan, woke up with a toothache. I said, damn, my damn tooth hurting. I said, I've been cleaning out all day. That kind of shit happens when you don't clean out and shit is backed up. Sister called, I said, damn, my tooth hurting. She said, man, the sister that got turned on. She said, man, them niggas done Shango, I think it was Shango and a lead bar. She said, Shango and a lead bar put some shit up in your tooth and they done zap your ass. And man, every hour that shit got worse and worse and worse. I said, well, in 1998, this shit happened to me. She said that they zapped your ass then because you was talking about that dark side. But you didn't know who they were at the time. You didn't know they wasn't on your side. You figure African deities, they got to be on our side. They zapped me, and my shit got worse and worse and worse. And she looked, she said, man, she said, they went into your gums. She said, they can't kill you, but they can get on your last nerve. And she said, it's like Ogun, he got an axe, or a sword or an axe. She said, they went in your gum, and it's almost like they damaged every nerve in your gum. Your mouth is completely torn up. I said, damn. And the shit started getting worse, and she said, they got a poison or inflammation in you that's so bad. And 5 teeth was hurting so bad. And then I said, well, look, I said, now I had 1 tooth that hurt like this in 1998. And I said, it took 2 days for it to get unbearable. I said, the pain is already what it was when it got unbearable. I said, man, if midnight come, and this shit, if midnight come, and if this shit is what I think it is, I'm in trouble. And midnight came, and I said, God damn it, I said, I can't lay down. The brother said, so one brother came to the house, brother named Yehoshua. He opens up for me on a lot of tapes. He said, by 11 o'clock, your ass in trouble. He said, if that chi energy kicks in and that melanin, your ass in trouble. Because it brings everything to a height. And 11 o'clock hit 11:45, and that shit started. And at 12 o'clock, I said, this is beyond the way it was 2 years ago. I said, you might well kill me now. I said, you got my ass. Fuck this shit. So the sister called, and she said, they saying get you some rum, they'll get you some gin and some scotch. I said, I got gin and scotch in the house. She said, pour them together and take about 4 shots. This is before then. Pour the gin and them together, and I poured this shit in my mouth, and them motherfucking spirits, these Paulos got in there, and they started repairing my nerves, and in 2 days they had the shit repaired. But there's only one problem. It still got the heat that's very sore. So now that the shit started back up and it started raining outside, and that's when I had to go get that Oxycontin, because my shit was fucked up. They later on last week hit the sister that was doing the channel, and what I had in my tooth, she got in her whole fucking body. And it took her a whole damn week to get well. And you know what that motherfucker told me? Yesterday morning, told me on Thursday night. She said, I got better. She said, but guess what I was throwing up? She said, I was throwing up pure dirt. I was throwing up mud. So the point is we done tapped into some shit. But I'm telling you, listen to me. They patriarchal orders, and they didn't want to be found out. The matriarchal orders, Oshun and Yemenyan, all of them, that's of a matriarchal order that predated, you see, the doggone patriarchal order. And Ogun and them is of the patriarchal order and of this particular matrix. Why the hell you think you gotta damn give them all them candles and all that shit? Oshun and them is doing it, but they can go back and forth to the dark side, and they already defected. So what I'm trying to say here is, there's a war going on. Then they hit the fucking sister again, the other one that they hit with the dreads, and it was a BrotherRonn. He tried to kill her ass again. But she had opened up a gateway to their system in Voodoo, and Legba sits over there, and she couldn't close the gateway. So we had to beg Zaraban and them to give us a ritual so she could close the damn gateway. Or they said the third one, they come the third time, they was coming to kill her. So this is the kind of war. There's a war going on the outer realms. But the key here is we done found the ones that's supposed to go to the next realm. So it goes like this in the Kabbalah. They got the Sephiras, which is the emanations in the world of appearances of the creation world, the world of the matrix. And you have gods that set upon those different Sephiras. Then you have on the back of the tree the Kalipah, which is the dark region. But they say that the Kalipah, which is the dark side of the tree, or the back side of the tree, will be the future side of the tree. So Zarabanda in them represents the Kalipah, the back side of the tree, the melanin realm. And the Sephiras, the 10 luminous emanations, would have eyes upon the tree of the Kabbalah. They are ones of this matrix, but they are going out. And the ones on the other side are the ones that's coming in. And that's this war that's going on. But the thing is, in this, it's got to be no light. You just didn't know that the feminine energies, or the feminine energy is the one of the great mother, which is the mother of the moon. That's darkness. That's the womb. That's the primordial waters. The light that we're talking about is called angels or angels. That's the archangel realm. And they set in the human brain as the matrix. They give you all this light and make you see that this illusion shit is real. It is what's up under the matrix, which is the pineal and pituitary gland, and the thalamus gland, which represents the back side of the tree. The light side of the tree, they all exist in the human brain. That's why Watala sits on the head. But the human brain is the matrix. It is illusion. It is because of this human brain that you think you exist. That's why I told you that you can get freaky all the hell you want, because guess what? You motherfuckers don't even exist. The only thing that exists is your soul on the inside, dreaming this bullshit. If this is an illusion and you don't exist, then why act obedient? Proof 191 wrong. Go get you some run. Go handcuff your nigga to the bed. Go handcuff your nigga to the bed and chain whip his ass. The problem here is that black people have become 19th century white people. You are now the pilgrims. You are now Amish, Pennsylvania Dutch motherfuckers, baking bread. You got to break the cycle of humanity. Guess what the enemy is? They've been telling you on all the goddamn monster movies. The enemy is humanity. That's the enemy. Humanity is what we did in a cycle when we was in the cocoon. Now we are coming out of the cocoon into the metamorphosis stage as a butterfly. Now the cocoon is supposed to be seen as the enemy. So anybody trying to be human don't get it. Because black people now are the Amish, you 19th and 17th century crackers. White people is like they say, do what thy will. Should be the whole of the damn law. They say in the book of in the holy books of Thelema and Liber Tesdi, they say, I am the God of the black earth, and I did not come to chastise you. I bid you not to change from all your voluptuous ways and all your follies. So you need to be goddamn smoking your marijuana, smoking your cigarettes, eating your shrimp, doing all that stuff. That's what you got to do. You got to get to another level. Let's go into a question and answer. We got 5 minutes, period. Let's go into a question and answer. For the people that's confused about this thing, all I'm telling you that the people in the Yoruba, all I'm telling you is, now it is time to, if it is not based on a patriarchal side, don't mess with it. It's about the feminine energy. If it ain't about the feminine energy, don't mess with the shit. What's that? Or then you whatever. Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah.
But then when you deal with continental Africans who are European,
Right.
they don't think, they like, you can't be mixing that with Europe.
That's why they got rid of it.
And hold on. And like in Cuba, it seems like it's almost, it comes out, I mean, doing the Eva priest, giving you a spiritual reading, it comes out that you need power. But then are you, what are you saying, they're not authentic? Because the continental Africans,
The continental Africa, you got to understand, the continental Africa, you're talking about a people, once the system gets old and gets to the point where it gets deteriorated, the first thing happens is they become more and more orthodox. They lose, hold on 1 minute, they lose the age-old primal knowledge or gnosis. So it would be, the oldest systems a lot of time will be the more orthodox ones now, and over the years, based on politics and based on them actually losing a certain amount of information based on deterioration, they would be the ones that become more Puritan. And that's the problem with Africa. Africa is more, other than colonization and stuff, they have lost a lot of primal knowledge. Now, I want to say another thing about the Apollo. The Apollo, what makes it higher is this. The Apollo is the only one in the world that's mixed with ancient Congo, Africa, and pre-Columbian deities, Olmec. It's a difference. See, even Santeria is only mixed with Yoruba and a cross thing of Catholicism to hide the Yoruba up under the saints. But listen, this is very important so you understand this. Apollo is mixed with pre-Columbian Olmec deities. So therefore, you have a perfect balance of East meets West. Olmec is an ancient cosmic society. Palo, yeah. Because Palo is the highest thing. The other one consists more now of everyday life maintaining the matrix, and that's what the Yoruba thing does. Palo goes beyond that because the simple fact you got to understand, it's not only Congo, it's Olmec. That's the key. That's the key. And when you get that, that means you're getting some Atlantean shit. You get some Lemurian shit when the continents was one.
They don't recognize 13 high priests.
based on that's based on political system. See, what I'm talking about here is this here. Now get me right on this. I'm telling you not to even go about none of this shit in any traditional line of Yoruba, Palo, or nothing. I'm telling you to use what work and make up your own shit. Then this where we overhaul this shit. See, if you deal with it on even the priesthood and the initiations and the voodoo on what happened, you're stagnating the energy because that was a system that's going on. I'm telling you to take these shits and make up your own shit. That's what you're talking about. So we're not even talking about these old traditions, none of that old bullshit. Some old Ifun and some all that old shit. I'm telling you, make up your own shit. You know what I'm saying? Make up your own shit. Put a goddamn cartoon character up that bitch if you got to. Make your own system up, but use the same energies. Because all those priesthood did, those energies were something that some priest made up thousands of years ago, and you thinking that's authentic. You don't understand that you got the same energy in you to make that shit up now. But it's more powerful if you use your own archetype of the collective unconsciousness. You got to become a new fucking African. So make your own stuff up, and that way you can get more powerful with this stuff. So they told me to mix them liquors up in my house and drink that shit, and they went in there and they repaired my shit. In a couple of days, I was ready. You see, so that's how we rolling with this thing. Give me, what's the question? Yeah. Any questions? You got any questions? What's that?
ahead, Bobby.
What I want to do, like I said before, is I want to clear up some stuff between the relationship of the Greeks and the Hemmites or the Egyptians, now that we have proven that they are black. The Greeks. You see, they were a Phoenician culture. And the Phoenicians was nothing but a branch of pre-dynastic Egyptians. You see, pre-dynastic Egyptians. Now, in this relationship, the reason why several doctrines had to be handed over to the Greeks is because they understood one thing. They understood that hieroglyphics or metanetta was going to be a dead language for close to 2,000 years, for over 2,000 years. So, understanding these priests, understanding that this stuff was going to be a dead language, they had to give certain things to the cultures that would be later cultures that these later cultures would give the information that will fall in the hands of younger cultures, even younger cultures than the later cultures. So the Egyptian priests understood we have to further this particular information, which eventually went to the Moors. So let me go back to this, so you can understand this. In this Alexandrian conference that they had, they came up with the truth in the early 1990s. They said that a 100-year period of Greek rule, 1 to 200 year period, mostly about 100 years, they did one thing. They literally translated metanetta, or hieroglyphics, at the Temple of Dendera, the Temple of Isis, Temple of Esna, a Temple of Komombo, and some Ptolemy temples, and the Library of Alexandria. The Egyptian priests. Now, how can a Greek person, how can a person from another culture know what the Hemmites are thinking if it's not their language? In order for this stuff to be translated and transferred to the Greeks, it was the Egyptian priests. So for a 100-year period at these particular temples and at the Library of Alexandria, what they did is they translated the metanetta principles, doctrines, and all of the knowledge, a great deal of it, because part of it burned, the Library of Alexandria burnt down twice. But central pieces they had to get off of the mainland of Hemmitt, and they translated metanetta into Greek, Latin, Aramaic, Arabic, Amharic, and all of the central Hebrew, all of the central languages that would be the later day languages that will go out for the future. So that entire area, they translated, the Egyptian priests for 100 years, they translated these particular texts because they understood that metanetta wouldn't survive. You see what I'm saying? And so even the people at the Alexandrian conferences that knew this admitted this in the 1990s. Now even Walter Williams said that the reason, he said that a lot of the cultures around there, they had a language they can speak, but they didn't have scripts. So Latin was created by so they would go to Hemmitt, which was the central place of education. And these cultures would travel to Hemmitt. And they would say, well, listen, here's a script that's going to go along with your language. You see, to go along with your language. So the Egyptian priests created scripts, which would be Latin, Greek, Hebrew, or what have you. They created scripts for the central people around that area. Arabic, you see, Arabic, all of these particular texts were nothing but inventions of the Egyptian mystery systems. So Walter Williams talked about that, how they didn't have languages. They would go to Hemmitt and they would give them scripts to go along with their languages. You see what I'm saying? But on the other hand, what they did do with all of these texts, they translated these actual texts from meta into these central languages. And that's what the Greeks were there for. They were there for now. And then, they also knew that the Romans was coming, which the first years of Rome, the Romans tell you, we're nothing but a spinoff or a later day culture of the Etruscans. Now we got statues of the Etruscans look like Isaac Hayes. You see. And Etruscans was a matriarchal culture. So even that, you see, you know it's a black culture. Right. So the Romans, so now I want to get this straight now. So what we see as central Greek stuff was intentionally given to the Greeks by the Egyptian priests by translating the stuff into Greek and also into Latin. Then the Romans came in, which was a culture that the original Romans were black people, and pretty much like Dr. Asa Hilliard said, and a lot of these scholars, if we was to transport ourselves back to ancient Rome, just like if you go downtown Manhattan, you will see most of the people you would see would be white. But if you go to Harlem, most of the people you see is black. Ancient Rome used to look like Harlem. Because the culture was so old and they had ruled for so, well, they had been a part of civilization so old, black people, Africans, until the central people that you would actually see would be a sea of blackness. So when you see these epic movies that they have, and you see one or two black people in the crowd of a whole sea of white people, in Ben-Hur and all these types of Roman movies, Spartacus and different things like that, if you was to actually go back to that particular time, it would be groups of white people, patches of Europeans that migrated into a central black culture. Or you would have a group of people that came together as a Roman Senate and dominated and started ruling over a wide body of people. So it would be like South Africa. The masses of the people are black, but they got these rulers that migrated in. You see what I'm saying? But here go again, we looking at stuff in the modern mind, because I got pictures of Roman families that's black. To this day, if you go to Rome, they got nappy hair. You see what I'm saying?
How then was the culture of the Romans so different from that of their predecessors if they were still black people, Egyptian people?
Okay,
the culture and
the culture. Now remember, some of this culture started. It wasn't the central people of the land that was running it. It was these usurpers, just like you would have in South Africa, that had come in. You see what I'm saying? That had come in and started imposing things. Now let me give you an example. They talk about Roman genius, and they did this, the bathhouses and the aqueducts and all of this kind of thing. They said basically the Romans benefited from when they would go into places in Africa and around the ancient world and take slaves, and those slaves would take their technology, they bring them back and they would use their technology to build Rome. So even from the buildings and from anything they did, it wasn't the actual Roman people that did this. This was the people that they colonized. You see, or extrapolated. And these geniuses around the ancient world would come in and build the Roman engineering. You see, the Romans didn't do nothing, but it was just a small body of people that didn't know how to do but one thing: kill people and have people being killed for recreation in the Colosseum. You see what I'm saying? But here's a people that knew how to acquiesce certain material that they had gotten from the ancient people. So, let me give you a classic story. A classic story was that they were dominating the Hebrew people, and at that time, Hebrew people were black people. The white Jew didn't come into the picture until Spain. He was converted into Judaism. So the ones that were nothing but were nothing but Upper Egypt, Lower Egypt, which is Upper Egypt, and Upper Egypt is Lower Egypt. You see what I'm saying? Right. So they called the bottom part of Egypt, going into Ethiopia, that was called Upper Egypt. The top part of Egypt they called Lower Egypt. The Lower Egyptians later on became your Hebrews. So we still talking about a branch of Egyptian family. Because even in Hebrew mythology or Hebrew lore, they say that Mizraim is Egypt, and that's one of the tribes of Egypt, tribes of Israel. Then you get the word Israel, Isis, Ra, and El, or Al, because one of the names for Horus is Al. So Israel is Isis, Ra, and El, because Ra is also interchangeable as a form of Osiris, because Osiris is the hidden god. When you get the word Amen, Ra, Amen means hidden. So Isis, Ra, and El, son, Horus, Israel. You see what I'm saying? What we're talking about, nothing, just other branches of our family. Whether it's Phoenician, whether it's all of this type of stuff, whether it's Sumerian, we talking about nothing that was not black. Everything was black. Now, in dealing with this, when the Romans is ruling over, they got ruling over Israel. Parts of Israel in Palestine, Jerusalem, what have you. At that time, in order for the people at that time, so they talked about the Roman Senate and the first, and the Greeks and the Romans was the birthplace of democracy. But all those are later concepts, and those are concepts that was given by the Senate. But the actual people of that land, if you didn't have a central religion or a central system of spirituality, the people would rebel. So what happened was they had these Hebrews in the area that had a proud tradition of whatever they was into based on their religion. So the Roman citizens is going, look, we favor them because these people have a central way of worship, a central way of life based on their religion or based on their system of spirituality. At that particular time, the Roman mythology of Romulus and Remus had fallen into disrepair because the Roman emperors was telling everybody that they were the gods. So you worship Caesar. So as a result, after a couple of 100 years, the actual central theme of mythology started falling into disrepair.
Okay.
And they knew that the Roman people would start to rebel. But then they started seeing the Roman people gravitating to around a new offspring of Hebrewism at that particular time, which was early Christianity, which is different from the Christianity that the Romans did. I'll tell you that in a minute. But they were going to, it was Gnosticism and the Hebrew thing, and the central people in the culture started looking at people outside of Rome as a central aspect of spirituality, and if Rome couldn't convince the people that to follow Caesar, then the people would rebel, and Rome would fall. So Rome said, look, we have to get a central religion. They say now, the Egyptians invested in Greece with all these texts. We took over Greece, so now we own all of the texts. So what they did was, they knew that some of the things that the early Christians and the early Hebrews was dealing with wasn't nothing but Egyptian mythology and Egyptian science anyway, and they owned all of those particular texts. And they got together with a series of conferences and put together what we call the Central Christianity now. The only thing was the Central Christianity had a deeper discipline that the Hebrews and those particular early Gnostics and stuff went by. And the Romans say, well, look, some of these things, you know, like not eating pork, or not being able to drink, or certain things. And some of these disciplines, they say, well, look, we will put in the new religion to accommodate the Romans who was used to gluttony. You see, same thing happened in the period of when they was trying to get the European, after the Romans usurped the Christianity and tried to get the Europeans to follow Christianity. The Europeans said, well, look, we'll follow Christianity, but we got to take our festivals and our different practices. You got to incorporate them into Christianity. So all these winter solstice and these festivals later on became Christianity, Christmas, and some of these festivals that the Europeans had around that time, they just usurped them and put them into the Christian holidays, made them into Christian holidays. But if you trace them back, if you trace them back, you will see that they were pagan in that particular way, which was some of these festivals.
Right.
So as a result, Rome had to make a central religion of the state, but they had to make a religion that can accommodate the masses of Rome. Just like now, it's easier to be a Christian than a Muslim, or either a Hebrew, or the Jewish thing later on. Why? Because Christianity, you get to do certain things. Mostly, basically, you can do the hell you want as long as you ask the Lord to forgive you.
Right.
You see, and that accommodates. That's why we ask the question, well, if you don't even supposed to eat pork, why do Christians eat pork? Because they said that what the Romans, it goes all the way back to Rome, what the Romans did for the Roman citizens, and they said it was also the Pauline doctrines. You see, Paul was a Roman citizen. Paul was also an agent for Rome.
Right.
You see, so he fashioned the Christianity without the strict doctrines so that the Roman people could acquiesce it. You see what I'm saying? And that's what Central Christianity is about, is something that is designed for Roman consumption and later on European consumption.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying? European consumption. Because the African way of it, you start getting into ways of life. Certain things you don't trade. And we see this when we see the Christianity. We even see this when we see Judaism, which is ancient. It's a spin-off of ancient Hebrew. It's just that we don't know what them Jews do, but they got all these strict rules and stuff. Well, stuff got to be kosher. You see what I'm saying? We don't eat no shellfish. You see, so different things like that. But the Romans, they made it so, hey, it could be a party. We could go to the party with this. You see, now going back to the...
Let me ask you though, when they were killing Christians,
right?
These were black people they were killing.
They were black people they was killing, and these were the people that they was usurping their religion from.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? See, they was killing the ones, they said, no, it's just like this. They say, look, we trying to take this religion. But if we got some people that's got practices that's different than the Romans, we got to take them out if we're going to make this religion central and conducive to us. So the ones that they were killing was the original Christians. They're saying that the original Christianity don't even resemble the Christianity that we have now, because original Christianity was a spinoff from the Hebrew aspect, which had a lot of codes and laws. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So those sects that they were killing, it wasn't they were killing Romans, or they were killing people that had the same faith. No, they was trying to cover up the fact that there was groups of people that had another indigenous way of worshiping. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You see. And they had to get rid of this because the Pauline doctrines had much more what you call a pseudo type of practices that the Roman people could get with. You got to realize, we're talking about people that used to go to coliseums just to see black people getting killed. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, we talk about people like Caligula with all kind of perverted sex acts and stuff like that. And we talk about people where a central part of them was gay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And if we got to have a new religion, we're going to have a new religion that can accommodate that gay stuff. And that later on became the Catholic Church.
Wow. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, the original Hebrews say, if a man don't have no kids, may he rot. But all of a sudden now the doggone priests went from patriarchs of having 100 head of children and wives to you can't have no wife. And all that is some type of central way to accommodate homosexuality. Mm-hmm. That from the Greeks and the Romans, it was asexual. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You see, so a lot of these things, a lot of this stuff that we have coming down to us, but now you must understand this though. You must understand this. Now, if you look at history from, let's say, if you're out in space and you're looking at it as a central point, it might not be as tragic, but it's personal to us because we got the rough part of it. But if you try to look at how the world goes, and let me give you an example. The spirit world told us one time that the Bible had to come into existence of a lot of moral code or ethics for the Europeans coming up from the lethargy of barbarism. So they had to have a code book because they didn't have the type of rites of passages, whereas in Africa, you just didn't do things because you were raised in a society that has rites and passages that stuff is not heard of. You see? Whereas these people were coming out of barbarism and they didn't have the type of rites and passages. So they needed a book that they could go to the book and say, don't do this and don't do that. And later on that became the central part of the religion as a code of ethics. But in our honesty, that was a rites of passage for the Europeans. So in so many words, they needed that book. The Bible was central. Look what they did when they got the Bible and how they killed the world. Can you imagine if they didn't have that? You could just imagine when the Romans got out of pocket, threw away their religions. They don't deal with Zeus, which is Jupiter at the time. They don't deal with that. You know, they did the point whereas the Senate and Caesar is God. And look what they could do just by not having a code of ethics. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Not having a code of ethics. So a lot of these things that went on, the reason why the Christianity had to come up out of that, it wasn't written for us. It wasn't for our history. It was for later day Europeans. Now, dealing with that, we have to understand this. Looking back to the ancient Egyptians, Looking back to the ancient Egyptians. First of all, I want to say this about Rome. Rome had to come into being so that even the Africans could have a central experience of living with white people later on. So the Rome had to come in and be brutal, because even what's her name said it. Look, he said Hannibal's father. And Hannibal's father is called a Moor. Even Hannibal's father said, look, those people, the Romans, are people that coming in, and you'll have to deal with them. But what he was trying to say here is that you're going to have this experience. Now, what I mean by that is this. To this day, black people are at a disadvantage of dealing with white people, because the simple fact that we think that white people think like us, and they don't. You see, we think in a humane way, and we always make the mistake saying, well, this white man, he's gonna deal with this like I would deal with it. And we run up and butt, as they say down south. Because the simple fact, we don't understand, this man has a whole nother mindset. You see what I'm saying? He has a whole nother mindset. You see, our morality is not based on laws and code of ethics. Our morality is based on us being the original humans. Certain things we didn't do. You see what I'm saying? Because we were the blueprint of humanity. Right. We were humanity. So they were saying, look, there's going to be a whole lot of non-human activity. And when you say non-human, let's clear this up. Non-African activity. You see what I'm saying? That's going to hit the world. So Rome has to come into being to be this brutal mirror so that we can have some type of calculation on how to deal with these people. Let me explain what I'm talking about here. Let's say you got a whole bunch of wild animals. You got to put them in a cage, or you got to put them in an area, you got to see what eats this and what eats that, and experiment with them just to see how these people are going to be. You see. Now we know that the Egyptians already knew, because we got text, the text, this guy Alan H. Gardner, which was a great Egyptologist, wrote on these texts. It's a text in France called Abduction Extraordinaire. Never was translated into English, but it says that it talks about these people. He said these people that live in Europe with these mountains, that their way of communication is not a clear one, because they're always grumbling. Because they were saying they even had to be taught how to talk, how to speak. Count Varney talked about that in Ruins of Empire. But in this Egyptian text, they said that these people are always grumbling. They have a reprehensible sex act, which means, whatever got a hold, it don't matter. They can even fuck animals. These are the Egyptian texts. They're over in France and stuff. I was lucky to own one of these because it was a book came out called Set, the God of Confusion by T.H. Valdi. It's in most libraries. It's in most college libraries, but it was never published as far as a book for central publication. It's mostly in college libraries and stuff like that. The colleges got books that they never published to the public. They're only published for the colleges. And this book, Set, the God of Confusion, they actually have these texts from France in there, where they talk about these people, and they say these people do not announce the day of battle. So you have to understand what they're trying to say. They say these people here are unfair. You see, if you have a disagreement you all going to come together and you're going to disagree, have the right to disagree. These people here will kill you without you even knowing that you had a problem with them, or they had a problem with you. So it goes into all, it's what these texts are trying to say in the Egyptian terms. And these texts may be about 3,000-4,000 years old. And what they were trying to say, they was looking at the Europeans and all, you know what I'm saying? And they were saying, these people are not, they were trying to tell the people, because these were in religious texts, don't look at these people and say that they got the same type of mindset that you have as a human mindset. This is something new that's coming to the earth. So by the time the Romans came, that's why Hannibal and them fathers say, you're going to have to deal with these people. But Hannibal went in and he kicked their ass. They say in one day battle, he killed 70,000. You see. And he kicked their behind, and they said but this is what he did, to show you the mindset. Because the Europeans now looking at this said that he came all the way to the gates of Rome. And they said he turned around and went home. They wanted to know, they can't understand, these war generals studied him. And they wanted to know, they couldn't understand, why didn't you go in and take Rome? Like they would have done. If they come in for conquest, they're going to conquer it. You see what I'm saying? And they're going to be there for a couple of 100 years until they fall weak. So they're saying, why didn't you take Rome like they took the Indians or Native Americans over here? Or like they took the South Africans? Why didn't you come in? You had them beat. But what they didn't understand, and to this day, these European generals can't understand why he did his battle, he proved his point, and then he went the fuck home. They couldn't understand why he didn't use Rome as a weapon, as a situation of conquest. It's because that's not his nature. That wasn't his nature to conquer Rome. What he was trying to do was kick them in the ass so he could fortify Carthage for a few more years. You see. And so, you see, so it's a lot of things, which later on, so in so many words, Rome had to be, so that we could have the experience of what atrocities would come, you see what I'm saying, with later European cultures. Which leads us to the Egyptian priests again, known again, because they did it twice. They say, we got to further this information to Greece and Rome. And then, during the time of Muhammad's invasion into Egypt, the Egyptian priests once again said, we have to take this information to Europe. Now why? They said after they closed the last temple, of Isis at Philae. For some reason, I don't know if it was spiritual, they said Europe went into a dark age. I think they went into a dark age because after Rome fell, you see what I'm saying? They never had this.
How did Rome fall?
Huh?
How did Rome fall?
Well, it deteriorated based on like anything else, from corruption. And Rome fell after its reputation was found out. Rome was weak for a couple of years, but they had killed so many people until they had a reputation. You don't mess with Rome. But remember, they said that the German Vandals, they were illiterate, so they didn't get the memo that these people wasn't nothing to fuck with. And they went up in there and kicked Rome ass. You see, so it deteriorated over the years based on corruption. And also they with Constantine, although they say didn't he kill his mother and his daughter or something like that? He turned it into a Christian country and stuff. You see what I'm saying? It was weakened for the simple fact that it meant that they couldn't, if they're going to do the army thing, they're going to have to do it in another fashion. They're going to have the Holy Roman Empire. But it's a Holy Roman Empire. So they got to hide behind the Pope when they do these conquests, but it's not going to be the same might of the Caesars. You see what I'm saying? They're just going to have to just rule in another way. In actuality, they never did fall. They just acquiesced Europe with the religion, so it became a religious domination. You see what I'm saying? A religious domination and stuff. The military fell, but they had a new way to rule. You see, the new way to rule is the same thing when we talked about the Queen of Prince Charles after he got his ass whipped over here, and they couldn't deal with guerrilla warfare. The way these rednecks was over here fighting. They said, no, you go over there, they're going to beat you 100 years. They said, just regroup, and we will take over financially. And then we'll put, because of the finances, we'll put the heads of the government will be connected to the queen. And we'll rule that way, rule through secrecy. So, same thing happened with the Egyptian priests after Egypt fell. They said, well, look, when and Muhammad was still living when the Arabs invaded Egypt. If there was a Muhammad, it could have just been a central priesthood. Because we know Bilal, come to find out, he was the one that wrote the Quran, because if there was a historical Muhammad, he couldn't read or write till the day he died. You see. He couldn't read or write till the day he died, and we knew it was some type of Egyptian, Ethiopian priesthood, just by the central surah of the star, where they mention Sirius in the Quran. You see, the moon, Tahuti, the cow, Hathor. You see, these different things that they did means that this was a part of a mystery system. You see, and in this particular case, it probably was an Ethiopian Cushite mystery system, because we know Arabia was a part of Cush. We know it had to be a Cushite mystery system based on the first 5 books of Moses. You see, it's not a Central Egyptian theme. It's just the third coming of Judeo-Christian. You see. But in that particular case, by that time of them, Ethiopia had usurped the whole Hebrew thing. In parts of Coptic Christianity. So we know who put this thing together. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't translated from Gabriel, but then again, Gabriel could have been a priesthood. But in so many words, after they came and dominated and took over Egypt, the Egyptian priest said, look, Islam is a new conquest tool. You see, to essentially bring Islam into play, they had to fight at Mecca and Medina, and it was a kick-ass machine. So they said, this is the same kick-ass machine that conquered Egypt. So what we can do, these Egyptian priests, is we can go under the banner of Islam, take all these sacred texts, and go into Europe, and Islam will be a conquest thing, but the religion would be a mystery system. You see, so all these ancient Egyptian texts and all this ancient stuff that was translated, so here go again, here's another translation point. They took meta, they took Greek, they took Coptic, they took Latin. Remember now, the Egyptian priests had already translated stuff into Latin and translated stuff into Greece. Coptic is later day Egyptian. You got Hebrew. But these Egyptian priests are the authors of all these languages and all these texts. So what they did is they went to Turkey, Baghdad, Salamanca, Spain, and then they translated the Greek, the Latin, the Coptic, the Meta into Arabic. And then they use it as a central force to open up the 16 universities in Europe to teach the European. They stayed there close to 800 years. then whatever they brought to Europe, the European preserved. They had these conferences. They had a conference at Toledo. You get Toledo, Ohio, comes from Toledo, Spain. And from those conferences of Toledo, now this is after the, either right before the expulsion of the Moors in 1492 or right after. They had these conferences of all these texts that the Moors had brought up from Egypt and brought up from around the central ancient world and gave to the Europeans for 800 years, close to 800 years. So they took these texts and they had these periods. They call them Renaissance periods. Now, so what they did is they had these conferences and they had these festivals or conferences or these Renaissance periods in a place called Toledo. And from Toledo, with all those texts and stuff from Toledo, Spain, Cambridge, Oxford, and those early universities around Europe opened from the stuff that they preserved from the Moors. Then, after 1492, and a little bit, a couple of years later, they start having the Renaissance period in Italy. Now remember that this is very key, because you'll hear these white people talk about the Renaissance period. And they'll talk about things like all this learning and all this stuff. Cut off again?
No, I'm changing tapes.
Okay. Whenever you hear the Renaissance period, let me know when you're on.
Yeah, I'm on.
Whenever you hear the Renaissance period in Italy, that was nothing but them acquiescing the Moorish doctrines. You see.
Talk about that for a while.
They talk about these Renaissance periods and they talk about all this great learning and stuff that happened with the Renaissance stuff, from music to art to philosophical points of view. It would be the mindset of the European coming from out of the Middle Ages. They talk about the Renaissance period. And all the Renaissance period is the Pope and the Italians taking advantage of the learning that was given to the Europeans for the last 800 years by the Moors. So in so many words, here's another period where they basically take all these ancient doctrines of the Moors or the ancient black man and steal it and say it's theirs. So anytime you hear these great they had one in Toledo. You see. Anytime you have these great things, these great periods, this is nothing but just acquiescing the Moors. The Moors information, like take for instance, you would have different things that would happen that would come about, like trying to give you some examples of your secret societies. What they would do is the secret societies was basically started by the Moors. Let me explain. The Knights Templars, York Rite, Scottish Rite, and all that. So let me explain how this came about. Because a lot of the doctrines after the Moors went to the secret societies too, and then they could sift out the greater knowledge and then give you the several liberal arts and stuff like that. But there's higher degrees of learning that's now become the company of the lodge. Now let me explain how this lodge thing came about. The Moors came in. They created the 16 universities. That's what we can count. We don't know. Okay, let's say if you went to the university and then you got your regular learning, but then you would initiate into a fraternity. Well, the same thing happened in the Moorish science was this. You would come in and they would give you the general learning, and then you would initiate into a higher degree of learning, which now would be the fraternities, which is a ceremonial thing, but at that particular time it was the Masonic orders. So your Masonic order would be equivalent to a fraternity in modern day. So when you went to these universities and stuff, and you got to a certain level, and you learned the general several liberal arts and stuff, and the general several stuff that you learned, which now is all the universities teach. After that, you would go into a Masonic order that was a part of the universities, or a secret society that is a part of the universities, you see what I'm saying, to learn higher degrees of knowledge. We see remnants of that now where you got the Skull and Bones at Yale. So the Skull and Bones at Yale, although you got the people from Yale, but you got a secret society, that all came from the Moors. So what would be the secret societies inside of the universities of the Moors? It would be the York Rite, Scottish Rite, all of these different ones. And then later on, groups like the Rosicrucians that would come up. And what they did is that they took all of this Moorish doctrines. And so a lot of the higher degree stuff became a ward of the Masonic orders. You see what I'm saying? But all this stuff is nothing but stuff that they learned from the Moors. You see, they learned from the Moors. And everything is a series of acquiescing somebody else's paradigms. So the Moors saw a vision. The Moors saw a vision of a country and a place by the setting sun that was not even a civilization yet. It hadn't even come into fruition. And the Moors set out to bring that city on a shining hill that Ronald Reagan talks about in the West. They start America. That's why you so many presidents before George Washington's were all black. Those were Moors. So this whole system over here was set up, you see what I'm saying? By the Moors. And for some reason, because of the Moors conquering Europe and the Moors being the origin of Americas, for some reason the people who benefited from that deemed the Moor, which means blackface one, or the blacker Moor, or it also means, because anytime you hear the word Sufi, that's another word for the Moors. The word Sufi means woolly-haired one. So instead of saying, they'll separate Sufi from the Moor. The Moor was a woolly-haired one, you see. And some reason, I don't know if it was after Spain. C. Primanel calls it Manichaeism, racism, with Queen Isabella and those particular ones. They deemed the Moor the enemy.
Who?
The European secret societies that were started by the Moors.
Okay.
You see, it was started by the Moors. For some reason, it's almost as if to say, because you are our teacher, you have to be our enemy.
Is this why during initiation
they come in,
talk about
like Dr. Ben said, when the white Masons or the white secret societies, what they do is whenever their initiates or their neophytes cross over into the initiated, the first thing they do is bring a black man in from wherever, blindfolded, and say, this is your father. Always hold him down.
Why?
They know that civilization originated with us. They know that they are the latter part of that. For some reason, they feel that the only way they can rule is to keep the initiators of civilization down. It's some sick, demented way of thinking. It's a fear, xenophobia. This particular fear, we got to coin a new term for it. It's not the fear of a... Xenophobia is the fear of a person that's unlike you. Different cultures or what have you. We got to coin a new phrase that has to be into the lexicon. And that is a word that will say, you fear a person that you deem is greater than you.
That is correct.
And that's the difference here.
Yeah.
They fear us, and they say that we are the enemies not because we are different. We are the enemies because we are the initiators of civilization, and we gave them all that they have. You see, if you build a TV, you build an airplane, you build anything, the blueprints on what you might later day come to build these things, you got the technology from earlier people. Now you might expound upon it to the point where it's useful to the time you're living in, but nevertheless you were not the authors of the blueprint. You were not the master builder. We are the master builders. So you have a fear of our greatness.
Yes.
And because you fear our greatness, you say, we always have to be an enemy because they figure our rise is their fall.
Correct.
You see. So they feel that they can be around as long as they want to, as long as we don't rise. And what they don't realize, here goes again. They are thinking that we're going to do to them like they do to us, because they think that humans think like them. No. You see what I'm saying? Your mother and your father, just like our mothers and fathers, would not treat us the same way as a child would treat somebody. You see. And basically, they're incapable of love. Now, I'm not talking about a sensation, because that word is thrown around a lot. You see, I'm not talking about the way somebody make you feel, and you basically react based on this person is giving you a chemical reaction and make you feel a certain way. No, we're talking about reacting based on the way you feel about somebody. It's different. See, if you only reply to me based on the way I make you feel, you see what I'm saying? That's selfish. And it's selfish because you don't know how to feel about somebody, even the fact that they never made you feel a certain way. You understand what I'm saying? You know, so it's the same, so it's this thing, it's this fear that they feel that the society that they're going to be in has to be based on keeping the architects down. Number one, you got to keep them down because you stole every damn thing from them. Just for that to come out, you see what I'm saying, would make you feel inferior. Now, we're thinking like them. We wouldn't think that you're inferior if you inherited a civilization that we put together, but you think that you're inferior, you see what I'm saying, if you told the people, no, they're the architects of this thing. So it's some psychological sick and twisted stuff. You see what I'm saying? But nevertheless, what we have a problem with is understanding people's thoughts, people's mentalities, people's temperament. You see what I'm saying? And we as black people get caught up in that because we think that they think like us.
Yeah.
You see. But all this had to be. You know, all this stuff had to be in the particular aspect because, let me give you said, well, why did this have to be this way? Well, look, let's just take the Moors. Because some people say, well, you know, we might have had another history if the Moors didn't go into Spain and go into Europe and educate them. Well, let's look at it this way. If we knew we were going into a state of dormancy, going to sleep, civilization was going to go out of our hands. Based on just age, based on, like Dr. Ben said, time just ran out.
Seasons.
If we knew this, wouldn't you rather, and you knew a younger, savage people going to take over, wouldn't you try to want to educate them? So whenever you start to wake up out of your dormancy, you would have some sense of education and some sense of civilization. It's not the perfect, it's only a shadow of what we did. But can you imagine what would happen if you didn't educate him at all?
Oh, yeah.
And you came out of your dormancy and he's taking over the world. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In barbarism.
Mm-hmm.
So we knew if we didn't educate them,
mm-hmm.
you see, then when we did start to wake up, we wouldn't even have a pseudo-education. We wouldn't have anything. Mm-hmm. If we just get back part of what we gave them, there's things in us that we can preserve. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And be at a better position. Yeah. We can look at the white man and say he came from the caves and preserved some stuff from us and started ruling. We got to have something so we were advanced enough to see the future, know that we had to do certain things. You see. Because if we didn't give these children this, when we did wake up from out of our dormancy, we wouldn't have nothing. Look how bad it is when we woke up. Yeah. Can you imagine if he didn't get shit? Nothing. Mm-hmm. You see. So, our pyramids, from the pyramids or from the pharaohs to Negroes, you understand?
Yeah.
In so many words, it's not necessarily a tragedy as it is a process. Now, going back to the timeline, if you rule for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, mm-hmm. What transpired in the last 2,000 years is a recess. Because you got to understand something now. They said that the European would only rule for a short period of time. You see, we look at civilizations, America is falling off the hinges right at a little over 200 years. You see, so we understand that, you know, this stuff it doesn't last forever. It's going to spin itself out. You see, so it's going to spin itself out. But then again, on the other hand, it's a recess compared to how long we rule.
Yes.
You see, on that particular level, you see, and you know, and not unless somebody wipes you out on a genocide level like the Tasmanians or the Aborigines, you still endure. Now it might be at a certain level, but nevertheless, nothing is ever really destroyed. You see? Sure. We gave him a version of pharaonic society. To this day, we can look at certain things and say that came out of Egypt. You see? That came out of Egypt. So we look at things like that. So here goes again. From the pyramids to the projects.
From pyramid to Negro.
Is a process more than it is and a recess. more than it is a failure. You see. We got texts. Even the Bible says the Son of Man will rise in the west.
Yes.
The Book of the Dead, one of the names for Osiris is Osiris Winnefer. And Osiris Winnefer means the great westerner. Amenta, the land of Amen, is in the west. The sun sets in the west. You see. So all this is a process for us to be in the west. Now, we go into one other part about this thing, how this transpires to us. Now, on the genetic level. On the genetic level. They say, out of Egypt I will call my son. Or out of Africa I will call my son. You had these Africans, some people call them tribes, some people call them nations, but they were scattered. They had broken apart, and they were nations. So in order to make it a covenant, make it whole again, you got to extrapolate an African body out to another land, and then you have to come in and extrapolate several different African tribes or African cultures out, and then you have to genetically mix them back together to make the whole African. You see. Let me give you an example. So they say that, they talked about it two ways. They say that they used to take these large bodies of Africans and put them in the Caribbean. And then those Africans threw off the oppressors called the Maroon Societies, and they had these revolts. So they decided, look, we're going to take them to America and break them into small lots. But it won't be one nation that can take over. It'll be different African tribes from all over Africa. And we'll break them into small lots and intermarry them or intermingle them. And so as a result, the Westerner that they're talking about, or especially the African American, represents the putting back together of all the African tribes through the DNA. Because the African in this country has all of the different African tribes in its DNA. In its DNA. You know, in its DNA. You see. Put back together. Even the Schomburg in 2000, they said, well, you know, our story is a very unique story. Because our story as far as African Americans is not only where did we come out of Africa, but they intermix all different nations of Africa together in the DNA. You see? Because they didn't have the big lots of African that could come together and overthrow people based on big unity. So they broke them up into smaller pieces in America. And as a result, you got a new creation of the original. You got a new creation of the original. You see, so in so many words, the coming of the African to the West is actually the coming together of a new being that would be an even greater creation. Because it has all the elements of all the different Africans, and including all the different races in the world in it.
That's true.
You see. And that's that's putting back the body of Osiris. It was cut up into several pieces. But he'll be put back in the west. You see. Putting back the body of Osiris. So we saw all of this coming. We knew it was going to happen thousands of years before it happened. And we worked through hell, you see what I'm saying, to get a product together that we're really not even, we don't even know the power we hold now.
That's right.
Just by going through slavery. You see. We got texts coming from the Library of Alexandria of a group of people. They said a group of, we'll say Phoenicians. See, in that way, because if we put it back on the continent, we'll say group of Africans. And they said they took the group of Africans and put them together in a boat. But they were the greatest heroes. It's in the text, Jason of the Argonauts. He took the great heroes, they say from around Greece, but actually from around Phoenicia. Or we could say Greek because that was a black culture too. And they put the greatest ones in one boat to sail to the ends of the earth to get the golden fleece. And the golden fleece, in so many words, is the earlier version of what you would call the Christ now. So in order to make this Christ, they took the best of us, put him in a boat, sailed to the ends of the earth to get the golden fleece. You see, well, that's what happened with us. The best of us came united in the West, put back together after a separation of Osiris. You see, and the thing about it here is we just don't know what happened because we're still looking at the victim side of it. History shows you tragedy, yes, but there's a silver lining to what actually happened. It's a process. You see. And as a result, we can tell you right now, who had the resurgence, because they talk about in the last days, in the Gospel of Thomas, which was one of the books they took out of the Bible from the Conference of Nicaea. They say in the last days, all things that were hidden will come to manifest, and knowledge will be quickened. In the last 20 years, who was the ones that brought this knowledge back? Although we had several Africans and several people from the Caribbean and stuff, but as far as the knowledge being presented, it is an American phenomenon. You see. Because Africa, you know, you got places they don't even have access to books. Even in the Caribbean, they got places they don't even have access to the libraries like this. So this phenomenon that we call the Afrocentric movement or the Black Conscious movement, although it's made up of different people from the diaspora, the underpinning of it is an African-American phenomenon. So here again, just that alone lets you know, in all honesty, it shows the African being put back together in the West. It's a Western phenomenon. You see. So on one hand, you're looking at tragedy, you're not even noticing what just transpired within the last 20 years, 25 years. You see. Because everything has to start with ideas coming back together, otherwise you don't have nothing if you don't have knowledge. Know thyself. You see? And we know that phenomenon happened in the West. You see? So it's amazing. You got any questions?
Well, maybe we should call this from Pharaoh to Negro to what? A new humanity?
Pharaoh, from Pharaoh to Negro to new humanity.
Bobby, any words in closing you'd like to say to our people who are watching this?
Yeah, I think they say never look at the apparent. when you look at, like I said before, the Barack Obama thing. Now, a lot of people are getting disappointed based on the policies and things didn't transpire and stuff like that. We're not talking about that. The phenomenon, and even though they might have been sinister moves on the reason why people put him in, nevertheless, they don't know that although they put him in thinking it's one way, they don't know that they are tools of the Spirit that's working. So they might say, this is a conspiracy. This is sinister. We're going to put this man in because we have a certain agenda. But what they don't realize is an unseen hand, Spirit's hand, that put him in for a spirit purpose, just for the psychological phenomenon of black people having something we never had before. You see, it's like the guy Eugene Robinson. He works for the Washington Post. He said, I could tell my daughters about black teachers, black lawyers. Every job in this country, they got something. He said, but I never could tell them about no president. He said, that's wiped out now, because we've already done that. You see, so for a psychological purpose of seeing a black man and a dark-skinned, bootylicious wife. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. She is the quintessential black woman, the one that went through the process of slavery. Because see, now the white wing Republicans are saying Barack Obama is not an African American because his mama's white and his daddy's Kenyan. Now all of a sudden they are saying, before, if you a slave, you ain't shit. But now they're saying he didn't go through the slave phenomenon, so he's not authentic. Don't matter. Michelle Obama is up in there, and her show got from the pharaohs to the Negroes. You see what I'm saying? But my point here is this. If you were African in the 1800s or the 1600s that came over, if you were African from the 1600s or the 1500s that came over, and you met up with a slave master, and you became a mulatto, what's the difference in the 1600s becoming a mulatto or becoming a mulatto in 1961? What's the difference? If an African and a white person united, what's the difference? And that's basically, when you look at it, that's all African Americans are anyway. We didn't come over here these different hues. So the point I'm trying to make here is, they're trying to run this game, but nevertheless, Michelle, not only did she come to the White House, she took her mama with her. You see, and the mama is there for protection because she knows the juju. You see, from South Carolina, Barack Obama ain't stupid. He put her in the mix because the mother knows the mysteries. She knows the African sciences to keep him protected. She knows the roots. She knows the conjuration of African science. You call it voodoo, you call it roots, you call it Santeria, you call it Yoruba, you call it Obeah, or whatever you call it. You call it Juju, you call it hoodoo. Whatever the deal is an African science. She's the African scientist. She's there for protection. That's why he brought her there. So what you do, so that you don't make it so they see her going down to botanicas, picking up the herbs and the roots and stuff, because our people have been taught against that. Our sciences, they take the herbs and the roots and build them in the White House lawn, call it a garden, put a few cabbages and a few tomatoes up in there, a few okra and give it to the little people and stuff and feed them. And nevertheless, she can go in that garden right now and pull the herbs that she needs, because they plant those too. Just to keep Barack Obama protected. Because even though they might be the people who put him there might say, no, we want him to survive because we need him as a tool, but they always got these crazy people out here. You see, that can't stand a black man being up in there. You see. And as a result, he's protected from all of that. You see.
Are you trying to say that he is divinely placed?
Yes, even though the people, in order to get him there, they had to be convinced that it's a sinister thing, that it's something that they thinking is their agenda. He's divinely placed, but he's not divinely placed based on politics. See, politics is their agenda. When it comes to us, not only does it represent a self-worth, but it also represents a sign and a symbol of the coming together of us taking back the world. So that inauguration that they had, you see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They had the same inauguration in ancient Egypt. They used to have inauguration for the Pharaoh in ancient Kemet. You see. And that inauguration represented the divine king in the double White House. Now, is he the divine king? No. The DNA of black people are divine king. To celebrate, he represents the symbol of the divine kingship of the new kingdom. But the new kingdom is our DNA. Our Christhood coming into being. So the Pharaoh was a representative of God on earth, but of the people being the gods of the earth. You see. Mm-hmm. The word Pharaoh, they now translated as Pharaoh Heru. And Heru means pineal gland. And if you got a pineal gland and functioning melanin, they're talking about your DNA and your rising to a higher level. So that's what it represents. So don't get it twisted that Barack Obama, the actual human, is Christ. You see. But he represents the coming of the putting back together of Osiris in the West. So they had an inauguration in the White House, the double White House in Egypt. They also have an inauguration in America now, when that black man who represents the Pharaoh returning. You see, there's a book, Rosemary Clark's book, Secret Traditions in Ancient Egypt. She got one called Sacred Magic in Ancient Egypt. I think it's the first one. Sacred Traditions in Ancient Egypt. They talk about the inauguration period. Mm-hmm. That guy, R.H. Schwaller de Lubitz, spending 15 years at Karnak Temple and Luxor Temple, chronicle that inauguration period in his works. She printed in her work, but his book is Wisdom of the Temple, is one of those books. R.H. Schwaller de Lubitz. So she reprinted some of those concepts and all, which we had preserved from the Temple of Karnak and the Temple of Luxor, of its inauguration that goes on in the White House, the double White House. Mm-hmm. So all of this stuff comes together. You see, all this stuff comes together. And even got the priests up in there. See, the priests ran the pharaohs. Well, his mother, she represents that priest. Well, Michelle's mother represents that priest thing. So symbolically, we talk about something that's not the apparent. We talk about spiritual forces behind the scene. Mm-hmm. You see. Spiritual forces behind the scene. Nothing is never truly lost. It just changes another form. You see. Mm-hmm. That's some interesting stuff, you see. You know, so it's you know, so when you have to look at it and stuff. I think a lot of times we have been suffering so long until we reduced down to looking at the apparent. And the apparent looks dismal. This thing out here to run you crazy. But there's another order on the scene. Give you an example. Since 2008 with the meltdown, the financial meltdown, white people are going through hardships. Unemployment, foreclosures on houses, and all of that. So they are now forced to live in a realm, you see what I'm saying, that they haven't lived since the Great Depression. Spoiled by the fatted calf. But in that realm, we rule. Because we have acclimated ourselves, you see what I'm saying, in living in certain conditions. So they say, in the kingdom of the blind, a one-eyed man is king. In this particular case, we are the kingship. Because black people ain't tripping. White people is marching, taking over, occupied, all these movements going on and all that kind of thing, because the country is not what it used to be. Well, it's the same damn country for us as it always was. But we have conditioned ourselves. You see what I'm saying? That now, it's no big deal to us. It's not our hardship. So they say, God puts the ones that he loves through harsh conditions. They say, so that they can inherit a greater kingdom. It is the ones that he don't love, or she doesn't love, that make life go so easy for her. So when stuff falls for them, they won't have no kingdom to inherit. You see, because you got all your stuff here. You got your kingdom here. But the ones they put through the harsh conditions, they're inheriting a kingdom. And in so many words, that's a whole new way of life. We don't even know it, but we are living off of DNA. We are living off of certain things here. And it's spiritual, and it's health hazard, because we don't even know we're doing it. Mm-hmm. We don't know we're doing it. Mm-hmm. You see. So pretty soon they're going to have manuals for white people how to survive through the black methodology. We're going to have to teach them. So it's amazing stuff, you see. You can learn a lot from some people that done gone through hell.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. You see. You know, they had some hard times too, but see, the eating was good at least the last 60, 70 years. Mm-hmm. They got whole things on now where white people experienced affirmative action in the 1950s, in the late 40s. They said it because white people went into, okay, now you got the Depression, that meant that everybody in this country was poor. So, how did white people get back on top when the playing field was the same in the 1930s? How did they get back on top and we remain at a certain level? They got back on top because they had affirmative action. They talk about all the programs that they put in to raise white people up to becoming the richest country on earth at a certain time. It was through affirmative action. And then they're going to tell you about affirmative action. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They said all the programs from the late 40s, the 1950s, and the 60s was to put white people at a certain advantage. And it's a form of affirmative action. There's a book out on when white America, when affirmative action was white, written by a white man. Something like that, yeah, so it's interesting. So I tell you, is there any questions?
No, Bobby, we're going to get you to the airport.
Yeah.
But we certainly appreciate your time, and we appreciate this lecture.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure that people will get a lot out of it.
Yeah.
So, Bobby, again, we want to thank you, and
right.
we look forward to your next visit.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
safe journey back to Georgia.
I tell you.